We got it. We got the microphone. I'm so excited. This is not your first time on the Green Shavings to get some championships because I know you have a bull that you're going to be showing soon. But tell me a little bit about this female that you just showed and how it felt out there on the Green Shavings. And this is the reserve senior yearling champion. Though you have been champion, class champion, World Brahman Congress, national. So tell us how you feel with her.
Her name is Raspberry, and we got her for my son. And she makes me work hard, but she is an outstanding heifer. She really is. She knows she's good, so she's going to make us work, but it's worth it.
Absolutely, and she's looked so good out there. And of course, Raspberry has not been to Houston before, but I know she was World Brahman Congress, and she was also at the national show, and you were class champion there multiple times. So we're excited. And I have the Jalefka family here with me too, because y'all have something to do with this great win. Tell me about it. Go ahead.
Oh, yes, ma'am. We sold this effort to Justin and his wife, and man, they've done an outstanding job, outstanding feeders.
Great feeders, keep her fat.
And just keep her in such good condition. And they couldn't ask for better people to have one of your cattle.
Absolutely. So we're going to be celebrating with the Jalefka family with Garner Ranch. We are so excited. They're going to be going to the backdrop for some big photos with that Raspberry, and I know we're excited about Bull Day too. What do you think?
Yes, ma'am. Tomorrow, hopefully round 2.
Yep. And tell me the name of the bull that you're going to be showing.
Oh my gosh, my mind just went blank. Hold on.
Ferdinand?
Yes,
Yeah?
Nando.
Nando.
Yes, we call him Nando.
Yep. Yeah, we call him Nando. Everybody knows Nando. Nando has a fan club. So we're going to be cheering y'all on.
Oh, yes,
we're
we
going to
are.
be cheering y'all on, and we're excited. We're going to go back into the arena now.
Give and take, these top 3 heifers, I think you could probably shuffle around a bit and not be all wrong. I think what we've tried to emphasize all day, though, the black heifer is what does that most effectively when we talk about just basic fundamental cow look and female quality. I love her depth of body. To me, she's the softest and deepest through the center portion of her rib. I think her joint work and her feet as a whole are the best in this particular trio. Maybe not perfect in her length of stride out front, but her hip, hind leg, the cleanliness of that hock, all of those pieces fit together. And I think she's pretty comfortably the most feminine featured heifer that we have in this particular class. Is she the heaviest muscled? Absolutely not, but I think she's adequate in that regard, and I think puts the best combination together in a pretty complete package to win the class. To me, 2 and 3 was the closest decision, and I don't mind if you like them the opposite way. I'll just hope you see what I do. Again, as we start to analyze structure, I think front feet is a big advantage to our second place heifer. She's a little more moderate in her size. I like her freshness of condition. To me, both of these heifers have muscle. The third place heifer is the most powerful, but both of them have plenty of muscle. And what this one does is come a little bit closer to matching our class winner in terms of adding some femininity into that puzzle. The heifer in third, if you like a switch, because she's the massive, powerful heifer, I'm not going to argue. And when we get them stopped, she certainly does a beautiful job of pulling that heifer together to make you think. a heifer that's a little bit straighter in the angle of her shoulder, a little up on her toes, and the shape of those front toes need to be modified a bit as well. You can kind of see it, just that distance from her pole to her hump, just a little short, and I think it's all because we've rocked the angle of that shoulder forward a bit much. A big, stout performance heifer, though I like a lot about her. The next heifer comes up a little short-strided as well. My first glance was to say, hey, is she a little more refined, a little more feminine like that heifer in second? You know, she probably is, but not enough of a structural upgrade for me to move her any higher. And then the dark pigmented heifer that rounds things out for us. That one's still got muscle. She's got some length, and certainly one that's got a fresh look about her condition-wise. She's a little off in her front end structure and doesn't balance out quite as nice as some of those cattle in front of her. Excellent class. I know just 5 head, but a good quality class from top to bottom.
Thank you very much for the overview, Mr. Mullinack. And ladies and gentlemen, taking first place honors here in the Class 12 of our Gray Show is entry 874. And that female known as Miss DSC 31/3 Dornick Show Cattle, owners and exhibitors of Santa Fe, Texas. Second in the class going to entry 1032 J&L Cattle Service, showing for Chamberlain Cattle Company. Nunez Farms, Roanoke, Louisiana. Fourth goes to 944 Flat Rock Brahmans, showing for Anaslia Ray Hines of Glen.
Alrighty, it helps to have your microphone on. So we have a class champion there, and you know what? Do you remember that I interviewed the Dorks, and that was our class champion also at the World Brahman Congress. Either that or the national show. Became a blur kind of, guys, but yes. So that female has won before. So that's very exciting for them. That, of course, is Miss DSC 31/3. Miss DSC 31/3. It was a very good class. As the judge said, it was a little smaller class, but it was a good class. So when you're thinking black, pigmented, and polled, you want to think about her. She made a splash at the National and the World Brahman Congress, and I do believe that they're selling IVF aspirations out of that female. So again, I think that that's pretty exciting for them. So again, a class winner here. And I know that we interviewed them. So they were class number 6 winner, champion. That is going to be a polled smoke. Again, this is a theme. That's going to be Cassowary Ranch. Okay, Mr. MCC Polled Smoke. You can get semen on the Polled Smoke Bull from Cassowary Ranch. The dam is D7 Miss Polled Mississippi Queen, and that, of course, is Dork Show Cattle. So they had a big win there, and they also won their class at the National Brahman Show. So again, congratulations to them. And now a class winner here on the Green Shavings. So congratulations to our good friends over at Dork Show Cattle. And our second place went to MC3 Miss Vivi 5/3. That is going to be owned by Madeline Chamberlain, shown, of course, by J&L Services, Cattle Services. So again, and she was our reserve grand and senior yearling champion at the Dixie National Open Show. So again, congratulations. That, of course, MC3 Miss Vivi 5/3 is a Mr. V8 792/7 daughter out of Miss BF. That, of course, is our good friend that we lost earlier this year, Pat Cohn. Miss BF 246/1. When you see BF, you think of Bennett Farms, and of course that is Pat Cohn's. That was Bennett Farms. But Miss Vivi was also the State Fair of Louisiana in 2024 Junior Yearling Champion, as well as the Reserve Senior Yearling at the 2025 San Antonio Stock Show. So she has won quite a bit. She has done well at Fort Worth also. So we're going to go and let Iran get a little organized, and I'll be right back.
exhibitors that are leaving the arena, a round of applause. I want to thank all of you breeders for bringing these cattle to Houston this year. Thank you for all your efforts in preparing them for competition today.
All right, for those who are just joining us, we have to stop the live stream because we reached the 8 hours and Facebook has that limit right now. So we started again. Thank you for joining us. Don't forget to share this live stream everywhere, and of course, don't forget to follow us and subscribe everywhere. We have a lot of stuff that we can share with you in the social media, photos, videos, reels, and more content online. So go to brahmanjournal.com and also on Facebook, Instagram, the Brahman Journal, on X before Twitter, Brahman Journal, and TikTok now, Brahman Journal, YouTube also, and make sure to share. If you want to give us stars in this live stream, is really appreciated, but most important, your like is what it helps us here, because with the likes more people can see this live stream. Let us know where are you watching, and let us know what you think about the cattle show. I'm going to switch a little bit to Spanish just to invite our Latin friends to make some comments in here. Sorry about that. Bienvenidos a todos los que nos están viendo. Gracias. Tuvimos que cortar la transmisión anterior porque Facebook tiene un límite en estos momentos. Y al parecer YouTube igual, porque ya nos había pausado antes. De hecho, me estoy moviendo ahorita a YouTube para ver si ya estamos de regreso en vivo. Y por supuesto, gracias a todos. No olviden compartir esta transmisión, darle like. Si nos quieren dar algunas estrellas para poder continuar con esta transmisión. Si no, no hay problema. El me gusta y el compartir son los que ayudan a que le llegue más audiencia esta transmisión. Por supuesto, tenemos más contenido en línea en la que nos pueden seguir, en el que pueden ver más imágenes, fotos, videos, reels de lo que hemos hecho. Así que asegúrense de no perdérselo. Para eso, en todos lados, en todas las redes sociales, Facebook, Instagram, X antes Twitter, YouTube y por supuesto ahora TikTok. Vayan, suscríbanse, síganos y únanse a la comunidad. Estamos en la clase 13 de la división intermedia. No, perdón, de la división Senior Yearling de Brahman Gris. Y mientras vemos la acción en la pantalla, por favor, déjenos en los comentarios desde dónde nos están viendo, qué les parece el ganado, qué les parece la transmisión y no se pierdan de nada porque vamos a estar aquí todo el día. We are going to be here all day live streaming the International Brahman Show, the female show. We have our 3 places. I'm trying to give you a better view right now. I'm driving alone in here, so give me just 1 second. There, I think so. Yes, we have B as of right now. These aren't the final places, but we have B8 in first as of right now. Then we have, let me see the, Miss Brandelen, do you know who is in second and third as of right now?
You have a paper?
We're in class 13.
That is going to be Deckert cattle with Hollis Deckert on the stick, and the calf's name is HSD Patsy Klein 74/3.
Thank you. They are going to walk again. I think they are placing them. Yes. We have Miss B8 948/9, exhibited by Queen Paget, sorry.
Jose, pull back around.
Let's hear the
Again,
judge.
Really powerful, good set of fall-born heifers here, and once again, it's one of those times where it wasn't a debate in my mind on who was going to win. I thought this heifer came to the forefront pretty quickly. It was more of a study of 2 and 3 to figure out which one was going to follow her. But again, just get them parked here, and I think she is by some margin the most attractive in terms of her look. Her hip and hind leg is really, really nice. And again, I appreciate this young lady has this heifer, I think, in just spot-on condition for a late fall-born heifer. I think she's right where she needs to be. Mature size, I think, is going to be very nice in that female as well. Again, if we want to just get nitpicky, maybe out of her front end, some modifications, just a tick in the waist, the length of her step. I still read all of her angles to be fine, but that is one really, really nice female, fresh, attractive, the right kind of shape. I think an easy place to start in this class. For 2 and 3, I think, is where it got close, and I like the condition our second place heifer comes to us. I think that helps her look. And then as we analyze these cattle in motion, there was give and take. She's a little short-strided, and yet her top line and hip stay together better when she's in motion than the third place heifer. So it's a matter of how you want to analyze structure, I guess. I'd like to lengthen that one stride just a little bit, but when our third place heifer gets in motion, she drops her hip and kind of rolls up in her spine. So give and take there, the freshness with the way she maintains her top line got her the nod. This is a powerful heifer that's big-topped and got a lot of dimension to her, a little more condition on her. And as we said, in motion, just the way she handles that top line was the difference maker for me. Again, a good heifer here that stands forth, just a little tighter in her basic structure and build, both ends of her skeleton. She is big, she is stout, she has got a lot of performance, and there is certainly breeding value in that kind. For me, just a little tight pastern and a little short out of her front end from a step standpoint, but a good female. The next heifer is a little smaller in her kind, but I hope you can appreciate the good. She's feminine and refined in her makeup, just a little too flat out of her hip and gives up too much horsepower in this group. The speckled up heifer that comes next, I think an interesting study as well. I think her length of stride is fine. She's just too down on that rear pastern for me. And for some people, that might be flexibility. For me, that's getting nearly coon-footed, if you wanted to call it that. She's getting so down on that pastern, the dew claw almost touches the ground. But that's a heifer that certainly comes together nice when that young lady sticks her. Deep-bodied heifer, not overwhelming in terms of muscle. I like her length of stride, just need to strengthen that rear foot up. The next heifer is very unique. She's got a cool look to her. She's really extended up front. She's very muscular. She's a little tighter in terms of her body type, a little shallower, if you will, and needs to get out and move a notch better. Same holds true for the next heifer. If we could get her to stride and get out and go with a little more comfort, she could move up the line. It starts on her front feet, the shape of those toes and the way they come out, but a heifer that just gets a little up and down and round out of her hip, a little plainer in her look. She is deep and high volume with performance, though. We round out the class with a pair of heifers that both probably need just a little more depth aside to have that maternal, broody look. Again, a testament to the class, though, when they're sound, they're long, they're muscular, even rounding out a class. Excellent lineup again. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mullinack. And ladies and gentlemen, here in Class 13, taking first place honors is entry 1200, showing Ms. V8 947 over 9. Quinn Pageant, the owner and exhibitor of Grand Cherie, Louisiana. Our second place award went to 791, and that's exhibited by Laura Cooper of Paris, Texas. Her female bar Miss Dolly Girls, 76 over 3. Our third place in the class went to 968. Coming to us from Glory B. Brahmans of Blanchard, Oklahoma. Fourth in the class went to 652. Entry from Southern Grant Ranch, Stephen Garrett, the owner of Orange Grove, Texas. Fifth in that class went to 953. Forrester Cattle Company, owner was Watt James Duhan of Crowley, Louisiana. Your sixth place award went to 1573. Addison Worley of Lake Butler, Florida. Seventh in the class to 644 from Watts Ranch and Fenderland Cattle Company, Wortham, Texas. Our eighth place award to 1502 from V8 Ranch and Peyton Sloan Powell, Bowling, Texas. Ninth in that class went to 1180 Merino Ranches entry, Rosalie, Texas. And 10th place to 851 Deckard Cattle Company, Hollis Deckard of Angleton, Texas. Congratulations to our ribbon winners here. Class 13, Class 14 females. I believe we have 18 entries in this fall-born heifer class. Females born during the month of October 2023.
All right, guys. So, how exciting is this? Carrie Clay, I hope you're watching. Hey, Marinus, watching from South Africa. How are you? So glad you're watching from South Africa. We're going to be here really late. So, maybe it's really early at your house. I have no idea. What time is it in South Africa? Okay, guys. So, another red man. Congratulations to Quinn with her red man daughter for winning. And of course, Heart BC Brahmins, Carrie Clay. Thank you, Carrie, for your sponsorship. And go Red Man. Lord, here's another champion of the class. And Class 13 champion was a red man out of JDH Lady Ashton Manso 210 over 2. And then our second in class was another Jalefka Farms bred female. That is going to be CJ Bar Miss Dally Girl. That's going to be an Elmo Rhino 1 over 7 out of the Jalefka Farms Miss Loopy. And they're high-end Broomer cattle. And I know that they forgot to say that when we were on the live here earlier just a second ago. So are we okay? So we have a special little award and a special little thought that we're going to talk about. So I have a good friend here with me, and this is Stacy Register of Dixie Cattle, and you are so supportive of all the youth. I am so grateful for what you do. So tell me a little bit about, we have a special article in the magazine. So Lindsley, if you are watching, you are on page 122 in the March edition of the magazine. So tell me a little bit about this special award and what it meant to you to have something to do with it.
All right, so Lindsley's been showing.
Yep,
You're okay. All right, so Lindsley's been showing with me for about 2 or 3 years now, and she originally showed Brangus cattle with her family's farm in Live Oak, Florida. And her sister's what got her started with the Brahmas, was showing cows with me. And it was real exciting when she decided that she wanted to take a stab at it.
Oh, wow.
And her first junior national, she went to in Mercedes, Texas. She actually was third overall showman in her group. So,
that is huge.
Yep, and she was real excited about that. Well, this past year, she got a heifer from Will Dieteren at Dieteren Brahmas, and she didn't know that Miss Priscilla, as we call her, and she's the one that named her, we didn't know that she was going to be the top marbling female at All-American.
You know, that is absolutely huge, and we don't get that award during the show. And for a red female, you know, because red typically a little bit more milk coordinated, oriented, and then of course beef, you know, you think a little bit more towards the gray end, but she was the top marbling. And of course Dietering Red Brahmins, they're celebrating their 50th anniversary, and I know you're big fans of theirs.
Very good
and then
friends.
of course all the support that you've given Lindsley. Now, what did she win for being the high marbling female with her wonderful female?
Well, she got her a belt buckle, and she didn't know that she was getting the belt buckle, so she has been wearing it very proudly. So we got pictures of her in her buckle. It's on page 122 of the Brahma Journal. I know that she's watching, and she's been watching all day, and she got to see our speckled heifer go in the ring earlier with Brandy Barnes and team. So
wow.
She got to see her. I don't think her teachers knew that she was watching.
Oh,
her.
wow. Yeah, no. Mum's the word. We're not going to tell your teachers.
Yeah.
Lindsley, congratulations. We're going to make sure some of these extra magazines go home with Miss Stacy, and she's going to make sure. Dixie Cattle, of course, so supportive of the youth, and congratulations to you. That was a huge honor. And this lady right here, she's super special, and she's your biggest fan. So,
absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. So thanks for watching with us. We're going to go back into the arena now.
Thanks, Vicki.
Alrighty, guys. So we're going to get caught up just a little bit. So Miss V8 948 over 9, of course, that is a red man daughter. So congratulations go out to Carrie Clay, Hart, BC. Hope he is watching because that was really cool. And let's see who all is watching. Hey, Marcia Tip, I see you're watching. And Glenn Pfeffer and Haley and wow, so many people I can't even get through them all. Braden and Megan and Eduardo and Leslie and Sadhu and Caleb, and thank you guys for watching. Let us know where you're watching from and what you think about the show. So this is not the first trip to a championship class or a championship. That Miss V8 948 over 9, she was our junior yearling champion female at the EBBA Christmas Classic. Now she's in the senior division, but winning a trophy here at Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo on the green shavings is a huge accomplishment. So again, that was Miss V8 948 over 9. That is a JDH Lady Ashton Manso 210 over 2. We have just a few left in the arena here. We're going to see if we can catch a number. Can you tell me what his number is? Let's see, it's 1. All righty, we're trying to figure out who won. Let's see, 1. All righty.
You know, one of the probably to really, find consistency and put together in here, just because you've got about every shape and size under the sun, and certainly some structure things that all a matter of how harsh you want to be on certain details related to structure. You know, again, if you followed along during the course of the day, it's not about one particular trait. It's a blend of traits, and that's what the heifer that leads off the class does for me. She's got the kind of body volume and substance and dimension of that heifer right behind her, but she comes out and just catches her stride a little bit better in terms of length of step and comfort as she's going today. She's a little bit rounder in her hip structure than maybe perfectly ideal, but I think, again, just a nice balance of traits, not necessarily one that hits you hard, but all the things we've tried to find in this particular class, it comes in the most complete kind of package. The red tinged heifer that comes next, she's interesting because at the stand, she's got a little extra condition on her, and it probably hurts her a touch from a balance standpoint. But at the stand, I would make a case that she can win the class because she's a little leveler hipped. All the angles of her structure, I think, read perfectly fine. A little shorter bodied and coupled. Maybe would like to clean up that navel and the way it comes into her forerudder just a little bit. But what's interesting in that, for the appropriateness to her angles, she never gets out and quite hits her stride. She comes up short in her step here for us today. And I don't know that I see it as a major longevity problem, but it's certainly there, no question. That's why it's kind of interesting, the heifer in third, she covers her track better than the heifer in second. But I'm not willing to give her a full structural advantage because there are times I study that heifer in her knee and the way she's made up front that I'd like to modify her there for sure. She's good in her line. She's leveler out of her hip than the heifer behind her. I'd like to see more body depth and softness, and as we said, change her in that knee and the way she comes to her front end. I see some of the same things in the heifer behind her. There's times like right now when you get her parked, you get her loin, and you're like, ooh, she needs to move up a spot or two. And then we set her out in motion, and that hip structure rounds in her a bit more than ideal, and she doesn't maintain that same level of balance that we find when that young lady gets her stuck right and loin just perfectly. I'd like to square her up, make her better in that rump structure to think about moving her up, but a nice heifer there as well. Guys, again, just standing, as powerful, as much performance as any is the heifer that comes next. She's really heavy structured. She's massive. She's just too short stepping. And I think you'll see it the minute she takes off. She just never can cover her stride. If it was close, we'd move it up a notch, but she's coming up really, really short in terms of her movement. The next heifer does a little of the same, perhaps a little more depth aside to that heifer, but also a little rounder and rigid in the the way she's built in her hock, and that's why those two heifers stay together. A little the same story next, a heifer that maybe needs a little more depth aside and also needs to flex a little different structurally. That heifer's got some very unique parts. So she's long, she's really extended up front. She's got some balance pieces that draw you in. Again, just need a little more cow look to her center body and need her to get out and just handle that hock with a little more coordination and give. The next heifer's really heavy muscled. I can appreciate that to the point that she's maybe not as female-like in her pattern, a little round in the way she's made. I still find her sounder structured than the heifer behind her, though. The next heifer can stop and give you a look. She's nice in terms of her lines, gets pulled together there pretty well. She's just too straight off both ends. Her hock is obvious. There's times you catch her at the wrong moment. That front leg even starts to buckle forward in her just a touch. So secure her structure different, and we could be talking about a heifer that's up the line. The final heifer here, maybe a little longer stepping, but a heifer that needs to be fixed behind her shoulder and in her forerib and just give her a shot more cow look through her center body. Again, a really, really strong, deep class, interesting with a lot of ways you can go. Congratulations, those exhibitors.
Alrighty, guys, we have a class winner. We have a class winner, and that is going to be the Miss RCS Cotton. That is JK Livestock. And here's what is interesting, Miss Brandolin. So JK Livestock, that is going to be Miss Brandolin. Get a load of this. So you know how we have Miss Brandolin. You know how we have sales with Box R and 4T. Well, Miss RCS Cotton, guess how she is bred? She is a daughter of Box R, Mr. CC 151/8. So that is pretty cool, don't you think? I'm not sure what number this is. Do we know what number that is? Yep, let's try it. Nope.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you now. So absolutely. So we're going to have a sale with 4T and Box R, and we have one that's getting excited out there in the arena. We might want to keep an eye out on that one. But yeah, so Box R, we really like their cattle, don't we?
We do.
And so did the judge, clearly.
Apparently, he really liked her.
Yep, absolutely. So that was bred by Billy Wolf, and is now Woodrow Knox is the owner of Miss RCS Cotton, who just took that class. And guys, we're going to keep an eye out because one just left the arena. Okie doke, I think we're okay.
Give me the microphone back.
Yep, keep an eye out. Okay, guys. Stay safe in there, girls. Keep your eyes open. That one almost went through the... Oh, you know what? Yeah. I think a couple trophies might have gotten messed up when that one jumped through. Anyway, so CJ Bar, Miss Dally Girl, Laura Cooper, huge congratulations to you, my girlfriend. You just were second in the class previous. So I'm still getting caught up. So have all kinds of people going. Let's go Cotton. Yep, absolutely. So Miss RCS Cotton, that is a Box R, Mr. CC 151/8 daughter, out of Miss WL Diva Replica 137/0. And then Schulte's Miss London is going to be a Mighty Mouse on the very famous Miss SCC Victoria's Secret 122/6, who has produced champions around the globe. We are now currently in class 15, guys. We're in class 15. We will go... Going to see how many classes we have before we hit that championship. Yep, we have class 15 that we're working on. Then we'll go to class 16, and then after class 16, we will go into the championship. No, I lied. We have class 15, class 16, and then we go into our senior yearling championship. So again, guys, we have a very long day, trying to figure out where he's putting stuff. Okie doke, he's pulling him over this way. Not sure what he's doing. Not sure if he's changed his rhythm. So we have the 110 heifer, we like to call her. She's just beautiful. We also have J&L Cattle Services on the stick there. Hey, good afternoon. Green shavings look great. You know what, Chris Green? I would think you would like green shavings. There you go. Absolutely. Thanks, guys, for watching. Let us know where you're watching from. Thanks for the kind comments about y'all telling us we're trying to do a good job, because we certainly are trying our best. So again, what number is she got on in first spot? Trying to read that. Okie doke. We're going to see if we can get some numbers for us and tell us what we've got. Not sure if this is how he's placing them. Trying to figure it out. He might have changed his rhythm up just a tick. Yeah, the first and second. Uh-huh. She's going to tell you.
11:32.
Thank you. We're good. We still got a bunch left. Okie doke. 10:37, that's going to be VS Elmo's Queen. VF Farms. 11:32 is going to be maybe 11:34. I don't know. We're in the last class, guys, of the senior division. It's going to be a long show. We're going to be here for a while. I better start charging stuff. Just saying. Here. There you go. You know it's been a long day when we're running out of battery. I hope we don't run completely out of battery. How are the batteries holding up on everything else? How are your batteries holding up, Mr. Iran?
My personal batteries or my batteries batteries?
Your microphone's not on.
My batteries are good.
What about your personal batteries?
I just need water.
Where did the bull go? We did. These are females, and Ruben Garcia is watching, and Ganaderia HB. Greetings from Costa Rica. Alan Penn, you know they excused that one. Okay, we still have 4 in the arena. Do you need some water? I bet you someone will bring you. Oh, you have some. Good to know. Trying to catch some numbers, Mr. Iran. I do have the VF Elmo. I know the 110 heifer. That's Red Smith Elodie. Who else is in here? Can you catch any numbers? Thank you, Brahman Journal, for taking the time to bring attention to the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo All Breed Sale. Oh, much. And great work on the interviews over there. Go Sandglass. You know what, Pam? We were all about it. Was that not an awesome day? We loved it. And, of course, Chris Allen. I imagine he's a friend of yours at Sandglass. Did a great job winning that Brahman bull buckle. Is he wearing the buckles? My big question. I want to know, is he wearing the bull buckle?
11:37 is the one in front of us.
Okay.
Then we have
649. I see. That's the one that's down there in third right now. But we don't know. This is Miss L.K. Irma's Blessing. Oh, that's Lily. Lily Vogt. Okay. We've got We've got 3 left. VF Elmo's Queen, 21 over 3. We've got Lily Vote with Miss LK, Irma's Blessing, 26 over 3. And then we also have Red Smith, Elodie Manso, Southern Grant Ranch. Let's see how they battle it out.
They are going to walk again.
Walk one more time, guys. That's Lily walking her heifer right in front of Chris Mullinex, our judge. Coverage. Thank you so much. I am so glad you've enjoyed the coverage, Pam. And our day is really just beginning. We're only on the 3rd division of gray females. We have 4 more divisions to go. We're so excited. We do love being here. We love our Brahman family. I am going to have to cancel my dinner plans. But for y'all, it's worth it. Hey, Mariana, thanks for watching with us. Beth Mayhew, I wonder if there's going to be any more Trumps. What do you think, Mr. Iran?
The phone is saying that it's time to check the internet.
Oh, the phone is telling me, check the internet, because I got to go put some more money in the till. It's like cha-ching, cha-ching. Got to keep going, guys. Okay. And we have a winner. It looks like it is going to be and it looks like the 110 takes
Well, I think our final class here as we prepare for another division, and certainly a standout heifer that leads off for us here. And man, that thing is powerful, guys. She is some kind of bold-bodied and big-topped and really, really thick-ended. Just so much mass and power, and yet she does it with some balance and look about her. Her top line is so good. She gets in motion and stays very collected in the way her top line and hip stay together. And you know, I'll be the first to tell you I appreciate cattle of all kinds. I'm not going to just jump out and say that that is absolutely 100% my kind. She's not overly feminine, but I don't think she's coarse. And I think that's something that's important to recognize. She's still clean in her underline. I guess the one place I would like to modify her when she goes away, hopefully that hock and that pastern stay together good enough as she matures, especially this right foot. From her pastern to the ground, she rolls it underneath of her and in pretty good. I'd like to modify her there. And yet, still, just to watch the big picture of those top 3 heifers in motion, I'd still give her the edge because I think she maintains her length of stride and her top line and everything together as truly good as anything in this lineup. I think that's a dominant winner, and I think that is one really, really unique female with the things she puts together. For me, 2 and 3 was the closest, and I had to break down some differences in structure and balance. The red tinged heifer's got more performance. I like her depth of body. I think as a whole, she maintains a little more correctness in terms of height, as you think from her withers there, or the top of her shoulder to her hip. She's a little stronger in behind her shoulder. Those are the advantages that I see from a structure standpoint. She's a little bit straight in the angle of her shoulder, but she's actually stronger on her rear pastern than our 3rd place heifer. So just some give and take between those 2 heifers. I think a nice female sitting there in 2nd. The heifer in 3rd's a little more moderate in her size. I like her muscle shape, a heifer that's stout in terms of her bone work, a heifer that as we look down her spine, she breaks a little there in behind her shoulder. She rounds out of her hip, and she's a little bit weaker on that rear pastern. So that's the differences between 2 very, very good cattle in 2nd and 3rd that I thought were really close. Guys, the heifer here in 4th, there are times just from a profile, a femininity and attractiveness standpoint that I would love to have that heifer as high as 2nd. I think your first notice is that she needs more body depth, and I'll give you that. Be honest, that's not why she's fourth, though. She's fourth because of her feet. That's really what it boils down to. Her rear feet just aren't sound enough for me to get her any higher than where we've got her, even though I absolutely love her look, her quality, and her femininity. Very nice heifer, just needs to be sounder footed for me to move her up. The next heifer, if she had a shot more muscle, we'd move her up. She's just too flat from behind. She's got depth and she's sound enough, just not enough natural width and muscle shape. In contrast, here's a powerful heifer that's bold-bodied and thick-ended. She's got a little more condition on her than I would prefer, and I think it hurts her a little bit from a balance and femininity standpoint. The next heifer is big, growthy, and got some muscle. She's just a little round in her makeup out of her hip, not quite as feminine featured, a lot like the heifer that's right in front of her. The next heifer is long. She's a little neater up front. She needs to be square hip and have more stoutness and correctness in the set to her hind leg. The next heifer's got more muscle shape, but she comes off just a little bit tubular in her look and a little off balance. As we work our way through the lineup, the next pair of heifers just not as attractive. They've got good body shape. They've got fleshing ease. The final two heifers just need more width, more natural dimension and muscle. Again, an excellent class, even rounding out these final two heifers. They're still sound structured cattle. They're cattle that have a place in a breeding program, no doubt about it. Congratulations again. Outstanding leadoff heifer there, and this is going to be a very nice division.
Greatly appreciate the overview of our placings from our judge, Mr. Chris Molinak. And taking first place honors here in Class 15, that's entry 657, female known as Red Smith Edie Manso, 110/3, shown by Southern Grant Ranch, Trent Garrett, owner from Orange Grove, Texas. Our second in the class going to 1037, female known as Elmax Queen, 21/3 from J&L Cattle Service for the owners of BF Farms of Rainy, Louisiana. Your third place award was entry 649. That's IS Ranch Fitting Service for Lily Voigt, Orange Grove, Texas. Our fourth place going to 1230. Bailey Wooten, owner and exhibitor.
So we're now. One, two, 1, 2, 3. One, two, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. All right, guys, little microphone issue there, but got it worked out. So we're looking at our senior yearling champions, and we are looking at some great cattle here. Of course, the Elodie female, we have been so fond of her. That's Red Smith Elodie Manso, 110/3. That, of course, is IS Ranch Fitting Service. She has been winning since the very beginning.
Well, again, what a powerful set of heifers here in this fall division, and each of these class winners, maybe not quite as much uniformity in class winners as what we had in the red division at this age, but the quality is awesome. And I think each one of these cattle, to me, have form and function that can go back and do the basics, but each one of them have something pretty unique too, and in particular our two that are going to be champion. I thought as I went through this division, there was clearly two heifers that were embedded in my mind before they ever walked back out here. And I'm not going to sit here and tell you that they are there because they are exactly 100% the same type of heifer. They were just my two favorites, and I think it's great sometimes when there are peas in a pod. I think first and foremost, you try to find the two best ones in every division. Now, between those two, you can choose to lay your emphasis where you want to. And I think if you followed through the course of the day, as much as I love the heifer from Class 2 and the heifer from Class 4, those are our champions, no question about it. Those are the two that separate themselves in this judge's opinion here today. But between those two, I think we could sit here and break them down. To me, the differences are obvious, and one of them is just a little more this judge's kind. And I'm not saying that either one of them has necessarily more long-term value to a breeding program. I think they both have long-term value to a breeding program. One of them just suits my taste a little better in terms of combining more than enough dimension with a little extra female character, and one's a little structural edge to go with it. Guys, this was awesome. Two outstanding females to represent this division. Young lady out of class number 2, what do you say? That's going to be your champion. Class 4 will be reserved. Great job.
And ladies and gentlemen, the division champion here in the senior yearling division going to entry 12.
Guys, we're going to give it a, oh, we're not sure what's going on here. 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, got it. Thank you so much for saying excellent work from Rancho Sighuacan. Congratulations to Quinn on her championship there. She was showing her red man daughter. The judge had such kind words to say from both of those females. It was very hard for him. He could have gone either direction. He really liked both females. And again, that was none other than Red Smith Elodie Manso 110/3 as the reserve division champion here in the seniors. And in the championship went to the red man daughter. Red man daughter, I know that Kerry Clay has been watching all day. And so Kerry Clay's been watching, and he is super excited because his red man daughter won the championship. So that means that's 2 red mans that have taken home championship trophies. That one does not work. We are going to look for some headsets for me, and I will be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, back in Red Brahman division, this is our class 18. This is the first class in your intermediate division. These are your late summer heifers. July and August 2018. Loose heifer, everybody. Watch our gates, please. Watch our gates. Heads up. No, west side.
Okay, go, have fun. We won't see you tomorrow, we'll see you tomorrow. I would say stay home. Yeah, I would say stay home. You want to watch it, and then that way if we need any help, we can go ahead and message with you. Is that okay? Because it's going to be
behind.
nuts. Mr. V8 195/8, known as Red Man around the world, had a successful show career and now is bringing his championship genetics to herds in the USA and around the world. And with sexed semen available worldwide, he's ready to go to work for you today. Let's look at just a few of Red Man's champion progeny. sexed semen available worldwide, contact Carrie Clay or Manuel Amperon. Remember, Heart BC Brahmins.
Este es un país de cultura milenaria y modernidad, donde convive lo tradicional con lo sofisticado. Un país diverso, mágico. Un país de gente trabajadora, cálida, amable. Así es México. Y toda esta cultura y pasión viene de nuestro campo, donde cada día desde hace 100 años, hombres y mujeres trabajan por parejo, con dedicación y compromiso para hacer del cebú mexicano animales altamente productores de carne y leche. Brahman gris, Brahman rojo, Gucerat, Gir, Nelor, Indu Brasil, Sindhi. Esa dedicación, pasión y amor por el cebú nos ha llevado a crear una raza emblema, orgullo de México, sardo negro. Una raza de animales de doble aptitud, hecha en México. Ideal para la producción de carne y leche. Sardo negro, con 46 años de registro oficial por la Asociación Mexicana de Criadores de Cebú, es garantía de calidad genética, que ha cruzado las fronteras con ejemplares en Panamá, Costa Rica, Colombia, El Salvador, Honduras, Guatemala y Estados Unidos. Por nuestra gran historia con el cebú, México será sede del tercer Congreso Mundial de Criadores de Cebú, CONCEBú. Y te esperamos en Veracruz, México, del 21 al 26 de octubre de 2025. Nuevas tendencias de producción, alta genética, cebú, clave en la alimentación mundial, productores de 5 continentes, servicios y productos de clase mundial. Sin duda, será un gran encuentro, con intercambios de experiencias y lazos fraternos que nos unen a países de todo el mundo por una sola pasión. La Asociación Mexicana de Criadores de Cebú, IFICEBU, te esperan en Veracruz, México, del 21 al 26 de octubre de 2025. Tercer Congreso Mundial de Criadores de Cebú, CONCEBU, unidos por el cebú.
Into these summer heifers, the quality still keeps coming at us. Big classes, but really, really good classes. You know, again, I think we could argue a few things, but the class winner was pretty quick to find, in my opinion. I think there's the one that just has the quality and look that we've had all day long. She balances up tremendously well, plenty of dimension to go with it. I think hind leg structure is certainly on target. It's up front where I'd modify her a little bit, and she pigeon toes and wants to open in that lower part of her shoulder. But again, in this lineup, I think she's pretty dominant, and I think that's certainly not enough to get her beat in this particular group. The heifer that ends up second, I just finally settled on the thought that, you know, she's just a little more like the winner in terms of female quality and refinement. A little more moderate in terms of her size and mature weight than the heifer that's in third, and yet I think she has plenty of body and power and mass. A heifer that, compared to our winner, maybe doesn't maintain her hip structure as attractively when we get her in motion, versus this third place heifer. I think she's a little more refined in the shape of her neck. She's smoother in her shoulder. She's just a little more ladylike in the way those pieces fit together. If you want to switch 2 and 3 and roll with power, I wouldn't argue with you, because that is a big, big-bodied, massive, incredibly stout structured heifer. You know, we've seen a lot of heavy-boned cattle during the course of the day. Well, to make this one unique, and I think a great breeding piece, is that she can be heavy-boned and big-footed, but her joints aren't out of whack. And I think that's something that I appreciate. A heifer in this particular trio, maybe just a little more condition and a little coarser featured than that initial pair. But there's a lot of good in that female, and I think one that can certainly add a lot when she goes into production. The next heifer is a little more feminine, but I think she gave up quite a bit in terms of true dimension, and she needs to be modified up front. She's a little wide in the base of her shoulder and just doesn't get out of her front end quite sound enough. The heifer that comes next is interesting. I think she's one of the leaner conditioned heifers that's in the class. She's got some femininity and balance to her, very refined in all of her features, including her teats. I got to be honest, I had to take a second look, because from the side, it looks like she doesn't have a rear teat at all. It is tucked in there, though. Just the way the skin flap sits is interesting. It's there, so I didn't push her down the line because of an unfunctional udder. They're there. So I just wish that heifer had more dimension, more width all the way through. The next heifer's got more muscle. If we could drop her flank and balance her out from the side, it would make all the difference in the world. She's a little deeper through her chest than she is her rear rib, and it throws her out of balance and not quite as maternal in her general look. I love her length. I love her mass. She still moves fine. I just need more body depth and softness to her midrib. The next heifer's a little better in that regard, but she's also got enough more chest in her that she doesn't balance any better, and I think she needs to move a little sounder up front. Big ribbed, high volume, very, very muscular kind of female there, though. The next heifer, I think, is a really nice one as well. It's unfortunate. I pulled her, but she never moved sound enough for us. She's really laboring out of her front end, and I don't read big structural flaws in her in terms of angle of shoulder or set to her joints, but she is definitely laboring, getting around the ring, and we've got to judge that as is here today. The next heifer is deep and high volume. She's got a little more condition on her. I think melted down. There's probably not as much pin width and natural muscle shape from behind, and she rounds just a little bit out of that hip. Round things out, a heifer that I sorted that pair, she's a little leaner than the heifer that rounds things up. That was a big difference for me. I think a heifer that's just a little plain in her look relative to those cattle in front of her. I think this is a pretty good heifer, guys. For me here today, much like another heifer that went out of the gate in this class, she's just got too much grease on her. She's got too much condition. I think it hurts her in motion and in terms of her look. That heifer's got body and volume and mass to her. I just like to lean her up in her condition.
Thank you very much. And here are your results in Class 18. First is going to go to entry number 2001. Female Miss M2028 Cutters Rockstar, J&L Cattle Service exhibiting for owners M Squared Farms. Second went to entry 2371 with JD XT Miss Lucille 537 over 3. Lincoln Thomas of Marygowen, Louisiana is your owner and exhibitor. Third went to entry 2400
Keen Swanner of Waco, Texas, your owner exhibitor. Fourth went to entry 2423, the V6 Ranch. Fifth went to entry 2520, Watkins Cattle Company exhibiting. Alyssa Gaspard, Austin, Texas, is your owner. Sixth went to entry 1808, Travis Eastland of Winsboro, Texas, is your owner and exhibitor. Seventh went to entry 2161, the Moreno Ranches of Riesel, Texas. Eighth went to entry 1805, Rio Ranches owner out of Kaplan, Louisiana. Ninth went to entry 1876, Collins Cattle Company's your owner, Crowley, Louisiana. And 10th went to entry 1914, Glory B. Brahman exhibiting for Corey D. and Cora Vandeveer of Blanchard, Oklahoma. All right, we're leading in class 19 now. These are your summer heifers, June of 2023.
Alrighty, we're going to try this microphone. What do you think? Ah, thank goodness. All right, guys. We've gone through how many gigabytes of internet have we gone through? Do you know?
More than 100.
Oh, no, way more than that. I'm counting on my fingers, y'all. I'm tired. 300 gigabytes of internet so far, just on our personal devices, not on the $10,000 internet here at the arena. So it takes a lot to make this happen, but we're excited. So in this last class, we're going to make sure I don't bump my microphone, don't want to break it, and we've gone through 2 microphones. So I am pretty pumped because in this last class, Miss M2 028 Cutter's Rockstar, which is going to be a Rockstar daughter. That, of course, is Mr. CBR 667/8. That is out of Moreno, Miss Lady Rapunzel, and owned by M Squared Farms, shown by J&L Cattle Services. That female has won quite a bit. She was reserve intermediate champion at the Dixie National. She was the EBBA Christmas Classic Senior Yearling Champion. She was the reserve intermediate at San Antonio Livestock Show. Ooh, good picture, Vicki. I took that photo with a cell phone because they stole my camera batteries. So there you go. We get the job done. Calf champion during the EBBA Extravaganza back in May of 2024. She was our World Brahman Congress Reserve Division champion at the World Brahman Congress. So again, congratulations. That is a Cutter daughter, J&L Cattle Services, on the stick, and she just won that last class. And second in class went to none other than the JD XT Miss Lucille 537/3. That is going to be a smoking gun daughter out of HC Miss 609/1. Deacon Hal Thomas is going to be the owner, and that was the EBBA Christmas Classic Junior Show Senior Yearling Champion. So again, both of those, first in class and second in class, have had quite a show career already. We're now in class number 19. Class number 19. This is the, can you believe it is 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. It's 5 o'clock now. We are ready for 5 o'clock. It is 5 o'clock somewhere, And it is 5 o'clock here, just about. I've got 5 more minutes till my 5 o'clock window. And my 5 o'clock window, we are on class number 19. This is our second class of the intermediate division. Second class of the intermediate division. We now have 3 classes total in the intermediate division. So we will go class 19, class 20, and then we will move into the intermediate championship drive. We will then move back to the gray females. We have a boatload of cattle left to show, guys. So we're going to be here for a while, making the princesses and the queens like overwhelmingly happy. They're like, really? What do you think? 1 o'clock? No. Midnight? 10? Who knows? Late. Past my bedtime. Yep, this is going to be past my bedtime, guys. It's almost 5. And we're on the second class of intermediate. And we still have, we're all laughing over here. We're just having so much fun. We have the intermediate, the junior, the senior, and the aged senior. 4 divisions left, and then the grays, 4 divisions. We got this for y'all, guy. JK Livestock, oh my goodness. What do y'all think? I'm wondering if JK Livestock is excited. Just saying. Liberty Hill, thanks for watching with us. Yvonne Sanchez, Troy West, Paul Finnick, I'm so glad we're watching with you. We had a little Finnick over here yesterday. She was visiting with us. It was so much fun. Glenn Cox is watching. Hey, you know what? You have a beautiful daughter, just saying. Maria, thank you for watching with us, and Cindy too. We've had some great people from Australia. We also have some great breeders from all around the globe watching both online and here in the arena, because there is no catalog, so at least I'm giving you guys some information. Glenn Cox is keeping us on, letting us know what we're doing. Faustino, thanks for watching, guys. And desde donde nos están viendo? Where are you watching from? What country? When is the bull show? Eric, the bull show is going to be tomorrow. I agree, Desamia, these are some amazing red Brahman females. So we're down to the top 5 or so. I know we have a Casseret in here. We have a Walters Livestock, 4D. You're watching from the Philippines. Thank you so much for watching from the Philippines. And where in Mexico?
Tepatitlan.
Tepatitlan. Huh, got it. Tepatitlan. And Tammy Smith. Are you watching from the booth or are you watching from home in Louisiana? Liberty Hill, thanks for watching us with us. Tepatitlan, Jalisco, Mexico. You know, we're not going to be in the Philippines. I know y'all are having a field day. But we are excited to be here. Brahman Journal doing a great job as usual. Okay, guys, we're battling it out. The 2 blondes. Oh, wait, no, there's 4. Okay, we're going to go sound off for just All right, guys, we've got Callie Welty, and it looks like she's going to be in first. Let's listen.
Here. Give these again, if you would, congratulate them on an excellent set of cattle. You know, again, a little bit of give and take here. I thought the winner was pretty straightforward, though. Again, just in terms of female quality, look, balance, I think she sets the bar pretty high. In this particular group, she's so much more elegant and better in her condition than the heifer that's right behind her, and just balances out so much nicer than our third female. I think that's the good, complete heifer that, again, balances structure with a look of quality that makes her pretty tough to get around in this particular class. There's a heifer here in second that's probably got a notch more natural dimension to her. I appreciate that. Heifer, I wish we could dial her back just a little bit condition-wise. You see it up around her tail head and pones. Where it really bothers me is the way she's starting to drop a little bit, or her fill in her forerudder. I wish we could lean her up in that regard. But there's too much good in this heifer for me to get her any lower. I don't think she's out of bounds condition-wise. We probably have seen a few of those in the course of the last couple classes. I think she's still in an acceptable window, but it certainly would have helped her to freshen her up just a touch. She's stout, she's bold. I think underneath of a little more condition, there's still a nice look to that female as well. The heifer that's here in third, she's been a little ornery on us, but I think there's a lot of good in that heifer still. A little bit straighter in the angle of her shoulder than ideal, and maybe needs to level her hip out just a touch. But she is big, she is high volume, she's got a lot of performance, and when she lets that young lady get to it, she can come together with a nice look. Young lady here in fourth, she's a rock star now. Sometimes a young person and an animal are just meant to be together. And this young lady, man, it's just there. And we have one with one another out here. She does a beautiful job of sticking this heifer. I think the front 2/3 of her heifer are very, very nice. She's good-bodied. She's moderate frame. She's easy doing. She's got the right kind of dimension to her. It's from her hip back that she rolls just a little too much and gets a little frailer in terms of her bone work. The next heifer is longer. She's got muscle shape up high. She just comes off just a little shallow in her body type compared to those heifers that are leading out in front of her. But I still think her structure is built right, and I love her length, and I really, really like the correctness of condition that she's in for us. The next heifer is a little deeper sided. To me, it's just her feet that keeps her from being a contender in this particular group. Again, as you study just depth of heel, shape of foot, and just comfort as she goes to the ground, she's just not solid enough there for me to get any higher. There were times, actually, when he'd have her parked that I thought, oh man, she might be as high as second or third in this class. Once I analyzed and get a little deeper with her feet, I just couldn't do any more than that. The next heifer is certainly a striking female. Young lady does a great job showing her. Her lines are good. She's just a little uncoordinated and doesn't get out and travel quite as nice as she needs to off of either end of her skeleton, just coming up a little short in her step here today. The next heifer is high volumed and muscular, a little plainer up through her front end, a little coarser in the way she's made in her shoulder. The next heifer is tremendous, big-bodied, lots and lots of volume to her. She is an example of one that's just got too much condition for me here today. The next heifer also a little brisket and depth up through her front end that throws off her balance, but I think her body volume gets an edge over the next heifer. Next heifer, speckle neck, that's leaner, longer, more feminine, needs more body volume to call her easy flesh in enough. Then we wrap things up with a little frailer heifer that needs a shot more muscle. Again, an excellent class, top to bottom, really, really good with an outstanding lead-off heifer.
Thank you very much. And here are your results in Class 19. First it goes to entry 2051 with Lady El Zalika Rojo, 4L cattle exhibiting for Henry Lowen, your owner, out of Mart, Texas. Second went to entry 1670 with Miss BT Candelaria, RIP 29/3, Castleray Ranch exhibiting breeding technologies, your owner, out of Groveton. Third went to entry.
Okay, guys, we had some great comments while the judge was talking, so we're going to thank everybody. And Paul Finnick, thanks for saying we're doing a great job as usual. We would love to come to Australia and do this in Australia, so thank you so much. Eric is looking forward to having looking forward to the bull show, and of course had a great time today watching the female show. Tammy Smith, that of course is the matriarch of Smith Brahmins. We love her. She's not old enough to be a matriarch. Doesn't look like a matriarch. Looks like a young chick. But she is a very sweet friend, and she is at the feed mill in Marijuana, closing up the day. And we miss her so much. Somebody's got to stay home and work. Oh my goodness, why was it you? Let's find someone else. Then we have Robin Montgomery congratulating 4L Cattle and the Super Stick, Callie Welty, who of course Desomia thinks is an amazing young lady. And let's talk about Sergio Villamil, who is in Spain right now, and he will see us in Panama. And thank you for the great transmission. We are so glad to be here, Sergio. And of course, we will be in Panama at the National Show and excited about that. Our class number 19 winner went to none other than Callie Welty on the stick for Henry Lowen, which of course is 4L, which is Jeremy Lowen's son. She was the intermediate champion female, Lady L. Zulika Rojo 609. She's going to be a CT Mr. Elmo Rhino 1/7 daughter out of Lady L. Romelda Rojo 201. So again, some great genetics there. She's had very many wins already. She won a class 13, at the 2024 World Brahman Congress. She was also the bred and owned senior yearling champion at the World Brahman Congress in the junior show. She was the National Brahman Show class 13 winner. Again, just so many wins for this female already, taking that championship here on the Green Shavings in class number, what class number is this? She was in class 19. We're now in the final class of the intermediate division in the red females. We're just zooming right along today. It is, hey, Suzanne Lindley, thank you so much for watching. And we are so glad that you are appreciative of all our wonderful sponsors. And no problem. So we're throwing food at you, Ron, and you're not even paying attention, dude. Sorry. Gotta feed the team. So again, Suzanne Lindley, thank you so much. And Sarah Doucet, thanks for tuning in again. We're so glad everyone's watching. We're watching from South Africa. We're watching from all over the place. So again, thank you guys so much. Now, second in class went to Miss B.T. Candelaria Rip. Now, what does that mean? That is a CC Mr. Rip daughter. Of course, if you have been watching, you know that we are very appreciative of Cassaway Ranch and all that they've done for us. And that is going to be an animal that you can go and buy Mr. Rip semen over at Cassaway Ranch. She was the 2024 Bluebonnet Kickoff Classic Reserve Senior Yearling Champion. Again, that is Miss B.T. Candelaria Rip, 29/3. She is a CC Mr. Rip 151/0 daughter out of Miss Cato Moonshine Macy 105. Breeding Tech Ranch is the owner. We're now on class number 20, guys. Class number 20 of the intermediate. When we finish with class number 20, we will be finished with the intermediate division. So in class number 20 right now, up at the top, we have 1975. This is Miss H.C. Gianni. We have a Walters Livestock. We have all kinds of stuff going on here. Ron's eyes are getting big. His dinner just got served. It's fine. Well, actually, that's probably lunch. Lunch and dinner. Lunch, dinner, and breakfast? No, you had breakfast. I saw you had breakfast. I try to make sure everybody gets fed. Sometimes I forget. Hey, Santiago, thanks for watching with us. And Christy Forche is softballing back in Louisiana, but her team is here and they've been knocking it out of the park. Ooh, that's kind of a baseball reference, softball reference. I'm not very good at that sort of thing, so I even surprised myself, Christy. Woohoo! Jimmy Guest, thanks for watching with us. We appreciate it. We're going to walk some now. We have the H.C. Gianni. We have the 2 something or other. 2502. We have Mauricio with 2268 and 2257. I did not catch that second one. That's going to be the Miss RCS Alabama. I'm just going to guess. Okie doke. Then we have 2502. That's going to be the DR Miss Georgia. It's going to be Madison Peterson Walters Livestock. We're also going to have 2257. 2257 is the NV Miss Chief Baby Lily Reed. We're also going to have 2268. 2268. (2268) is going to be a Rio Miss Angie. That is going to be, Mauricio's leading a Rio Ranch. And speaking of Rio Ranch, they're one of our sponsors of the Bull Show, and they have some tremendous event going on Saturday. We will all be there. So again, we have Herzog, we have JK Livestock, Walters Livestock. The Rio Ranch is being walked in. We have Lily Reed with her. Lily Reed did really good at the National World Brahman Congress, if I remember right. NV Miss Chief Baby 3/5. I'm not sure if she did it with this one or something else. I'm going to just say, I bet it's with this female. She's beautiful. Madison Peterson getting pulled in from Walters Livestock. That leaves us with Herzog, JK Livestock, and Lily Reed for Reed cattle. We're in the arena with Chris Mullinex, our judge. Hey Marcia, thanks for watching. Tammy Smith, we love you, we miss you. Will Smith, so glad you're watching with us. Let us know if you see something you like, who you're cheering for. Let us know if you like the coverage, if you're going to hang with us till the very end, if you think it's 5 o'clock and it's time to start partying. It is Houston, you know. Junior Delgadillo. We want to know where everyone is watching from. What city, what state. If you're watching on your phone, if you're watching from your living room. We're going to walk one more time. Of course, thank you to our tremendous sponsors, ST Genetics. They've had a great day because they sell a lot of semen on a lot of the bulls that have created these beautiful females. The AMCC, they're here in the house promoting. Let's see. First is going to go to JK Livestock. And go JK Livestock. You know what? From your lips to Katie Knox to the judge's ears. I'm just saying. Let's listen to the judge.
Well, another very class, top to bottom. Really, really strong individual, though, again, that leads off. And we walk these top three, but a little like we've had in one or two other classes lately. It was more of just trying to study the details between second and third, because I thought our light-colored heifer here wins pretty comfortably. When we stop them, I think, again, a lot like we've had in other class winners, there's the one that presents such a high-quality look to you. She's still got the right kind of body and natural dimension to give you the look of a long-term brood cow. I think just an excellent individual. Look forward to having her as part of this drive once we get here to this division. From me, 2 and 3 is where it got close. And as we set them out in motion the last time, I think it really, it was already made up in my mind, but I wanted to secure it, its front end structure. And, you know, the heifer in second just reaches and is so much more comfortable in the way that she finds her front step coming out on the move. That's what made the difference. I think her shoulder stays in her better when she's in motion as well. I like the tidiness of the underline in our third heifer, and there's times, man, when she can really strike a pose and give you a look, and, you know, lady knows how to get the most out of her. The problem is It's hard getting that head and neck out of her shoulder because she's just a little too straight up there. Big-bodied, powerful heifer with a neat look to her, just a nickel sounder and a more moderate kind of package that's there in second. So 2 very good heifers duking it out for second and third. I appreciate them both. Long-bodied and pretty sound heifer that comes next. She just comes off a little too shallow in her body type. You back off the cattle, and all 3 of those in front of her just have that softness in their midrib, that depth of body that give them a broodier look. I like this heifer's length, her correctness of condition. She's still got plenty of muscle. You know, guys, the heifer that's next in line, a little like 1 or 2 we've seen in some previous classes. If we could just clean her body condition up a little bit, she'd be more of a player for me. She's just past where she needs to be in terms of degree of condition today. Doesn't mean I don't appreciate her, though. She is really deep and high volume. She is a little heavier condition for a reason, is because she can naturally do it, and I appreciate that. Just not quite as feminine and as well balanced because of that extra degree of cover she's got. Bigger frame, longer bodied heifer that's just a little more extreme in that regard for me, and a little flatter in her body type, but a nice look that comes there next. Another nice looking heifer that needs a shot more depth and center rib to her and gets just a little rounder in terms of that hip structure. But boy, she's got a bold upper turn to her body and a really, really muscular shape, and she's remarkably attractive and clean for the kind of muscle she's got. I appreciate that. The next heifer is one that's probably just a nickel deeper in the center portion of her rib. That's what made that pair close. For me, she's a little short and steep out of her rump structure. That's where I'd like to modify her, give her a little more flex in that hock, and change the way that hip structure is built just a touch, because from her hip forward, I think that's a very nice female. The next heifer is moderate and deep and high volume and an easy fleshing. She's got a little extra set to that hind leg and kind of drops her pins. A heifer that needs to balance up just a nickel nicer, but again, a testament to how deep and good this class was. Big frame, high performing heifer that's just a little tight in her spine when she goes. Coming next, a big, deep ribbed, high volumed heifer next that's got a little too much condition on her and needs to be squared up in the way her hip structure is made. We round out the class with some cattle that don't quite match up in terms of skeletal correctness, movement, and balance, and a heifer that rounds things up that's very feminine but a little too frail and needs more muscle. Again, an excellent class, really, really nice top end and deep quality class there of good red heifers.
Thank you, Mr. Mullinex. Here's your results in Class 20. First is going to entry 2011 with Miss RCS Alabama, 515 over 23.
Alrighty, guys, we have a champion in that class, and guess what? She was sold in Best Cattle Sales in the Rodriguez and Friends sale. So, woohoo for Best Cattle Sales, that's us, and excited to see everybody watching. So we have a bunch of comments, and we had a bunch of people giving the best. Katie Knox was saying, go JK Livestock. We'll see if Iran can get to those comments here in a minute. Intermediate Championship Drive is going into the arena. So Katie Knox was wishing the best. And then Let's Go Bama and JK Livestock. Nueces Valley is watching from Tyler, Texas on their phone, and they're wishing for Lily to do well. Samantha Bell Harney is Let's Go Bama and JK Livestock. Cindy is watching on her phone from Lottie, Louisiana. For Sadie Stibe, good best of luck to all. Linda's watching from her living room, sitting in her recliner. You know what? I want to be in a recliner too, Linda. Just saying. Katie Knox, way to go, JT. You are doing outstanding. JK Livestock and New Caney, Texas. The Philippines Assistant Secretary for Livestock with cattle ranchers and breeders of their country is here now at Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. So again, guys, we are into, and in second place, not to be remiss, our good friend Lily Reed, who is so cute, who we had to make dance with her banners at the World Brahman Congress. She was the senior yearling at the World Brahman Congress Junior Show. She was also the grand champion with that female. Let's listen. Oh, she was the grand champion at the Congress Junior Show too. I mean, that was just amazing. She was the Brahman event reserve grand and senior yearling. She has won so much with that female. Second in class is a huge win. Let's go listen and see what the judge thinks. But right now we're going to be seeing 3 different females possibly battling it out for championship. We have, out of the first class, the Miss M2028 Cutters Rock Star. That, of course, is a CBR Cutter daughter out of Merino, Miss Lady Rapunzel, and that is owned by M Squared Farms. Our second class was won by Callie Welty on the stick for Henry Lowen at 4L, and that is Lady L Zulika Rojo. That is going to be a CT Mr. Elmo Rhino 1/7 daughter out of Lady L Romelda Rojo 201. And then in the very last class, as we said, Miss RCS Alabama 515/23. That is a Mr. Pistolero daughter out of Moreno, Miss Lady Mirami, and that is Angel Garcia, exhibited by JK Livestock. So again, and she sold as a in the best cattle sales sale. Let's listen to the judge, Chris Mullinex.
Well, guys, another wonderful division, and these 3 class winners. What a testament to how good this intermediate division was. Those 3 heifers are all really, really nice. And I will tell you, I don't want to discount the value and the strength of those second place heifers. But the 3 class winners are my 3 favorite heifers in this division. And now you've got to make some decisions on where you want to land on some of the subtle differences that are there. The one thing I'll tell you is all 3 of them are high quality individuals that are going to go back and I think make an impact as they enter a breeding program. Even though you might want to made them differently, kind of strategically do some different things based around the strengths that each of them have. But I think each of the 3 are really, really nice. You know, just to tell you what I see in the trio, this heifer out of class number 1 is it is very unique. To have that kind of a striking, up-headed look and still the power that she's got is not overly common. I appreciate that about her. She has the one flaw we talked about, and it's a matter of where you stand on her front end structure. If you think it's acceptable enough, then she's certainly a contender in this particular drive. She was way, way too good in her class to ever consider her not being a class winner. But I'll be honest, you know, we've studied and we've talked a lot about it all day, and it is a big priority to me. And that's probably a place where I've got to draw a line with an elite set of heifers and class winners in this group. Take nothing away. That heifer, if you came back 10 years from now and said, man, that one made an elite donor and she had some incredible progeny down the, I wouldn't argue, I wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. It's my job to break down all the things and put emphasis where I think they need to be in the ring today. And unfortunately, that front end structure is enough of a piece, a flaw that I just feel more comfortable in than other 2 heifers behind her in the way that their structure is built. So it really boils down to those 2. And now it's a matter of what kind you want. They're both sound. The heifer out of class 2, so refined, so feminine, so high quality, balances up incredibly well. The extension up front, the pigmentation, the shape on the top side of her neck, all of those things I think make for a beautiful silhouette here from the side, and one that gets out and moves so comfortably and good. Versus a little more power in the light red heifer in the back, bolder bodied, bigger hipped, a little stouter in her bone work, a little more substance to her, maybe not quite as just effortless in motion, but still very comfortable for me from a structure standpoint. 2 very, very nice heifers. I don't think it's a secret which way I tend to lean in a set of females, but those are 2 heifers that are very, very deserving. Heck, a trio of heifers that I think a lot of in this particular group. Young lady, you are going to have the divisional champion. Young man, you'll have reserve. Good job.
And there's your intermediate champion, ladies and gentlemen, coming out of class 19. That's entry number 2051. Female Lady Elzalika Rojo. Henry Lowen, your owner, exhibited by 4L Cattle of Mart, Texas. And Class 20, followed that up with your reserve. Entry 2011, Miss RCS Alabama 51523, JK Livestock of New Caney, Texas. Once again, give them another big round of applause. Fantastic intermediate red Brahman division.
Folks, while we have a little bit of a break, I want to refamiliarize you with some of our help here in the ring. Helping on behalf of the American Junior Brahman Association today, acting in the ring wearing their lovely gray shirts, is the 2024-2025 officers and directors of our National Junior Brahman Association. Mr. Zach Mosley, sitting down here up front, is the president of AJBA this year. Ms. Brooke Wan.
All right, guys, we're back and I got a microphone. That's always exciting. Okay, so I am here with 4L, and I tell you what, it is definitely a team effort. And they have Callie Welty, the super stick. There are a lot of people that were absolutely rooting for you. Of course, 4L, they're always rooting for you. So, Jeremy Long, tell me a little bit about this cow.
Oh, she's a dark pigmented June of 2023 heifer sired by CT1/7 and out of a Smoke and Gun Trisha donor cow. It's actually Henry's heifer. He picked her out. He did the work. He broke her. But Callie does a tremendous job campaigning her, showing her, and getting her to look her very best in the show ring.
Hey, Henry, You got that trophy, don't you?
Yep.
And are you going to let that trophy go?
Nope.
I don't blame you. I wouldn't share that trophy either. And I saw you, and you did pretty good at like the World Brahman Congress in the junior show, didn't you?
Yeah.
And tell me what you won there.
Bred and owned division.
Oh, well, yeah, just the bred and owned division at the World Brahman Congress. Oh my Lord, he just sounds so relaxed about it. Dude, that was so cool. I remember watching you there. You looked great. Was it fun?
Yes.
Absolutely. And I bet this was fun watching and winning that big trophy, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think you're back there dancing and you're doing a good job, so the whole family. So Callie, tell me, this was your first big division win here at Houston?
Yes, ma'am. It's my first time to ever win or reserve anything in a division at the international show. So super exciting, little fun day, and super blessed to be able to show with the Lowen crew and that they trust me enough to put their cattle in my hands.
Yep, absolutely. And they could not be putting their cattle in better hands. And of course, no slouch yourself. I mean, you've won on these green shavings. We've seen show cows. We've seen all kinds of stuff. So if you're looking for some great cattle, you need to talk to Jeremy here at 4L. And he does sell some great ones. So we're going to go back into the green shavings. And thanks. And was this fun?
Oh, absolutely. Very fun.
And you're not letting go of the trophy, are you?
No.
Yeah. Okay, so we know where the trophy's going. Sorry, Dad. Back to the shavings.
Thank you, Victoria.
All right, we're ready. And I wrangled up our reserve division champion. That was a big day for you, wasn't it?
Yes, ma'am, it is. It was definitely a good day for us so far.
Okay, and so this is the reserve division champion. I'm just going to say I was super excited because I looked her up and she sold on one of our sales on Best Cattle Sales, which is our sale platform. So tell me your name.
My name is JT K.
Yeah, and JT, it's JK Livestock, correct?
Yes, ma'am, it is. It's me, my mom, and my girlfriend. We trying to start this deal by ourselves. We're kind of little. Hopefully we can play with the big people someday.
I think they're already playing with the big people. What do y'all think back at home? I'm going to tell you, you had a ton of people messaging, tagging, go, and they were very excited. This is something people dream about for very many years.
We have done it for a long, long time.
Yeah, you know what? There are no little people in our world, and you're playing with the big boys, but you know what? You are one of the big boys, and so that was exciting. Tell me about the heifer.
Like you said, we bought her in a Best Cattle Sales. She's kind of been a slow grower, but she's starting to come along pretty dang well. So the last few months she's come along. We've hit a few shows along the ways, and she's done extremely well. And then we get here at the international show and do even better than what we even thought we would do. So she's definitely been a good heifer for us.
Absolutely, and look at that beautiful trophy, and that is huge. That's something that people dream about. So where do you guys do your business at? What state and what city?
So we're out of New Caney, Texas. We are about 30 minutes north of Houston, so we're not too far from here.
And you know what else? He also won class what?
Class 14 of grays with with a heifer that we bought from same people, but it's she's definitely coming along too. We definitely have to look out for her in the future.
All right, so we had a great day, and you will not forget this name. So congratulations, JK Livestock. Don't forget them. We're going back to the shavings now.
Another really strong class here as we get into the summer grades, and I think a pretty outstanding place to start. Once again, it was a little like some of those classes in that last red division where kind of the winner stood out, and then you have to make some decisions beyond that. I think that's the same here. She's powerful. I think a heifer that's certainly not got any major structural issues in her. In fact, her hind leg I like a lot. Their joint work to be as stout as she is and yet clean jointed. I like up front. I don't know if she's perfect in the way she comes out of her shoulder into the ground, but certainly when she gets in motion, everything stays collected. In fact, that tail even goes down and she kind of looks somewhat normal when we're set out in motion. But I think an outstanding lead-off heifer. To me, 2-3, that's your close decision. You can do what you like. A little more length in our second place heifer. I like the femininity that she presents as well. Maybe just a little better in her ankle going away from you. I like to square her hip up. She's just a little low in that pin set, a little rounder, maybe not quite as deep centered as the heifers on either side of her. That's what makes it close. This female's a little bit deeper, more moderate in terms of her look. I appreciate that. She's another one that rounds a little too much out of her hip for me and runs downhill just a little bit. So that balance difference is probably enough to sort what was a very, very close pair. I tell you, this heifer in fourth, there were times I thought she might be as high as second. When we get her in motion, she probably looks a little better than when she stands still. That hind leg's just a little frailer and she camps it underneath of herself. But in motion, she kind of pulls herself together pretty well. I guess the determining factor for me, I'm not wild about the shape of her feet. She needs to have a little stronger, deeper heel and a little more substance at the ground. So that's why she ends up where she does. Very intriguing heifer. She's moderate, really, really stout, and very proportional in the way she's built. She's just not exactly my kind. A little too short and compact and coarse in her makeup. But that heifer's got value in her because of that power and mass in still what is a very attractive kind of package in the way her lines fit together, just a little coarser made. A heifer that comes next that's big and performance driven, got a little bit of joint and is a little off in the way she plants in that rear pastern. A heifer that's maybe just a little plainer in her look, but I love her body volume, her performance, her depth of rib, all an easy fleshing kind of look in that female. Same old's true for the next heifer, just a little off from a balance standpoint. Never gives you quite as attractive a look as she needs because of the roundness she's got to her hip structure. The next heifer, a little sickle-hocked and a little frail off of that hind leg. I'd like to maybe see just a little more stoutness of feature to her, but she's, again, a moderate heifer that's got some body volume, and I think she's in very, very nice condition. This is a great-looking heifer at the stand that's too straight in her hock. That's really what it boiled down to. The red-tinged heifer has a beautiful top line and an awesome look standing still. She's just too tight and rigid in the way she goes. Round things out with a pair of heifers that also need to be modified a little in hip and hind leg structure that maybe don't have the extra look of that one in front of them, but maybe do have a nickel more body and depth. So good cattle top to bottom once again. Outstanding lead-off heifer there that wins it.
Thank you, Mr. Mullinex. Let's talk about your placings here in the July through August yearling class. First place, entry 710, BRC Sparks Fly 430, Brandon and Rachel Cottrell, Wharton, Texas. Second in class goes to entry 1108, Grace McCall, Bell City, Louisiana. From Winnsboro, Texas. Sixth place to 781. Wyatt Parker, Liberty, Texas. 10th place to 1246, Miss BER Wildflowers, 61 with a 1. Jackson Smith from Burton, Texas. 661 IS, Miss Baby Spice, Brandolyn Bishop, Orange Grove, Texas. Moving now to class number 19. These are the June of 2023 heifers.
One, two, there we go. Have a microphone. All right, guys. So in that last class, which was class number 18, our winner was BRC Sparksfly 430. BRC Sparksfly 430. That is going to be a very special female of Brandon and Rachel Contreras. Of course, BRC is one of our sponsors here, so thank you very much. And that is going to be a M2 BRC captain daughter out of the super famous, very sweetie, BRC Sweetie. I mean, she does follow her name, and she's had so many champions. She's a very special female. BRC Sweetie 486 over 8 is the dam of that last class winner. And in second, we had the LPC female. That, of course, is going to be Miss LPC 250. She's a PCC Back to the Future 570 daughter out of Miss LPC 125. Of course, she's been a class champion many times, and she was just second in class here on the green shavings at Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. We're now into class number 19. Hey, Madison. Somebody is shouting out for Madison. And Chad Phillips is saying congratulations to LPC. Awesome calf out of our Back to the Future bull. And so, again, really excited to see everyone here. We're going to go sound off for a second. See if I can fix my other microphone. Everyone was like, sound off, quick. Okay, wait. Star B Brahmans, AMCC, 4G Farms, Azteca Ranch, Heart BC Brahmins, and BRC. Guys, from the bottom of my heart and from the bottom of my pocketbook, thank you so much, because we are blowing through the internet wildly, but we are super excited because so far it's been working. Let's see if it keeps going. Thanks, guys, for all your support. In business. All right. Guys, we're back in business. Whoa, a little loud. It might be just a touch on the loud side. Or maybe not. How are we? Are we good? Yep, we're good. Okie dokie. All right, guys, we are in class number 19, blowing through this show. Class number 9. What's the final number? What's the last class number, Mr. Iran? 36, 37.
You mean the entire show?
The entire show.
I thought you were talking
dang
about
it.
just this division.
No, yeah. What's the last class number of the entire show?
36.
37.
37?
Well, that's for the championships. So really 36. So Enrique Sanchez of Rancho Chapapote is walking by. He's like, it's been a long day. It has been. Okay, let's see what we've got. The judge is walking through. We have Chris Mullenix walking by the IS Ranch Fitting Service female. We have 6 females still on the rail. Thank you guys so much for watching. Thanks for hanging in there. But you know what? Do you think anyone started at the very beginning and they're still watching? That's what we want to know. Has anyone tuned in from, hey, Pops, how are you? I bet you have not done this, though I know you would if you could have. But I would like to know if anyone has been with us through this entire show so far today. Did you tune in with us at 8? And have you stayed with us? Of course, we did have that little down moment when we had to stop on Facebook because they said you can only stream for 12 hours at a time. Just kidding. It's really more like 8. So, Ron, ask that in Spanish.
Amigos de Latinoamérica, repórtense en los comentarios. Repórtense.
Sí.
¿Alguno de ustedes ha estado conectado con nosotros desde las 8 de la mañana? Sí. ¿Qué han estado haciendo mientras ven la transmisión?
Now, if they went to the bathroom, it's okay. Or to get popcorn, or to like pour a drink or make a coffee, that's okay.
Julia White.
Julia Wade. Oh, Julie Wade. Yes. Julie Wade, you are hardcore, girlfriend. You are. I know. And she's watching from Florida. I know that, we're allowed to take bathroom breaks. So we're allowed to take some time to go get a coffee or a popcorn. So Julie Wade, you win the day because you have been. Now, Julie, you're going to have to stick with us. Katie, you're going to have to stick with us because Julie's sticking with us. Carlos, Pop Scara, cover photo man. He had the photo on the cover of the February Brahman Journal, Brahmer Journal. That's us. And we're having a good time. And I had to Ooh, you have been watching since 8. Yeah, I know, it's crazy. And you're going to be watching after 8, too. I'm just going to say. I had dinner reservations and had to cancel. But that's okay. I had some dinner here. I had lunch, breakfast, and it's going to consider my dinner. Can I have my watch back?
I just got dinner.
I know, but you had breakfast. I saw you.
It was a cinnamon.
Oh, tell me you didn't get me
brisket.
one. Oh no, that's okay.
No,
Cinnamon brisket?
Biscuit.
Biscuit. There you go. There you go. Okay. I was like, what? All right, guys. So we're in the second
John Clay
class.
has been
Carrie
watching.
Clay, you've been watching the whole time? Carrie Clay had watched except for phone calls. You know what, Carrie? That's okay. And Alejandro has seen the judgment since 8, and he's been reading his collection of Brahman journals. Score! We love you. And then from Paraguay.
Desde Paraguay.
He's been watching since 8. I love you guys. You know what? You are there for me. Because we were getting a little cranky and tired, but now that I know other people have been watching from the beginning, cheering for Grace and Camp McCall. Go LPC. You know what, guys? I love y'all. I love my Brahman family, and now that I know that y'all are hardcore and you're watching the girls get those amazing photos and do those little neck rolls. Savannah's over there doing a neck roll, trying to get like those shoulders going. Andre's over there. trying to get video. Let's see what the judge does. We have 3 left. We have Bryn with 5H. We have DS on the back of the shirt. Give me some numbers if you can, Mr. Ron, can you?
Which one?
We're in class. Oh, we have DS, Miss Rebel. Okay. And it looks like he's going to win the class. And Bryn is going to be 3rd. Who is in
Okay,
2nd? Let's listen.
This is good. I think here on the top end, the challenge to me is I really like the big basic picture of all of these cattle on the top end. And, you know, now it's my job to dig in and find some of the details. And the more details I find, the more it makes me scratch my head and say, you know, can she still win the class? And I think, again, it's one of those times where you just got to weigh what's in front of you. I don't know that the perfect one's out here, but my goodness, is there a lot of really good ones. Give these exhibitors a nice round of applause if you would, and we'll talk about the cattle individually. You know, this heifer that leads off, when they hit the ring, kind of the first thing that I said was, man, just a moderate, good doing cow. And I still feel that way. And she balances out very nicely. She's not quite as sharp in her look as the second place heifer when we get them stopped. I think they're relatively equivalent in terms of the true features of balance. She's got a little more condition on her, and that's why she doesn't come off quite as sharp as the heifer right behind her. But I think if you study her lines and her kind, those things are still all there. And I love the depth and the moderation she's got to come with it. You know, when we just travel them from a distance, length of stride, flex to her hock, those are advantages that she has over our second place heifer. She's just a little freer in the way she goes off of both ends. I'd like to lean her up a touch. And there's just one flaw that makes this really challenging to me, and it's her front toes. That's what it boils down to. That's why I just can't say, oh, that's an easy winner to me. Those front toes are just not good enough. I wish they were, and then we'd say lock on and go, because it would be easy for me, but like to modify her there. The challenge is, don't know if there's a big advantage in that regard to the heifer in second. She's got a little of the same problem, and she's tighter moving, as we already talked about. Man, I love this one when she gets stopped. She's got such a fresh, attractive, good look to her, highlighted by a showman that knows how to get the most out of her. She's got a really nice shape to her. She's just a little too short-strided and tight in her movement. That's really what it boiled down to. With that said, I even thought that the third heifer was deserving of consideration to win the class. And it just came down to stepping off to the side and saying, yes, as much as I probably prefer her feet a little, she doesn't have the same kind of quality and balance, and that's why she ends up third. She's just a little low in her pins, a little deep in her chest relative to her flank. Nothing really quite balances out at the elite level of that top pair for me to make that choice and go ahead and move her up a spot or two. The heifer that comes next, a little tougher to look at, that skin and hair coat that makes her just a little staler or rougher at first glance. I hope you see the good I do in this heifer. From her hip forward, I could defend her winning the class. I think she's bold and correct in the shape of her body. I think her front end structure is very nice. Her length of stride is excellent off both ends. The problem is she starts to curl that hind leg a little too far under her, and she gets too round in that hip, and it throws off her balance. Here's a very feminine, very fresh, really attractive heifer that just needs more to her that comes in the next hole, just a little flatter in her general makeup than I would prefer. The next heifer has got more body mass to her. Her feet need to be better. She needs to be more comfortable at the ground and balance up just a little nicer. But I like her body type and her doability. The next heifer, obviously, the tail switch throws her balance off a little bit, but I hope you can see the good I do in her in terms of body mass, freshness of condition, all very nice. Just a little awkward in the way she handles that hip and hind leg. Big high volume heifer that's got a little more condition on her and just needs to be freshened up and more feminine. that comes next. Another big ribbed, smooth heifer that comes next that's a little round in her hip structure and doesn't quite have the look from the side. Then we have a heifer that's got a little too much chest and brisket in her, throws her out of balance a touch, but I like her performance, her length, and her growth there. Long-bodied, lean heifer that comes next that needs more depth. And then we round things out with a pair of heifers, one that's got a little more frame and length to her, like her length of stride needs more dimension, another that's a little more moderate but a little jammed up through her front end. Again, a really, really strong class, challenging but good cattle once again.
Thank you, sir. Your placings in class number 19 are as follows. First place to 1356, DS Ms. Reveille 164 with a 3, Marin Stevens from Cleveland, Texas. Second to 1355, DS Miss Jenny 163 with a 3, another entry from Marin Stevens from Cleveland. Third place to 1522, Miss 5H Amber 5 with a 3, shown by Bryn Harris from Poth, Texas. Fourth place to 1111, Miss LPC 249, Camp McCall, Bell City, Louisiana. Fifth place to 1513, Vic Mars Blair, shown by Vicmar Cattle Company, Texas.
All right, guys, we're going to tell you just real quick, just a little bit about the two that were champion in our champion in that class. That's going to be the DS Miss Revel. That is a BRC Mr. Aggie daughter out of Miss Diamond S. Bobby. That is going to be David and Callie Sheffield as the breeders and Marin Stevens as the owner. Then in the second class, it was another DS. That's pretty cool. And again, so they were 1-2. DS Miss Jenny 163 over 3. That's going to be a Mr. V8 968 over 7 out of Miss TO 66 over 5. And that again is going to be the same way. David and Callie Sheffield and Marion Stevens as the owner. We're now into class 20, and after this class we will be zooming right along into that championship drive for the intermediate coming back soon, guys.
Bowling Green, Florida, at 13th place to 1202.
To all the people that is watching, thank you. Is there a way to get the cattle mailed to you each month? The catalog. Do you mean the magazine maybe? If it's the magazine, yes, you can subscribe to receive the physical magazine on BrahmanJournal.com, and also we have the online version that has different, that is for free an entire year, and from there you can see another packages where you can include to see and read online more magazines from past years too. And we are in class 20. Class 20 of 37 classes. 20 of 37 classes. Para aquellos que nos están viendo en español, estamos en la clase 20 de un total de 37. Llevamos aquí desde las 6 de la mañana y el show empezó a las 8. Síguenos en todas nuestras redes sociales. Ahora también estamos transmitiendo en vivo por un ratito nada más. Estamos transmitiendo en vivo por un ratito nada más en TikTok. Thank you all for watching. If you have kids that like the Brahman cattle, for a few minutes we are going to be live streaming in TikTok. So go to TikTok and give us some love there. Don't forget to subscribe, follow, and comment on all our posts and social media content on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, X, former Twitter, and now TikTok. We are here in the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, and of course we cannot do that without our sponsors. From the Gray Female Show, Starby Brahmans, the MCC, Asociación Mexicana de Criadores de Cebú, 4G. We were yesterday with the 4G family, and we post an interview we did with them this morning. So once the show finish, when it finish, make sure to go there and continue looking a little bit more of our content from the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. Azteca Ranch, of course, Herbie C Brahmans, BRC, and more. And of course, all of them have a specials, let's call it that way, for you here at Houston. So if you visit their stand, let them know that you saw their brand on the live stream, and make sure to ask for what they are offering here at Houston, or their disposal on, no, sorry, not disposal, their availability on genetics. Para aquellos que no, now I'm going to switch to Spanish. Allow me these people that speak in English just to cover a little bit of our Latin American people, including myself. A todos los que nos están viendo, no se olviden de suscribirse, seguirnos en todos lados, y estamos en el Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, el juzgamiento internacional de Brahman, que se está llevando a cabo aquí en Houston, Texas. Estamos en la clase 20 de la división intermedia. Después de esto viene la competencia de división, en la que veremos a las primeras clases a los primeros de cada clase que participan dentro de esta división. Por supuesto, síganos en nuestras redes sociales, véanos en todos lados y no se olviden de comentar. El juez ha hecho un excelente trabajo, hay muchísimo ganado aquí en el evento, y esto es posible, o nuestra transmisión es posible, gracias a nuestros patrocinadores. Amigos de Latinoamérica, hacer esta transmisión requiere de muchas cosas y muchas personas. El equipo entero de la Brahman Journal está aquí en Houston trabajando arduamente dentro de la pista, fuera de la pista y en el cajoncito de prensa donde estamos transmitiendo en vivo. Eso en cuanto al personal al cual le mandamos saludos. Por supuesto, denle su amor en los comentarios, taguéenlos, díganles que están haciendo un excelente trabajo para que se sientan más animados. Están en la pista, están tomando fotografías y videos desde las 8 de la mañana hasta que esto termine. En el stand están atendiendo a todas las personas que se están acercando a nosotros a preguntar acerca de las revistas, cómo obtenerlas, cómo leerlas, cómo hacer que les lleguen hasta su domicilio. Y por supuesto, a las personas que también están trabajando con nosotros desde casa, porque tenemos que hacer los resultados, los posteos, y esa es indiscutiblemente la increíble Maciel, que se ha chutado con nosotros todo el evento. Y eso, como les decía, es la parte del personal. En la parte técnica, cámaras, equipo, la transmisión, el software, pero sobre todo en este caso, el internet, que ha sido una maravilla. Gracias a Dios ha estado funcionando. Gracias a Dios no hemos tenido problemas de internet, otro que tener que recargarlo porque se gasta. Aquí en Houston, para este evento, si requieres internet, hay dos formas de obtenerlo. A través de traerlo tú mismo, lo cual a veces es un poquito riesgoso, porque dentro de la instalación, donde hay mucho metal, está todo en claustro, no llega bien la señal. Y también Are you okay?
Yeah. I was just scared I was going to get caught right there in the corner.
Did you see what happened earlier with the heifer that jumped in the tables?
No, what happened?
Oh, you missed it. Just like that, but that one run away, jump into the tables, make a quick jump in the table, and go to the other side.
Oh my gosh.
Fortunately, no one get hurt.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, that's crazy.
Yes. Y como les estaba diciendo, aquí el internet, bueno, para rentar el internet tiene un costo aproximadamente de $10,000 más o menos.
Are you talking to me?
No, I'm talking in live stream. We are live streaming everything. No problem, no problem. One of the official photographers just came by because we have an animal that got a little loose, and she refugee with us a little bit. Una fotógrafa oficial se acercó a nosotros porque se soltó un animal y buscó refugio en nuestra esquina.
Heads up in the main arena. Watch your gate over on the staging side.
Y por supuesto, les decía, aquí sí, rentar ese internet a los de Houston te cuesta aproximadamente entre $8,000 y $10,000 dependiendo de la capacidad que necesites. Entonces nosotros tenemos ese como respaldo porque tiene cierta capacidad y no nos alcanza para todo lo que estamos transmitiendo. Y de igual manera traemos nuestro propio internet como respaldo y lo hemos estado consumiendo. Llevamos, podría decirse, ya gigas y gigas y gigas de información consumida por la transmisión, por las computadoras, por las fotografías, por el equipo que está en el stand haciendo suscripciones y demás. Sacamos la cuenta en general y solo hasta el día de hoy, porque todavía falta el resto del show, ya llevamos más de 300 gigas de información. Ya fácilmente estamos alcanzando el medio terabyte de transmisión en solo 3 días. Así que gracias por vernos a todos. Gracias. Y todo este preludio fue para agradecer a los patrocinadores, pues que es gracias a ellos que podemos hacer esto. Starry Brahmans, la Asociación Mexicana de Criadores de Cebú, 4G, Azteca Ranch, Herd BC Brahmans and BRC están patrocinando la calificación de hembras grises del día de hoy. ¿Ok? queremos saludar a todos, agradecerles y vamos a cambiar un poquito al inglés. Miss Victoria Lambert is almost here, but meanwhile I'm going to talk with you a little bit in English. I'm sorry, it's not my first language, so I'm trying to do my best while I'm covering Miss Victoria Lambert while she does some business, and of course, sorry, something felt. We have the last 4 Duhan.
Okay, I'm good.
They are going to circle around.
Is there a way to get the catalog mailed to you each month? Our magazine?
I already talked about that with him. I think it's the magazine too. I'm not really sure.
Okay. You said something and you're sorry. No, wait, I had nothing on.
Yes, I was talking to people and of course apologize myself because they probably just hear blah 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 in English.
Hang tight, I gotta get a microphone on. Oh wait, I gotta get over here.
And also talk a little bit in Spanish, so the English people probably just hear Chinese.
No. I gotta find mine. Let's try this. We're gonna have to test it.
Okay, Miss Victoria Lambert is back, so I'm going to turn on her microphone so she can talk with you all. I know you miss her.
We're going to see if this works. I don't think anybody misses me at this stage in the game. I have talked since 8 o'clock this morning, and it is 6:30. You know, I was out there in the back in the makeup pen, and they were like, it's after 6? And I'm like, oh, yeah. So if you were planning on going to dinner, you're not now. Okay, let's see. 1, 2. Ooh, look. Charles, Eddie, Payne, Wilson. Oh, you're a goddess. Thank you. Someone is handing me off some water. I'm extremely excited. Charles, Eddie, Payne, Wilson.
1572.
I know Charles, Eddie, Payne, Wilson. I got to get to the right classes because I got my paperwork all messed up. We're in class 20, and this is going to be BRC, Walking on Sunshine, right? 1225, right?
The second one?
Oh, yeah. Who's the first one? I know that's Addison World.
1572 is the one.
Oh, it's first
Yes.
right now. Well, she's not really first. I mean, there's 2 out there. 1572?
Is this one.
Is this one right here. He is like, okay, that is BCC Lady Prada and BRC Walking on Sunshine. He's trying to make up his mind. He's looking back and forth. Chris Mullenix, the judge, really likes them both. I think he's going to talk good about them both because this was a tough class. Looks like Isaac Duhan was in 3rd, and looks like England Cattle Company 2nd and 1st. Oh my gosh. Get that.
I don't have a camera.
You don't have a camera? Okay.
This is another thing.
Guys, what a deep, incredible class.
Nicole Wilson.
These came out in the ring and we walked them all the way around, and then we got back to start pulling them. I think this was the the 10th out of 15 heifers that I pulled on a first pull. That tells you how deep I thought this group was. She was at the back of the lineup, and she's the final one. I wasn't pulling in any order, but man, I just kept coming back and saying, man, she needs to be pulled. She needs to be pulled. And all of a sudden we had an easy top 10 heifers that I'm really, really excited about. I really, once we got the top group together, these were the two that fit together, and I really, really like quite well. Their moderation is obviously what makes them somewhat similar. But I think this dark heifer here, she's one that really, if you break her down and you study that one, I think she's a very, very unique female. A heifer that I think combines just an exquisite look and balance. She's so refined and feminine and smooth in her transitions, and yet she'll surprise the heck out of you. You get up on top of her, and she has true width, true dimension and muscle shape. We get them out in motion. That's not the heaviest structured heifer that's out here, but she's got plenty of bone and foot for me. Her joint work is right. Everything stays together really, really nice. She is not just the biggest, deepest heeled heifer that's out here, but everything is comfortable. Everything is really, really fluid in motion. I think a very nice female to lead things off. Here's a heifer that comes off a little stouter, a little more rugged in terms of her initial appearance. I don't know that she's got any more muscle to go with that. She's just a little stouter in her features, and with that, a little coarser in terms of her shoulder. I really like this one at the ground, though. I love her feet. I love her movement. I think her function is just spot on. A heifer that's just not quite as elite in terms of head and neck and extension and femininity up front, but a heifer that matches right up with her in a lot of ways. I like those two heifers a lot to lead off this class. Take nothing away from the red-tinged heifer that comes next, though, and boy, this young guy, he's got a heifer that likes to show for him, and when he gets her stopped, man, he can park her and say, wow, she can give them a run, and I think she can. She's a little
Okay, so I am here with Nicole Wilson, and we're just like over here crying. Charles, Eddie Payne Wilson, how important a moment was this for you and your family?
This has been amazing. He's never gotten one of these before, so this is his first big bow-legged H, and to me, this is the best show of them all. This is the granddaddy of them all, and Eddie feels the same way, so it's just really special.
And this is his last year as a junior.
This is his last year as a junior, and starting in August, he will be an adult.
Yeah. He's kind of an adult now, but you know what?
He's big enough to be one.
We love your family.
Thank
we
you.
love y'all. We're going to watch him in the championship drive.
Yes,
We're going to let
ma'am.
you go enjoy.
Thank
We're
you.
here for you 100%.
Thank you. Thank
Okay,
you.
guys.
Thank you.
We'll be back and visit with Charles Eddie Payne Wilson.
Yeah.
And
Go
girlfriend,
get your
are you
heifers.
excited?
I'm
Yep,
very
she's
excited.
Okay, guys, we'll be back.
Next heifer is big rib. Big ribbed and high volumed and lots of doability, not as quite as attractive, especially in the build of that hip. The next heifer, get her stopped, and she's the opposite. Her top line and hip really come together good. It's when we get her out in motion that she's just a little more labored, a little shorter stepping off of both ends, not quite as deep-sided either. The next heifer's got mass and body and power, deluxe, a heifer that just doesn't strike me with enough balance. That brisket sits out way too much in her, and it throws her off here from the side. A heifer that could have been second, third in plenty of classes we've seen just runs into a really, really tough set here. This is a big, good-looking heifer that, again, when we get her out on the lead, she's just too rigid. She doesn't step out with enough length, enough freedom and comfort for me to move her higher. The next heifer's got power and volume, just a little round made in that hip structure and doesn't balance out as nice. The The next heifer, she's smooth and she presents a nice balanced look from the side, a little flatter in her general makeup though. And as we work down the lineup, a little bigger, longer heifer that needs more body, a big bodied heifer that's a little coarse and a little short strided. We wrap things out with a pair of heifers, a little bigger frame, need more body, more substance to go with that, but still sound in terms of feet and legs. Excellent class. Probably as deep a class as we've had all day long. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Thank you, Mr. Chris Mullinex. First place in Class 20 goes to BRC Walking on Sunshine, $3.99. Eddie Wilson from Franklin, Texas. Second in class to 1572, BCC Lady Prada, $2.48 with a 3. Addison Worrell from Lake Butler, Florida. Third in class to 603, AT Miss Alice, $1.19 with a 3. Ruby Thomas from Honey Grove, Texas. Fourth place, 908, ECC Polled Midge, $8.10 with a 3. Kinsley Gandy from Dimebox, Texas. Fifth in class to 790, LC Miss Laney, $1.13 with a 23. Laura Cooper from Parrish, Texas. Sixth place to 1042, 79's Miss 10 with a 23. 79 Cattle Company, Jordanton, Texas. Seventh place to 932, Miss V8 882 with a 9. Colby Joe Koshin from Wharton, Texas. Eighth place to 1028, CTGH Lizzie Rhino, Grayson Hinsey, Brenham, Texas. Ninth in class to 1249, Miss BER Sunshine, 42 with a 1. Jackson Smith, Burton, Texas. 10th to 882, Mackenzie Joe Driver from Winsboro, Texas with DMD Lady Jewel, 108 with a 3. 11th to 776, Ashley Claymont from Norman Park, Georgia. 12th in class to 1364, Circle F Farms, Mr. Woody Folsom. That'll conclude our class there. Let's move on and set your intermediate champion gray cow drive for you. Let's go back. Your class champion out of class number 18 was BRC Sparks Fly 430, exhibited by BRC Ranch, Brandon and Rachel Cottrell from Wharton, Texas. Second place in that class was exhibited by, gotta keep turning my pages here, Grace McCall, Bell City, Louisiana, out of class number 19. Your champion was DS Ms. Reveille, 164 with a 3. Entry 1356. Sheffield Brahmans, owner Marion Stevens from Cleveland, Texas. Second place in that class was another Marion Stevens entry. And in the March heifers, just concluded, BRC Walking on Sunshine, $3.99 was a champion, exhibited by Eddie Wilson from Franklin, Texas. Reserve class champion was exhibited by Addison Worrell from Lake Butler, Florida. This is your intermediate gray cow drive.
Good to see, yep, I have a microphone. And we are looking at, oh my goodness, was Eddie Wilson's mom so excited. And good job, Addison, too. This is such a huge deal, guys. Again, both of those females, so amazing. BRC, Walking on Sunshine. I know that Eddie is holding it together. I know Addison also is trying really hard. My headset is not working good. Alrighty, let's try the handheld. We're gonna try. One. Okie doke. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Got it. Okay. So Charles Eddie Payne Wilson is doing amazing. So, and so is Addison Worrell. And of course, we have some others too that are just great. The lavaliers working. It's our in-ears. So our in-ears are not working. There you go. maybe this is disconnected. Has this been charged? I bet that's off. That's why. Alrighty, guys. It is technology at its best. And on top of technology at its best, the other thing is, lordy, lordy, we're running out of battery. We're doing the best we can. We've been doing this for, actually, we've been here 12 hours. So, hey everybody, we are in the intermediate division. We are looking at our three class champions here in the intermediate division of the Gray Female Show. So we're in the intermediate division of the Gray Female Show, and we are looking at picking a champion with our judge, of course, Chris Mullinex. Oh, Indian Feather Ranch and Brandon and Rachel Cottrell own BRC Sparks Fly. It's working now, isn't it? Okay, that's what was the problem. It's amazing when you can figure out what the problem is. And 1, 2, yeah, I got it. Okay, guys. Whew. Our headsets weren't working. It's on the fly. And Sarah Lindley Allen saying, go Eddie. Okay, guys, so we have BRC Sparks Fly 430. That's going to be a captain daughter out of a BRC Sweetie, Indian Feather Ranch. And then we also have the Miss LPC 250. That is going to be a PCC Back to the Future, sitting there for possible second. I've got a lot of static. Are we okay? Yeah, we're okay now. Okay, and then we have in first and the second class, that's going to be DS Miss Reveal, 164/3. That's a BRC Mr. Aggie. And then in that last class, very emotional mom, that is BRC Walking on Sunshine. That is another captain daughter out of Miss B8 265/8. Charles Eddie Payne Wilson. Let's listen to the judge.
I know we're going to maybe a little bit smaller class as we get into these older age divisions, but man, the depth has been so fun and so good to just share my thoughts on. My compliments to all of our exhibitors. These are 3 exceptional class winners and seconds. To me, there's a trio of heifers that it comes down to. I wanted to walk those seconds as well to just get my mind totally made up here, but this is a lot of fun. Of these 3 class winners, again, I think just to stand them right here, you can see the similarities that they have. I think one of them, just in terms of foot quality, isn't where she needs to be in contention here. So it boils down to our class winner from class 1. And then for me, actually, the pair of heifers out of class number 3, those are the trio that I boil it down to figure out and try to determine where my 2 spots are coming from. So I guess between 1 and 3 here of these class winners, I think it's similar to some of the thoughts we've had in a class or 2 or a division or 2 before. You know, this heifer that wins the first class, she's overwhelming. She is so massive and powerful, and yet still has a quality look about her. She's got the most dimension, no question about it. Is she 100% the most refined and feminine? No. And that's maybe where we could tweak her just a little bit. And as we start to analyze and detail some structure, they're all sound enough. She's maybe not got the same length of step, perhaps, as the heifer out of class 3, but she is so massive and still good in her top line, level out of her hip, a strikingness to go with her mass. You know, the heifer that wins class 3, I think is really unique. I think one that surprises you. I think your first thought is, oh, we've got the prettier heifer that's more feminine compared to the massive performance heifer in this decision. And yet what makes her unique is to step up on her and realize, whoa, she's not the pretty flat narrow heifer. She's an attractive heifer that's still bold in her body shape and got the right kind of dimension up high in a moderate kind of frame. So, you know, those are the differences between those 2. Like we said, she maybe not be the biggest footed, deepest in terms of her heel, but I think really fluid, really comfortable in the way she gets out and strides. So that's the difference I see between those 2 heifers. If you follow it along during the day, I don't have to necessarily describe them anymore. Love them both. One of them's a little more me. She's right there out of Class 3. Congratulations.
Eddie Wilson is Walking on Sunshine. That's the name of the cow, too. Walking on Sunshine, $3.99. BRC model. Eddie Wilson, Franklin, Texas, your intermediate champion cow. Our second place winner of that class, Addison Worrell, steps in for reserve.
Another really, really good one, guys. Not as elite in the way she pieces all those things together as that one that beat her in class, but I thought they matched up a little better than the heifer in third. Now, you've probably got a couple of heifers that may be a little more like in 1 and 3 here in terms of just substance and power and bone and feature compared to that heifer that won this division. I think there's one of them that we get them stopped. She just kind of collects herself. She's a little stronger behind her hump, a little leveler everywhere you study her to be reserved. This is a close decision for me, guys, but we're going to go up here to this first class winner to be reserved.
Your reserve intermediate champion gray cow came to us out of the July-August class. That is BRC Sparks Fly, 430, exhibited by BRC Ranch, Brandon and Rachel Cottrell, Wharton, Texas. Congratulations to Eddie Wilson and the Cottrell family here in the intermediate division.
You know, that was a very emotional moment. We've been big fans of that family for a long time, and I'm just going to say BRC all the way, because not only did BRC win with their BRC Walking on Sunshine, which they sold to Charles Eddie Payne Wilson. That has been a dream. I mean, that is a huge deal for that family. Just going to say, means a lot to everybody, of course. But congratulations to the Wilson family. BRC Walking on Sunshine 399. That is a M2 BRC captain daughter out of Miss V8 258. Hi guys, we got a loose one. And then BRC kept on going. And yeah, we're checking on her, Brad. I was back there with her. We're going to go interview her. She's been crying. We got a loose one here, guys. Okie doke. And then for the Indian Feather Ranch to be the first time here at Houston and to win a reserve division is huge. So Indian Feather Ranch, congratulations and welcome to the Brahman world with Brandon and Rachel Cottrell. BRC, they're there to help you. So again, guys, congratulations to all the BRCs. We're going to go back and find Nicole and try to get a talk with her. If she can stop crying, she sure was excited. So I'll be back, and Brad, we're checking on her. All right, guys, so had a little emotional moment there, and now we're in the red class. And you know what? Iran, we're in the junior division. Do you know what that means?
Yes.
Who?
There are still 3 more divisions.
Well, junior, senior, age senior.
And Grace.
And then Gray's, junior, 6 more divisions.
6 more divisions.
Lord, okay. We're excited. We're having so much fun here, though. We love it. And you know what? Do you know how many people have been with us from the very beginning? And I'm excited because my watch just told me that I got a full workout today. Just saying. Okay. Okay. That sounds. We can use it without. We're going to go sound off for a minute, Mr. Iran. Okay, so let's see what we still have left in here. Ooh, helps if I have the red book instead of the gray book. And again, congratulations to those champions out of that intermediate division in the gray class. Gray show. That was intermediate in the gray show. Y'all been with us since class 2, the Reds. Amanda Tomlinson, I love y'all. It's been a great show. Thank you so much. Go Emma Pop and I are watching from Louisiana. Emma Bush, people are cheering them on. You know, we love them all and we think everybody is a rock star because they're here and they're hanging in there and they're doing they're doing their best. And
Rafael León, saludos.
Sí, Guayaquil, Ecuador. We will be back in Ecuador for the national show in October. We love, you know, I'm just saying, Ron, Brandolyn called dibs on Ecuador. She loves Ecuador. I know you went to Ecuador too.
Yeah.
Maybe we can bring the whole team to Ecuador and we can do the full meal deal. It'll make it awesome. What do you think? What class number is this?
That would be amazing, and we are in class 23.
Class number 23. It would be amazing. Absolutely. Life is amazing in Brahman Journal world. Life is amazing for Team Brahman Journal because we love you guys. Okay. What numbers do we have left? 2484.
2516. 1879.
It's Stuart. What's Stuart got?
2500.
2500. You mean 00? 2500?
000. I don't know what I said. What did I say?
It's been a long day, y'all. It was 2500. Would that be 2500?
02, sorry.
Oh, 02. Okay, I gotcha.
I think so.
I don't know. We're going to find out. I think it's 2508. Yeah, I bet it's 2508 because that's Watkins. Miss WCC Catalina. We have 1879. 1879 is going to be FC Miss 105/3. We have 2516. Is she still out there? Is everybody? Oh no, somebody got pulled. 2516 is Miss WCC Rosalita. Rhett Fontenot. Who got pulled out? 2484? Yeah, 2484. I think, yeah, 2484 got pulled out. Okay, guys, it's down to the top 3. We've got 2 WCs and 1 FC. It's a C kind of day. Okay, where did we go? What did we get? Looks like okie
Watkins
dokie.
is second.
Yeah.
Pretty strong class, top to bottom. These are exceptional red heifers. Give these exhibitors a big hand if you would. Big class of older heifers here, and they're really, really nice. It's easy though. That one wins. She wins Hands down, I think quality, balance, correctness of structure, she pieces it all together into an outstanding package. That's a slam dunk. And then it was a matter of where we're going to go from there. And I really do like a lot about the heifer in second. She's just as bold, maybe even a shot bolder in her body shape than the heifer that wins the class. The challenge is she doesn't get out and move near at the same level of the class winner, starts in the shape of her rear feet, and she's not as elegant as that heifer. She's powerful, she's moderate, she's bold. I love a lot about her. Not quite in the same league as that one, but she's really, really good. Here's a nice heifer as well, maybe a little longer stepping, and that's why it was close. I didn't think she balanced out quite as well through her lower body. Just tucks up a little bit in her flank as you study her in her lower rib, and just a little round in her hip. Little things, but enough to decide that 2 versus 3 placing for me. The next heifer, man, when she is stopped, he can get her shown, and she gets really up-headed and cool to look at. And we put her in motion. She's just a little too tight and short stepping. Got a little bit of hock joint as well. Just free her up in her structure, and we're talking about a chance to be as high as second in that class because of her look. The next heifer is so big and stout and powerful, a little round in the way she's made, just a little coarse in her general features for me. If we could make her more refined, she'd be a bigger player in here because I love the substance that she's got. The next heifer is another big performance-driven kind of female that's just a little coarser in her features, a little off in the way that knee sets in her, and she goes out of her front end as well. The next heifer, I moved up a couple slots. She grew on me. She's not the deepest ribbed and could be a little more comfortable moving out of her front end, but a heifer that is so fresh, so good in her muscle shape. I saw too much hind leg quality and dimension to not get her up a couple spots. Next young man's heifer, just laboring a little bit in the way she's traveling out of her front end here today, but that's a good balanced heifer that's got a nice look. Little smaller heifer that's refined and feminine, just a little frailer and lower performing. Big heifer that needs more depth that gave us fits here. Another more moderate heifer that needs a shot more natural width out of her hip and through the base of her quarter comes next. A heifer that's got body volume but needs to go a little freer out of her front end here and next in the lineup. Then we round things out with a trio of heifers that don't quite have the balance, the extra eye appeal of some of those cattle in front of them, maybe a little short in terms of dimension as well. But to see cattle hit the ring with that kind of feet and leg structure, soundness, performance, what a testament to a deep, really, really high quality class that had an exceptional leadoff heifer.
Thank you for those comments, Mr. Mullenix. And here are your results in Class 23. First went to entry.
Okay, guys, so Miss WCC Catalina, 559 over 3, and Miss WCC Rosalita, 560 over 3. Imagine that. So Miss WCC Rosalita was our class winner. Our class reserve went to the Catalina female, of course, both WCC. So here's where it gets really interesting. The Miss WCC Rosalita 560 over 3 is owned by Rhett Owen Fontenot. That is going to be another Mr. WCC 296 over 8 daughter. That has just been a fan favorite for the judge. He's really liked them. And she is out of Miss WCC Rosie. And she was our World Brahman Congress Junior Show Intermediate Champion. She was also our Kickoff Classic Junior Own Show Reserve Grand and Intermediate Champion female. We saw her at the 2024 Sugar Classic Open Show where she was Reserve Intermediate Champion. So again, lots and lots of championships for that female. Lots of smiles on that young man's face. We go to the Catalina female, and I love to say we have followed her from the beginning. So when she was in January of 2024, she was a junior yearling champion at the Heart of Texas Open Show. Then she went on to win Reserve Grand and Intermediate Champion at the 2024 World Brahman Congress. She also was the State Fair of Texas Reserve Intermediate. She was Sugar Classic Open Show Grand and Intermediate. So again, a female that has had a very serious show career. She was reserve intermediate at Washington County. She was our World Brahman Congress reserve grand and intermediate champion again. So congratulations, that was a very tough class. We are now in class number 24. Class number 24. These are our March of 2023 red females. We have class 24 with 16 head. We go to class 25 with 7 head. Class 26 with 7 head. And then we go to our junior championship drive. Junior championship drive here in a couple more classes. I'm going to go see if we can wrangle up Nicole Wilson, if we can find her. If not, I bet you will find her later in the day. We'll be right back. We're going to leave you in the good hands of Iran.
Este es un país de cultura milenaria y modernidad, donde convive lo tradicional con lo sofisticado. Un país diverso, mágico. Un país de gente trabajadora, cálida, amable. Así es México. Y toda esta cultura y pasión viene de nuestro campo, donde cada día desde hace 100 años, hombres y mujeres trabajan por parejo, con dedicación y compromiso para hacer del cebú mexicano animales altamente productores de carne y leche. Brahman gris, Brahman rojo, Gucerat, Gir, Nelor, Indu Brasil, Cindy. Esa dedicación, pasión y amor por el cebú nos ha llevado a crear una raza emblema, orgullo de México, sardo negro. Una raza de animales de doble aptitud, hecha en México. Ideal para la producción de carne y leche. Sardo negro, con 46 años de registro oficial por la Asociación Mexicana de Criadores de Cebú, es garantía de calidad genética que ha cruzado las fronteras con ejemplares en Panamá, Costa Rica, Colombia, El Salvador, Honduras, Guatemala y Estados Unidos. Por nuestra gran historia con el cebú, México será sede del tercer Congreso Mundial de Criadores de Cebú, CONCEBú, y te esperamos en Veracruz, México, del 21 al 26 de octubre de 2025. Nuevas tendencias de producción, alta genética, cebú, clave en la alimentación mundial, productores de 5 continentes, servicios y productos de clase mundial. Sin duda, será un gran encuentro, con intercambios de experiencias y lazos fraternos que nos unen a países de todo el mundo por una sola pasión. La Asociación Mexicana de Criadores de Cebú, IFICEBU, te esperan en Veracruz, México, del 21 al 26 de octubre de 2025. Tercer Congreso Mundial de Criadores de Cebú, CONCEBU, unidos por el cebú.
Mr. V8 195/8, known as Red Man around the world, had a successful show career and now is bringing his championship genetics to herds in the USA and around the world. And with sexed semen available worldwide, he's ready to go to work for you today. Let's look at just a few of Red Man's champion progeny. Sexed semen available worldwide, contact Carrie Clay or Manuel Amperon. Remember, Heart BC Brahmins.
Go ahead and pull her down. What another great class, guys. And the top four, probably the longer they were out here, the more they surfaced for me. But it really came down to two pairs, I guess, and where you want to put your emphasis. I like both of these heifers really, really well. There's just a cowiness about this class winner that I love. She's her body, the sweep to that center part of her body is awesome. She's still powerful and with dimension, and yet she does it with a little more femininity than our second heifer. She's got some condition on her, but just the shape of her neck, the smoothness, and the way she blends into her shoulder, I think, are an advantage. And then, you know, we've got a little give and take structurally. She doesn't perfectly hit her stride, but she reaches, I think, with flexibility. Her joints are better than our second place heifer, and her front feet are better than our second place heifer. That's what it boils down to me as you analyze those two. Man, this heifer in second, she is powerful, and she has got a cool look to her as well. She is big boned and footed with lots of substance and power and mass. You know, it looks like maybe starting to show us a little bit of bag. In general, just a nickel course in some spots. Her teeth structure, this right hock bothers me. That's something that I really would like to clean up. And then if you watch her walk right towards you, she pigeon toes just a little bit. You know, those are the things that are different in those top two. They're both extraordinary, really powerful, awesome heifers to start this class. This heifer in third, I think, is kind of unique. She's got a up-headedness and a proud look about her. She is so attractive in that regard. Her top line's good. She's a little longer strided than the heifer behind. The heifer behind her has a little more natural width and real muscle shape in her. So that's the give and take that I see in those two. She's got a little extra navel than ideal. I'm okay with it because it stops short of really truly getting into her forudder. I think it's still acceptable in that regard. But I like the female character of that heifer and the function, the looseness of structure she's got. If you like a switch, because at the stand, this one's just a little more striking with a more genuine shape, then I wouldn't argue with that in the slightest. That's what made it close. Again, maybe just a little bolder in the way their shoulder's built to go with that added muscle and just a little shorter step in than that heifer in front of her. Two really good pairs to start off the top end of this class. This next heifer, I like her a lot too. She just, the longer she's out here, the piecier she got. She runs downhill a little bit and gets easy behind her shoulder. She's heavy boned. She's got otherwise, I think, a pretty nice look to her that comes collected a little better actually when we're in motion. We can go ahead and lead her out. Just fell into too many pieces. The next heifer is big and stout and lots of volume. Little extra condition on her, just a little coarser made. The next heifer is more moderate. I like her front 2/3 really well. She's too round in her hip, a little too soft back on that rear pastern where that dew claw is almost touching the ground. Young lady does a great job with this heifer. We get her parked from the side. She can present you a nice look. Need a little bit more body and width built into that one and just a little short strided. Big-bodied, high-volume heifer with lots of performance, a little more condition. She concerns me a little bit in her teeth structure, a little too coarse in the way that udder is forming. Long-bodied, very muscular heifer that needs to be changed up front, both the depth of her chest and the angle of her shoulder. Another big, high-volume heifer that comes next that's just a little bit off from a balance perspective as you study her. And then as you work our way down the line, again, 4 or 5 really good heifers finishing things up. You could load those cattle up and still go make a difference in a breeding program. You're at the International. It's the best, and they fall short just a little bit in terms of balance. In a couple cases, a little bit more rib and body needed to give them a broodier look. Excellent class again. Really strong pair that lead it off.
Thank you very much for those comments. And here are your results in Class 24. First is going to entry number 1804, the female CT, Miss Poppy Renault, 17/3. Doucette Cattle Services, Cody Doucette, exhibiting for owner Lucchini Cattle Company, LLC in Kaplan, Louisiana. Second one to entry 1645, Emma Bush is your owner and exhibitor out of Tenusia, Louisiana. Third went to entry 1722, Jared Andrus of Riptide Cattle in Kaplan, Louisiana. Fourth went to entry number 2002, Andre Rubio, your owner, out of Rain, Louisiana. fifth went to entry number 2289, Mary Catherine Belt of Centerville, Texas, your owner. Sixth went to entry 2437, Russell Vera and David Lawrence, your owners, exhibited by Vera Brothers Cattle Company of Kingsbury, Texas. Seventh went to entry number 1986, J&L Cattle Service exhibiting, owned by J. Parker Farms of Rayne, Louisiana. Eighth went to entry 1954, Quinn Paget was your owner and exhibitor from Chilton, Texas. Ninth went to entry 2307, Rodriguez Cattle Service exhibiting, Angel Maqueda, your owner out of Centerville, Texas. And 10th went to entry number 2138, Moreno Ranches of Riesel, Texas, your owner and exhibitor. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this leads us to class 25. These are your late winter heifers. These are February females. We have 8 head in this class.
Smaller class here. Class guys, and I'm certain that the color patterns maybe not for every breeding program. I get that in our class winner, but it's not my job necessarily to pick and choose those things. I think those are breeding decisions that you have to make and what's right for your marketplace. I'm here more to evaluate conformation and quality, and I think she easily wins the class in those areas. Balance and body type and correctness of structure, I think she easily comes to the forefront of this particular group. And again, maybe one of those that doesn't overwhelm you, could be a little stouter in terms of her bone work, but I think a good quality individual that leads it off. I think this is a good functional cow prospect here in second. She's deep and moderate, an easy fleshing look about that female. She's got enough extra chest that it throws out her balance just a little bit, and a little rounder in that hip structure than the heifer that led out in front of her. But I think fundamentally she needs to fall into that second hole. Now here's the interesting one. If you like her look, you like her freshness of condition, I wouldn't argue with you. A heifer that I think needs more body, though. She needs to be deeper and bolder and softer through the mid portion of her rib to give me a broody enough look to think about getting her up a slot. Like her quality and balance, I just need to see more cow there. And then the heifer that comes next, she's interesting. She's more muscular and wider built, but she also needs a shot more depth through her rear rib and flank to give her just a broodier appearance out here this evening. But a good female, and I think she gets out and moves a bit more comfortable than the pair of heifers that'll come next. power and performance pairs up the next two. The heifer that comes next, this gentleman's got, is certainly a deep-centered, big, high-volume heifer. She's a little coarser in her joint work and at the base of her shoulder, maybe not quite as comfortable when we get her out in motion. The same holds true for the next heifer. That one's got as much muscle shape as anything in the entire class. I like her length of body. She's cleaner in her condition than maybe one or two heifers in front of her. But man, when we get her out in motion, the length of her step is just not strong enough for me. She's really coming up short off of that hind leg here today, but there's certainly some positives to build around in that heifer. The yellow heifer that's next is certainly deep-bodied and high volume, maybe a little tighter hided, and one that doesn't balance up quite as nice. And then our final heifer needs more width and natural muscle shape, but she's moderate and she's easy fleshing. I like those pieces about her. Again, an excellent class, a little smaller, but a nice heifer there that leads it off for us.
Thank you very much, and here are your results in Class 25. First is going to entry number 2089 with Miss R.F. Rihanna, 7/3. Ella Johnson, your owner and exhibitor from Welsh, Louisiana. Second went to entry number 1858 with Miss 4K Fontenot, 312. Fontenot Red Brahma is exhibiting and owned by Katie Fontenot of Ville Platte, Louisiana. Third went to entry number 2524, Watkins Cattle Company exhibiting. Alyssa Gaspard, your owner, out of Austin. Fourth went to entry 1868. Forster Cattle Company is the exhibitor and owner. Fifth went to entry 2487. Walters Livestock of Brenham, Texas, your owner and exhibitor. Sixth went to entry 1698. Castlereagh Ranch of Groveton, Texas, your exhibitor and owner. Seventh went to entry 2381. Owned and exhibited by Southern Comfort Ranch of Arcadia, Florida. And eighth went to entry 2388, also Southern Comfort Ranch of Arcadia, Florida. Now we're leading in Class 26. This is the last class in this division. It's like we have seven head.
Hey everybody, we had a few power issues. We're just trying to get worked through those. And big congratulations to class number 24 winner. I'm getting caught back up. We are in class number 26. This is, how many more classes do we have before the championship? Next is division or one more class?
No, this is the last one.
This is the last one. Okay, so I'll talk fast. Okay, guys, so CT Miss Poppy Rhino 17/3. That is a CT Mr. Elmo Rhino 1/7. And out of LMC LN Polled Poppy. And she has already been a big champion for Doucet Cattle Services. That, of course, is Luquette Cattle Co. LLC. Big congratulations for them. This has been our reserve grand champion at the Washington County Fair. In Tennessee State Fair, she was reserve intermediate champion. She has been a winner. Red River Brahman Alliance Open Show Junior Yearling champion. at the Bos Indicus International Junior Yearling, Grand and Junior Yearling champion at the Bos Indicus International Show. Of course, that was based on some performance too, so that is very super cool. Great female. She just won the day, and Mary Campbell is still watching from Bradenton, Florida. Go Dallas Ryan, SoCo. So of course she is a big fan of SoCo, and so are we. In second place there in class number 24, we had the ECB Miss Stellar Bean. ECB Miss Stellar Bean, of course, with Emma Bush. That was our reserve intermediate champion during the EBBA Classic. I think everyone will remember at the All-American Owned show, it got very emotional during the Bred and Owned show, where she was reserve grand and reserve intermediate. That ECB Miss Stellar Bean 1/3 is a DF Mr. Butterbean out of Miss Ella Lockhart. Looks like we're going to have the results of class number 26.
Another nice class here as we next division. It's going to be really, really strong. And this heifer is going to present a nice look to us as part of that division right here when we get her parked. I think just her pieces fit together with the most balance and brood cow image. She's easily the deepest and highest volume heifer of this initial trio that we left out here. You know, she's a little softer back on that rear pastern than ideal, but I still think she squares up a little better on her front feet than both of the two heifers behind her, and she stays together plenty good enough in motion. I think a heifer that stands out and needs to win pretty comfortably in here. For me, 2 and 3 is where it was close. The second heifer, I think just a little stronger in the way her top line maintains. I think she's got a little more substance in terms of bone, a little bigger footed. Both of these heifers, pigeon toe, are rolling just a little bit on their front feet. I'd like to square them up there, but I just see a nickel more length and a heifer that stays together a little better in her top line here in the second female. The third heifer is probably the freshest conditioned of our initial trio, and she's got a nice muscle shape. She just runs downhill a little bit from her hip to her shoulder and gets a little round as you study her from hooks to pins. Here's an interesting heifer that is big and just a little raw looking for me. I think she's functional in terms of just freedom and ease of movement. She's got some performance and length in her. I just need to see her a nickel more moderate and just a little smoother in the way those pieces fit together. The next heifer's got a little more condition than I would prefer on her. If we could melt her down just a little bit, get her cleaned up in that regard, that chest and brisket would sit up in her better. I think she's still a little frailer and with extra set to her hind leg, but big-bodied and high volume, no doubt. The next heifer, it's that hind leg that concerns me. She got some puffiness in her hock and just doesn't go quite as good as she needs to. She's definitely fresher than that heifer in front of her. And then finally, a heifer that needs to have more natural width behind and balance out a little different, that rounds things up. Still a functional female in terms of body and moderation. This is going to be an extraordinary division here in this part of your show. Congratulations again on a good class.
All right, thank you.
All right, guys, and then we're going to go back to class number 25, and then class number 26, and then we're moving into the championship. So class number 25, our first place, is the State Fair Louisiana Reserve Intermediate Champion, Miss R.F. Rihanna, 7/3. That is sired by Mr. H.C. Zeppelin, 100/8. I can remember when he was a champion with our good friend Rodney Finch on the stick, and then Miss R.F. Sally Jean 2/0 with Ella Johnson on the stick. So congratulations there for her class win. And second in that class was Miss 4K Fontenot 312. Miss 4K Fontenot 312 was our junior show at the World Brahman Congress Bred and Owned Reserve Intermediate Champion. She's had lots of championships. She is no stranger to the Grand Championship because she was Grand Champion Red Female at the State Fair Louisiana Junior Show. So we have covered this female thoroughly and frequently because she's been a champion. We're now moving into that championship drive, guys, in class number, and thank you so much, Suzanne Lindley, for the kind words. Good job, Avery, says Carl. Our class number 6 first place was Moreno Miss Lady Riki. That is a Mr. Fontenot 333. Of course, he was our international grand champion years ago. And out of Moreno Miss Lady Riki Bibi, and that is Moreno Ranches. We're going to talk about who we are seeing in this class, in this division championship drive, guys. We are in the red females. We've made it all the way through to the junior division. The junior division here. I don't know about me, but I know Maciel's got to be tired of listening to me. I know y'all have to too. So we're looking at Miss WCC Rosalita. That is a WCC 296 over 8. She won that very first class with Rhett Owen Fontenot. Don't forget, Mr. WCC 296 over 8 semen can be purchased at ST Genetics Beef Center. ST Genetics Beef, if you want to purchase some WCC 296 over 8 semen. In our second class, our champion went to CT Miss Poppy Rhino 17 over 3. Again, that is a CT Mr. Elmo Rhino 1 over 7 out of LMC LN polled Poppy.
Full set of heifers here as you think back through this division. Just the quality and the depth, all 4 classes excellent. I'm not going to break them down again because this is one of those times where I think it's personally pretty clear cut. I think your winner is obvious. I think in terms of just freshness, attractiveness, correctness of structure, she's the one that really fits the bill for me. Reserve is a little closer. I think there were 3 heifers in this division that stand out. But in this particular case, the next 2 happen to come out of the same class and were very close. So we've already made the decision, I guess, in my brain for reserve because we had to work through that in class. Guys, this is an awesome division. Put your hands together and congratulate these red exhibitors. Young man out of class number 1, what do you say? We got a divisional champion right there. Congratulations. Class 2 will be your reserve. Great job, guys.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Champions going to Miss WCC Rosalita 560 over 3. Rhett Fontenot, way to go, Rhett. And your reserve junior goes to entry 1804.
Rhett Fontenot was our champion. Rhett Fontenot was our champion. We have some excitement going on there, absolutely. And he was our division champion. We'll go through and try to get some people to come visit with us tomorrow. And Cody Doucet of Doucet Cattle Services, he is going to be our reserve division champion with his beautiful female. So congratulations, guys. Really great show, great females. Don't have a camera anymore to do my interviews because we're running out of batteries. We've got only so much portable stuff we can carry with us. So again, thank you guys for watching. We're going to have to stop doing our interviews, I do believe, until tomorrow, unless I can get people to come over here to me instead of me to them. We're running on the very lowest of battery level, and we want to save it and make sure that we can keep streaming for you guys. So when you're gone into, you know what, Iran, how many hours did we do in Colombia? 18? Yeah, it was 18 hours in Colombia. This might be close, yeah. Yeah, it was 18 hours in Colombia. But they did have the one bull that jumped into the stands, and then we had to take an hour to get him out of the arena because it was like a bad moment. And Miss Brandolin is sitting on the green shavings, taking a break. I understand.
Great division. We're moving into
It is Team Brahman Journal, and we are not giving up for y'all. I am so glad you are watching Joel and Dawn and Jorge and Kylie McIntosh and Judith Kay. Oh my Lord, we're in a red show, and now we're in a gray show. Score, okay. We're in the gray junior division. We're zooming right along today. We're getting there. And I'm just going to say, I see the beautiful Adeline Allen, and I also see the handsome Gustavo Toro, and they will sell you some semen on WCC 296 because he has been a winning dude, and they are selling it at ST Genetics. So make sure you visit with ST Genetics, and they'll sell you some semen. I can promise you that. Alrighty, guys, we are in the grays. We're going to keep walking, or we're pulling. We're doing something. But we're moving along now. I think the judge is getting hungry. Just saying. I would be. I don't think he took a break, did he?
2 times to go to the restroom and at least five.
You don't have your microphone on.
2 times to go to the restroom and at least to drink 5 Cokes.
He had 5 Cokes? Oh, wow.
And a couple of waters.
How do you know that? Did you watch and count?
Yeah, every time that he gets some, there is a little pause
Okay.
between classes.
Only Ron would know that the gentleman drank 5 Cokes and a little water. Were they Diet Cokes or real Cokes?
I saw 1 Diet Coke.
One Diet Coke?
I don't
Was
know
it like the Coke Zero or was it like Diet Coke?
Diet.
Diet Coke. You know, Brandolin's rather fond of Diet Coke too. What's the difference between Diet Coke and Coke Zero?
Coke Zero tastes like regular Coke.
Yeah.
Regular Coke.
Coke Zero tastes like regular Coke.
And Diet Coke
Tastes like Diet Coke.
tastes different. Yeah, like Diet Coke.
And you like that better?
Oh yeah, I don't like the taste of regular Coke. People
Okay,
think I
guys.
drink Diet Coke because I'm trying to be healthy, and it's just no.
You prefer the flavor?
Yeah, the regular Coke makes my teeth feel weird.
Oh, good to know.
Like it's too much sugar.
Okay, guys, if you want to help Brandolin out, bring her a Diet Coke. And Savannah?
Everyone knows
Do you
that
drink Diet
that I'm
Coke?
just the Diet Coke girl.
Okay, and Savannah, you're a Propel water girl.
Green Propel.
Green
Propel.
Green Propel. And I tell you, we have a boatload
What
of
age
Green
is
Propel
Green
back there.
Propel?
What?
What is that?
It's a water that tastes like kiwi strawberry.
It's kind of
or
like a
something.
Gatorade.
Yeah, it's like Gatorade.
Kind of.
Only water.
I will say I've drank a couple of those today because
Oh,
I
are
drank
these
too many
Oh,
Diet
you've had
Cokes.
those too. That's a grape
Yeah.
one, though. Yeah.
They,
She
someone
likes
gave
the
me
green
one,
one.
and
Did I get grape and green?
Yeah.
Sorry, guys, we're getting tired. I might need another coffee. I'm just saying. I don't know. If anybody's back at the booth, bring me a coffee. No, just kidding. I'm fine. I got plenty to drink
the
here.
booth
All
already
right.
closed?
Our booth closed?
No.
Oh, I was going to say. It should be closed. Okay, guys, back at the booth. Close it up. We're ready to go. Hey! Del Smith and Dawn and Joel and Supamonkel Polamang and Ganadera Don Miguel. Carlos. Oh, hey, Pops, how you doing? Pops tried to help me out in San Antonio when my camera batteries got stolen. But Pops, you know what? I think I rocked it. Hey, we don't have a class number on here. Yes, we do, Tyler. It is class 29. Class 29. We are zooming along. We are in the junior division of the Gray Bull Show. I'm sorry, female show. Sorry.
Your wishes tomorrow.
I was thinking it was Friday. It's almost Friday. It's almost Friday. We got here really early, guys. Hey, Amanda,
going to
you
be
have been
Friday.
there with us from the beginning. You are a beast. Amanda Tomlinson is a beast. She has been there with us through the beginning.
It's going to be Friday in 5 hours.
Oh, we might get done before Friday. Maybe. What do you think? Before Friday, after Friday?
Before Friday.
I hope so. You know what? It's going to be like 1 minute before midnight, but then it's going to take us a while to pack up. So it'll be Friday our time.
And I still have to
Charge everything?
charge everything and free the phones.
Oh, how long is that going to take?
An hour per device or 30 minutes per device. Depends on how much we use it.
We might do something different tomorrow. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. This is not class 23. Is this class 23? You are wrong, Iran.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, dude.
We
I'm
are-
sorry. Fernando Novacia from Ecuador. We're so sorry. Aaron, thank you. Tyler, you should have just called me and said, Vicky, y'all are trying to get done a little quicker than you thought. I am so sorry, guys. Amanda, why didn't you message me?
I was excited about it.
Yeah, no, Iran, you got to go back. It's going to be class 29 in the Reds when we get to go back to the Reds. Okay, just saying. But we're in the Grays. Iran was telling everybody it's class 29. I'm telling them, yeah, it's class 29. No, it's class 23 in the Grays. All right, guys, we're down to the top 4. We have a B8. We have a Heritage, I do believe, maybe. I don't know. We'll find out. We're going to walk them. Okay, 1478 1516, and 938. 1478. I got to change books because I was in the the red book. This whole gray-red thing gets so confusing. All right, we're back to the grays. And yeah, if you were about to say, I didn't know I missed class 24. Tyler, I am so sorry. We were thinking, Glenn Cox, I can't believe you guys are tired. What the heck? We're the best. We're on fire. We are on fire, and we're having a good time. All right, we are in class number 23. We just wanted to make sure you guys were paying attention, okay? Glenn, were you paying attention? You know who told us? Aaron Lane, you win the prize. You were paying attention. You knew we were messed up. All right, guys, we are looking at a V8. 1478. This is going to be Miss V8 854 over 9. We are also looking at 938. 938 is going to be a Miss. Oh, this is going to be Ferguson Cattle.
We've had challenging
Let's listen.
today. Right up with them. I think, you go 10, 11, 12 deep in this class with just so many different kinds and lines you have to draw on certain structural things that you might, some would say it needs to be tweaked, other would say it's just not good enough, and you got to weigh that out in your brain. What it came down to me, here's the one that strikes me with look and correctness of structure. There's more powerful heifers out here with more rib and body, but I think she's as fresh in terms of her condition, is genuine and honest in that regard as anything, and she still plants and goes and is stable off both ends of her structure. I think that combination of traits gets her the win in this particular class. The stouter heifer in terms of dimension certainly stands behind her. She's got more thickness down her top. She's wider out of her pin. She's bolder everywhere you study her, and she's also a bit coarser and rounder everywhere you study her. So that's the give and take you've got in a pair of females that are very, very different in their kind. I just need to square that one up out of her hip to go with the mass and the substance she's got. Another good-bodied, easy fleshing female that comes next that very much like the heifer in front of her is just a little rounder in her general makeup. I still read her functional in her structure. I'd rather take a little extra set and length of stride than one that's too post-legged, but that heifer needs to balance up a little bit different. Here's a changing of the guard, if you will, and a heifer that is a little nicer in her top line and level in her hip, but at the expense of being a little bit tighter in the way she moves out of her hind leg, just a little rigid in the way she goes. But still a contender. I thought those four found their way to the top of the class. That one's a little bit bigger in her kind for some, but I think a lot of good in that heifer. As we said, just lengthen that step and change that hock joint just a little bit. More moderate frame kind of heifer that comes off a little plain next in the lineup. In fact, we could say that about the next two heifers. I think they fit together in that regard. Easy doing cattle that are moderate in their frame. This one still presents a little bit nicer of a look, even though she's a nickel plainer than some of those cattle that precede her in this lineup. But a heifer that we could clean that joint up just a little bit in her hock, but just need to see more extension, more of her in this lineup. The same holds true for the next heifer in a little plainer look. She's got a little more chest floor in her in particular, so she doesn't balance out quite as well, but I like the moderation and the doability of those cattle versus a heifer that comes next that's so long and neat up through her front end. I wish she had just a little more drop through the center part of her body to go with that frame and look she's got. The next heifer, definitely a nickel deeper, but she's a little uncoordinated in the way she goes off of that hind leg, and it throws off her balance. One of the more unique heifers next. That one is really muscular in her shape. That one is really, really neat and extended up front, and she's one of the better conditioned heifers in the class. I considered her many spots higher and ultimately just said, for a heifer at this stage, this age, there's not enough body in that female for me to get her any higher. The next heifer's got more depth, but she's also got depth up through that brisket and comes off just too plain in her look. As we look down the line, the next couple of heifers, boy, there's some quality in these cattle. A heifer there going out now that's got a little more length of step, but not as balanced. If you want to move these two heifers up, I love the performance and the look at the stand. Both cattle are just a little too tight in the way they're going for us here today, and that's why I separated them down toward this end. And finally, a heifer that's a little round and short in the way she's built in that hip structure. She's moderate, she's deep, she's still got fleshing ease to her. Again, an outstanding lineup there. Very challenging, but really, really good top to bottom.
And thank you very much, Mr. Mullinack, for the overview here in Class 23, taking the first place honor, entry 1478. The female known as Miss V8, 854 over 9 from V8 Ranch, Jim Williams owner, Bowling, Texas. Second in the class, going to entry 1516. Lady Cashmere 1 over 3. Our third place went to 938 Ferguson Cattle Company.
Cabana Don Julio, thank you for watching from Argentina. And they are wonderful Brahman, and they are so powerful. And Gil Lopez, thanks for saying how beautiful they are. We are looking at our champion in that class was also our World Brahman Congress champion in class 17. That's Miss V8, 854 over 9. She also was the class champion at the national show. So again, lots of wins for that female. Of course, she is owned by none other than Mr. Jim Williams and is by Mr. V8, 322 over 8. And out of JDH, Lady Manso 563. Then we go to our second in class. She was our reserve junior champion at the Florida State Fair. She was also the HBBA Ball Classic Reserve Intermediate champion. She was Greater Jacksonville Fair Junior Show Reserve Calf champion back in 2023. So has had a great career already. And that, of course, was the ARW Lady Cashmere 1 over 3. That is a polled female. She is by JDH Mr. Nikolai, Manso 600 over 7. And out of the RBC, Miss Polled Esto female. That is Adelaide Wainwright. But of course, Adelaide doesn't have a beard, so that wasn't her showing on the stick. Just say it. And now we have moved right along into class. Are we right on the class? Oh, thank goodness, because we were wrong on the class before. Hey, Gil Lopez is watching, and he is saying how great the Brahmins are. We really do appreciate it. And Linda Hensey's watching. Travis and Mai and Bridget and Rodolfo and Darnell and Christian. You know what, guys? There are a few of you that have been troopers. You have been with us from the very beginning. We really do appreciate it. It means so much to us. So again, we are in now class 24. We have class 24 with 16 entries. Then we move into class 25 with 10 head. Class 26 with 12 head. And then we go to the junior championship. We have quite a few more cattle still to work through. Lots and lots of them. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, lots. Okay. But we are having fun, and we love being here and showing you these amazing cattle. So we are in class number 24. And we're going to remind you about the ST Genetics sale that we're going to be there on Sunday. Can I sleep in on Monday? I got to get ready to go to Rio Grande Valley.
But you need to recover. You should take a break.
Yeah, I need to recover. Don't you think I need to recover?
Even the batteries has to recharge, so...
Even the batteries. Our batteries are dying, guys. We're doing the best we can, but I'm not sure how long the phones will last. Hey, Wendy Cole, thank you so much. Congratulations. And you are so welcome for us bringing it to you. Almost 12 hours in. We're so glad you're still there. You are all fully committed at this point till the end. We will not give up. And Matt Warren, thank you for watching with us. We greatly appreciate it. Of course, thank you to all our amazing sponsors. Without them, we could not be here. So again, thank you guys. I can say that my team is absolutely amazing. Because they're still here. And Wendy's watching from Australia, you know. So, if you're not in the United States, I haven't recovered. Mallory, I got my Batman socks for tomorrow. I'm just saying, I have my Batman bracelets. I have my 79 cattle bracelets. Mallory, are you still here or did you go home? Not home. Mallory just had some baby colts. And Matt Warren is agreeing with Michael. We are committed. If you can go 12 hours, you can at least go 16, don't you think? We're right at 12 hours. Hey, Glenn Cox is talking with Wendy Cole. I love it when people have conversations on our live. I think it's so awesome. YouTube. Oh, thank you so much. Watching from YouTube. We finally got the YouTube back working because it kind of got frozen up. You can only do so many hours on each platform. No, they're not feeding us, guys. Mallory's still here. She's currently dead from the world and watching from the stall. You know, I hope we're doing a good job. And at least we're entertaining. So, yeah, absolutely. We're doing the best we can here. And Robin, I think you should tell them that they should feed us. No, I've actually been fed once today, and that's all I need. I've had some coffee, had some water. We're working on maybe finding some tequila. No, we're not going to do that. Wendy, we wish you were here too. We're so glad you're doing good. We do miss seeing you. We're going to walk again. I bet everybody in the arena is like, walk again? They're getting tired. But at least they're not asking you to run, guys. Ryan Max Simpson walking his beautiful heifer. We have Porfirio on the stick for JDH. We have a Moreno, I do think. Nope, that's a V8. Then we have J&L, Joe Henskins, Tate Barnes. We have Harley for BRC. We have Colin Parker for carrying the brand for Colin Brahmans. Thank you. Who said tequila? I did. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. I said tequila, Mario. Yeah, I'm there for you. Just a little. And thank you, Jake, for saying we're doing a great job. The Brahman world is so fortunate to, you know what? We feel very fortunate to have the Brahman world. We greatly appreciate it. And thank you, Eric, for still being here and still watching with us. We think it's a fantastic show, too. And we're thanking Star B Brahmins, the AMCC, that's the mix. Yeah, I did. Yeah, Mario, I'm like, we just need to keep putting Mario's comment up. Who said tequila? Who said? Okay, so Azteca Ranch, thank you guys so much for being one of our sponsors. We greatly appreciate it. Without you, we would not be able to do this. So Azteca Ranch, good luck to you guys. Really do appreciate your support. You go find them in the barns, guys, and make sure you tell them thank you. We have Ryan Max Simpson still in the arena. We have Harley, and we have Colin. So we have 3 in the arena. Still up. We're going to go back full screen into the arena and see what the judge says. We are in class number 24. We are getting exciting. They are battling it out. It is the battle of the boys. We're going to have Ryan Max Simpson of Simpson Brahmins. This is going to be his SB Avery 4/3. We have Harley with his BRC female. That is going to be BRC. Oh, this is probably Case Baca. This is BRC Wicked Felina. You know, I'm just guessing that Brandon does not name the BRCs. I think it has to be Rachel and Molly, maybe. Maybe Annie. I've asked Rachel. We just need to get Rachel to let us know. Who do you think names the BRCs?
Molly.
Does she? Oh my God, it's Molly.
My money is on Molly.
My money's on Molly too. Molly, if you're out there listening to us, we want to know, are you the namer? Okay. And look, BRC Wicked Felina. And then we're going to go to the CBR, Miss CBR, Ellie Mae.
Again, a really nice big. My congratulations to the gray breeders. Depth, again, is really, really strong in here. But much like that last class, it certainly makes you scratch your head and work and figure out what direction you want to go with things. You know, here at the top end, I guess for me, there was zero consideration as to who could ever beat this one. I think in this particular lineup, once again, there is the heifer that is by some margin the combination of quality and soundness. I think she's a pretty comfortable place to start. I like the condition she's in. There is a heifer that's got a little more grow in her perhaps than some we've used at times, but I don't think she's out of bounds by any means. And what I like is that she's got a nice combination of power with quality. Of this initial trio that we walked one last time, while none of them are exactly perfect, she's easily the best footed of that trio, no question about it. The heifer in second at 2 versus 3, to me, that was the closest decision. And here are a pair of heifers that need to be modified a little bit in terms of foot quality for a little different reasons. But this one's a little long and narrow-footed, a little shallower in the way that heel is. A heifer, though, that I think had an edge in terms of femininity and refinement that paired her up with our class winner a little nicer. And I do think she strides with a little more length out of her front end. She's longer, she's smoother in her general makeup. This heifer, the red tinged heifer, has got the edge in power. She's more moderate, she's bigger tops, she's thicker ended, she's just a little rigid in the way she's made, both ends of her structure, and I'd like to change her from her knee to the ground and the way she splays out and tracks towards you. But it's certainly a heifer that we can get stopped, and she's striking, and that power certainly makes you contemplate a switch there between 2 and 3. Here's a big rib tie volume heifer coming next that I just like the practical, just sensible look of her. She is not as attractive in the way she's made up front as those cattle in front of her, but she's got real cow power and body volume and substance in her. You know, I think just all the fundamental pieces are there, probably just one mating away from putting a little more look and quality to maybe have what it takes here in the show ring, but a good fundamental heifer. The next pair of heifers kind of go together. Heifers that have length that are pretty sound in terms of feet and legs, and both of them need a shot more body depth to give them just a practical broody look there through their center rib. I thought the young man's heifer is just a little better in the way that chest sets into that heifer. This heifer that comes next is really awkward in the way that brisket is shaped and sets down and out in front of her, so it throws her balance off just a touch more. Again, a nice pair of heifers that are very comparable in their makeup. Boy, we just stop them, and I'd move this heifer up a couple notches, but we took that last lap, and I already knew it. As much as I like her, as much as I like the quality, as much as I like the shape she's got, her hock joint and just her movement out of her hind leg wasn't free enough for me to get her any higher. That's where why she lands where she is. If she's a little sounder off of that hock in particular, we'd definitely move her up a couple of slots. We got a couple of dark pigmented heifers that come next here that have some length and performance in them. They don't hook together as strong or as good in their top line and their hip as they need to balance out with those cattle in front of them. And certainly as we come down the lineup here and we look at the remainder of the cattle, not quite the balance and attractiveness in them. They're still useful, they're still sound, they're still deep-bodied cattle that have some fleshing ease into them, so they're going to go home and they're going to do their job, just not quite that extra power nor look in them that you find in cattle in front of them. Again, really strong, really good class with an outstanding lead-off heifer there once again.
Thank you for the review of the Class 24, taking the blue ribbon here, entry 703. The female known as Wicked Trina 390, BRC Ranch, and Casey Baca, owner, Wharton, Texas. Second in that class going to 784, Colin Brahman's Ranch, showing for Colin Parker of Chilton, Texas. Your third place award going to 1373, Simpson Brahmans and Ryan McSimpson, the owner, Rio Hondo, Texas. Entry 1073, taking the fourth place honor, J.D. Hudgens Incorporated, owner and exhibitor, Hungerford, Texas. Your fifth place award to 1489, V8 Ranch, Bowling, Texas. Sixth in the class, going to 1471, also V8 heifer. And our seventh place award going to 1051. J&L Cattle Service showing for GB Ranch, Louisiana. Eighth going to Reagan Lane, owner and exhibitor from Chiefland, Florida. Your ninth place award to 1049 JL Cattle Services and 79 Cattle Company owning that one from Riney, Louisiana. Wrapping up the class, 10th place went to 1447. Samuel Tucker, the owner and exhibitor, St. Cloud, Florida. Congratulations to all of our ribbon winners. Class 24, Class 25 in the arena at this time. And we have 10 head in this class of females born during February 2023.
All right, we're going to see. Yep, it's working. I always love it when my microphone works. So congratulations to BRC, Wicked Felina 390. She won that last class. That was class number 24. We were so excited thinking we were in class 29 earlier. Yep, wrong class. Okay. BRC, Wicked Felina, congratulations. She, of course, is a BRC sweetie. No, I'm sorry. Yes, she is. She's a BRC sweetie out by Mr. H. Breaker Manso. Case Baca is the owner. He, of course, owns Amos Moses also. And then we had Miss CBR, Ellie Mae. I mean, these are some good names, Aaron. That's a Mr. CBR, Jimmy Daughter, out of Miss WCC, Betty Ann, 63/3. Of course, we had Colin Parker of Collins Brahmans. So there you go. And Miss CBR, Ellie Mae, was our reserve calf champion at the State Fair of Texas in 2023. She was our 2024 State Fair of Texas Reserve Intermediate Champion. She was our Brahman Event Reserve Intermediate Champion. I'm just saying, win, win, win. State Fair, Louisiana, Grand and Intermediate champion. She was the reserve intermediate champion there at the Brahman event. I'm just saying, really great female. Congratulations, of course, to Collins Barker, to Colin Brahmans. Now we're down to the last 4 in this class number. And nice work, Collins Brahman Ranch from Shannon Baldwin. We love seeing you. Are you here today? Just saying. If you were here, Luis Fernando Novacia is in for the long haul. He has been watching with us all day long. He is there. I don't think he's here. He's there in Ecuador. That is Piedras Blancas. And some amazing cattle. We have Nate Forche, the stick. What have we got these last 4 that are showing? What has Nate got on him, number-wise?
It's on the other side.
What's on the other side?
No, it's in front of 703 is second right now.
703 can't be second because 703 was in the last class. I think that's going to be BRC gussied up.
It says 703 there.
I know, but he wore that in the last class. I think he's confused. We're not here. Shannon, you're probably in a better place than we are.
693.
What? I'm sorry?
693 the first.
693? That's 693 is the very first one. That's BRC gussied up. What's Harley got?
703.
He does not, because look, 703 was here.
He has the wrong paper.
He has the wrong papers on. Can you see a herd number? We're going to do it by deduction. Oh, it's a BRC smoke show. We're BRC, battling it out. Chris Mullinex. Are you going to go with Molly Joe's or Wyatt Landry's? Where's Wyatt's dad? I saw him earlier.
What number is this? 368.
It's smoke show. 368. See, I already knew it. I already told you. I know my cattle. All right. What'd we do? All right.
Well, guys, again, a really strong class, and it boiled down to this pair of heifers pretty quickly to me, and there's give and take. I think you could justify both of these heifers as your class winner, again, depending on where you want to lay your primary emphasis. But I think they're both really, really nice. Young man up front, his heifer's longer body. I think that's pretty obvious. She is so stout and shaped so good up high, and yet she is so strong in the way she hooks up directly behind that hump. Her other big advantage to me, she's a little better in the shape of those front feet. And toes, to me, that's where she has a substantial advantage over the second heifer. Now, the second heifer is a little more moderate in her type, a little, I don't know if she's any deeper sided necessarily. I think that extra length maybe gives you that illusion. She's just a little boxier made. I like the moderation she's got, that depth of body. I think she's in beautiful condition for a mature heifer at this stage. Again, as we mentioned, just a little off in the shape of those front toes. And maybe not quite as strong right directly behind her shoulder. But again, that's 2 extraordinarily good heifers. I think you can sure justify them either way. I think they easily surface as a pair in this lineup. This is a good heifer in third, though. She's moderate, she's stout. She gets out and moves with length and freedom and ease. I think the angle of her shoulder's better than the heifer right behind her. Again, we've talked about this a lot, but I think it's something that deserves emphasis. And again, go to her feet. And I don't know if she's as correct as she needs to be in the shape of those toes, both front and rear. There's some modification I'd like to make, but it's give and take structurally because the angle of her shoulder is enough better that the length of stride certainly favors that moderate, bold, big-bodied heifer there in third. So I'd like to clean her up just a nickel up front to maybe compete with that top pair as well. This is a neat-looking heifer in fourth. She has a striking, really attractive look, and the back 2/3 of that heifer, I think, are plenty good enough to be competitive. She's just a little too straight in the angle of her shoulder. And if you really watch her walk at you, she's wider coming at you than she is going away. And I think it's because of that shoulder angle, she's starting to open up a little too much. She's beautiful in her condition, though. She's been handled awesome in that regard, and she's still got a very, very attractive look about her. A good heifer here that stands fifth for us. It's just a little rounder in the way that hip is constructed, so she doesn't balance out quite as nicely from the side, but I still think fundamentally she's got a nickel more depth of rib and a little more flex to her hock than the next heifer. The next heifer's got a striking look, and she's got pure muscle shape in her advantage. Again, a little steep-hipped and a little tighter and coarser in that hock joint. Next two heifers are deep and easy fleshing, just cattle that are a little plainer in their look. The heifer that's right in front of me now, just a little too much set and a little weak on that rear pastern, but her front two-thirds are good. We wrap up the class with some cattle that need a little more width and muscle shape all the way through. Again, there's still cattle that are correct enough in their build and structure to have some longevity when you put them into production. Congratulations to all those exhibitors. Two really, really nice heifers, very competitive at the top end.
And ladies and gentlemen, taking first place honors here in Class 25, entry number 693, the female known as BRC, just gussied up, 372 from BRC Ranch and Wyatt Landry of Wharton, Texas owner. Second in that class went to 746. That's BRC's Smoking Show, 368. Also BRC Ranch of Molly Joker, Wharton, Texas. Third in that class going to 933. Bar F Ranch showing for.
Here's what I really, really like about BRC and about Brandon and Rachel Cottrell. I'm just going to tell you, they are so happy for the people that are using their genetics. They're so supportive of everyone who uses their genetics. They are happy when they win. You know, they make sure they have great cattle. They take care of their people. And I really, really like that about them. I know that there is a mama that would like us to get some photos. Miss Brandon.
San Augustine, Texas, your 8th place award.
So we're going to go sound off for a moment, Tito. So while we love Molly Joker Cottrell, and we love Molly. I mean, she's my girl. I mean, I had to interview Rachel, but I know Molly's going to go interview with me because she promised she would. I mean, she's like a huge fan, and I'm a big fan of Molly's. So Molly's BRC Smoke Show, pretty cool how he picked. There you go. But they aren't full sibs. Those, oh no, wait, there are full sibs. That's right. They're both MSP King Garretts. I was thinking that the Landry's was not. I did not think about that. Up in front, BRC gussied up. You are so right. And you know what, Matt? Here's what's pretty cool. And BRC, sweetie, what do you think? She's doing a great job. She's doing an amazing job. Absolutely, no question. Oh, you can hear it? Oh, because I can't. Sorry. Iran's like making the, oh yeah. Okay, sorry. We've got our in-ear pieces, so I can't hear. So, Matt, you know what's really cool? BRC Sweetie is absolutely knocking it out of the park. Thanks, Iran. I don't know why the sound keeps turning on. I think it's because it's been on so long. But you know what else is really cool? Is that Parton and Heart Bar Ranch, they own the King Garrett bull. They bred the King Garrett bull, and they are having a performance bull sale. And so I think that is very cool because they're going to sell a 3-year-old that is ready to breed King Garrett. So do not miss out on that sale if you guys want some great bull power. And I know that Janet Parton greatly appreciates, greatly Andre greatly appreciates the support and the confidence that Brandon and Rachel Cottrell have had in her program. And so I think it's a win-win for everybody. GB Brahman, thanks for watching with us. Emily Whitworth, how are you? Jody Miller Tucker, thank you for watching. Liberty Hill, thank you. And you know what? That is very cool. He picked full siblings. And you know what I always love when they pick full sibs or flush mates, which those two have got to be flush mates of some sort, is that they don't know it. When judges do that, you really know that they have a type and kind. They like it. We've noticed that he's been picking a lot of animals that are sired by specific bulls, and it's just that's what he likes, and have to have great respect for that. So again, BRC Sweetie, I think we need to do a count in the magazine, Mr. Iran, like I've done in the past about the top dam for producing champions at Houston. I think that would be a good thing to do. I know that we didn't get any of our typical information from the ABBA. They're saying they will try to send it to us later, but we'll have to double check that data. But we certainly can do this, so I'm excited. So thanks, Matt, for pointing that out. Matt, you're like a rock star.
Certainly sounds like a great idea.
It does, doesn't it? Brent Barnes, thanks for watching with us. Randall Ratliff. We're just loving Matt because he's keeping us on our toes. I was getting a little tired, Matt, but now you've challenged me. You've thrown down the gauntlet. You've said, hey, Vicki, pay attention. Give us more information, and I am there for you all the way.
Friends from Facebook and YouTube, don't forget to follow us, subscribe, like us,
especially on
share.
Instagram, too.
Yes, Instagram.
We need all the help we can get.
X, former Twitter, and TikTok, too.
You love that idea. You know what? I've done that before, Matt, and I really, really have liked that. Okay. We're going with number. Ooh, here we go. 1022. You know, somebody was waiting for Quinn to show. Now, Quinn.
Has another really impressive set of the heifer that leads off, I thought when they hit the ring, I thought that was pretty obvious that in terms of quality and dimension, I think she puts a lot of really good things together. You know, maybe not perfect in this hock, and especially in the front side of this show side hock, a little bit of swelling there, but she's bold-bodied and powerful and stout and still presents you such a quality image in a moderate kind of frame. I think a pretty dominant place to start in this particular class. The heifer here in second, she just comes off a nickel fresher to me than our third female. I like her body depth, and she probably maintains her hip structure just a nickel better when we set her out in motion. Those are the differences in a pair of good heifers here in 2 and 3. Both maybe just a nickel bigger in their frame score than the heifer that leads off the class, and if you prefer that, that's certainly, to each their own in terms of where they need to be frame size wise. We're trying to find the one that puts the most good together, and that class winner did for me. Showing a little more udder development here in our second place heifer. I appreciate that as well. Our third heifer's probably got as much performance and framework and mass as any of that initial trio. When we set her out into motion, she rounds just a little bit extra out of her hip, maybe clean her up just a little bit around her pones, but I think 3 really, really good heifers here at the top. Now, amongst a couple of heifers here that we've got in the next 2 or 3, I like the udder development and getting these cattle into production that you see in this next female. You know, it's probably an advantage and yet a disadvantage in some ways too, in the fact that she's probably just not as comfortable in general in motion out here today. She's got a little bit of swelling back on the cap of that hock. I'd like to clean up just a touch, but I like her depth. I think there's maternal value in that one for sure. We can go ahead and lead her on out as we set her into motion. I think you'll see she's just a little tentative as we get her out on the lead. The heifer that comes next, she is built out of a completely different mold. This one is really, really muscular, really shapely up high. I like her length of body. She's got as much pure mass and muscle as any heifer that was walked in the ring today. And because of it, she's got some long-term potential value because she's sound to go with that muscle. For me, she needs a notch more depth of body to come off just a little bit more maternal. The heifer that's next is deeper but a nickel flatter and has that extra chest and roundness to her hip that keeps her from balancing out quite as nice. You got the other heifer there that's bagging up for us. That's just a little shorter step in today, a little awkward in that teat shape and size, especially that right front quarter. The next heifer's got look and quality without enough body here today. For big, hopefully bred heifers, she just needs more rib and depth and volume there. We wrap things up with a pair of heifers, a little awkward in the travel of their hind leg, maybe not quite the attractiveness and look from the side, but again, cattle that still have usefulness and utility to them as they go back into production.
And we appreciate here on class 26 from our judge, Mr. Mulligan. And first place honors in the class going to entry 1022 from Herzog Catholic.
I don't have him.
Texas.
I have you.
Miss HC Quinn. Over 3, taking second place honors was entry 596. The female known as AT's Miss Everly, 88 over 3. And that's owned and exhibited by Marley Goodman of Honey Grove, Texas.
Alrighty, I got a little freaked out because I was like, I didn't have him in my ear. And I was like, oh my goodness, I have me in my ear. And you never know. Okay, so we have Miss H.C. Quinn, 180 over 3, which, I mean, does not need an introduction. Most recently was Grand and Junior Champion at the Fort Worth Stock Show. She was our National Brahman Show Reserve Intermediate Champion. She was our World Brahman Congress class winner. She was our Grand and Intermediate Champion at the 2024 State Fair Texas, South Texas State Fair Reserve Grand Champion, San Antonio in 2025. Yes, I took that photo with a cell phone. I was really proud of myself. My camera batteries got stolen and it was bad. Anyway, Miss H.C. Quinn is a BRC captain daughter out of Miss WCC Violet 217 over 6. She has been a winning dudette from the very beginning when she stepped into the arena as a junior yearling in 2024 at the ABBA Winter Show. I don't think she showed any place really before. Maybe as a calf. Yeah, she was a calf champion in 2023 at the Sugar Classic. So that was her first show when she was calf champion Sugar Classic in 2023. So again, congratulations. We're now in the division drive, guys. We are in the junior division drive. So this is really exciting for us. Junior division drive, we are seeing Miss V8 854 over 9. That is going to be a V8 322 over 8 daughter out of JDH Lady Manso 563. Jim Williams owns that one. In our second class, we have the BRC Wicked Felina. That is going to be Case Baca. He, of course, is also the owner of Amos Moses, or was when he was grand champion at our national show a couple of years ago. And that is going to be a Mr. H. Breaker Manso 103 over 7. That is a BRC Sweetie daughter also. So again, BRC Sweetie is the girl. Then BRC Gussied Up 372 with Super Stick Nate Forche on the stick.
Representing our class.
Wasn't it Nate? Maybe it wasn't.
Your second place there.
Earlier.
15-16. Your class 24 second place representative was 784. Our class 25 representative.
I don't know why I thought Forche cattle was showing. It is not. It is. But didn't they say in the book that it was Forche cattle showing? On the.
Congratulations to our first and second.
On the. I got completely confused.
Well, guys, this division is challenge as any of the big heifers we've seen. You know, just so many nice ones, but so many different types, and you had to break down some little things and weigh stuff out in your mind. But boy, I couldn't be any more pleased. I think all 4 of these class winners and the respective seconds are really, really impressive out here. Give these exhibitors in this great division, a big division, give them a round of applause if you would. You know, as they come back out here, you know, they're not all exactly the same, but I think you read these cattle, you break them down, and I keep coming back to one heifer. I think in terms of female quality, balance, structural soundness, I think she puts those things together really, really well. And yet, although she's not maybe the deepest sided, the turn of her body, their muscle shape is incredibly impressive. I think a really, really high quality individual that's going to lead things off. It's not easy, but I think she puts the best combination of traits together. You know, from there, I think all 3 of the other class winners and even a second in a really close class are the contenders for reserve. And I think we can break some differences in structure down in the trio that are going to be remaining in contention. And I think once again, that's where our reserve is going to separate herself. Quality of feet and legs, the way she handles her front end versus another class winner, the way she handles her hock and hind leg versus the other class winner. But this is really, really a good set of cattle. Class 2 is going to be our champion. Congratulations. That gentleman on a really, really nice female. That heifer right behind her is going to be your reserve champion. Congratulations.
Ladies and gentlemen, our Class 25 winner taking Class 24 taking the championship honors there. And that female is BRC Wicked Vina 390. And the reserve honors going to our Class 25 winner. And that is entry 693, the female Gussie Depp 370.
Okay, I got myself completely confused because I'm looking and I'm like, what? It's because it was Harley passed off his second in class, you know, to Thibodeau because, and I was like, that's not Nate, and I got completely confused. So Nate did show Gussie up. Yes. Okay, got completely confused. So congratulations, guys. We had a BRC kind of day so far. So in our championship, we had, now this gets really interesting. We have Mr. H. Breaker Manso on BRC Sweetie with BRC Wicked Felina. That was our champion. And our reserve champion was another Sweetie daughter, but this time by the MSP King Garrett. So again, congratulations. I got myself confused, and Iran got me confused too. I'm just saying it's your fault. Oh wait. You kept telling me Nate did not show it.
No. I was saying that Nathan showed it for BRC.
That's what I kept saying. I'm like, but that's not Nate. And then you're like, yeah, but okay, I got it now. I got it confused.
It's your own fault. It's easy.
I know. It's like, oof, my eyes were crossing. So excited for everyone, though. Hey, Cecile Stiles, thanks for watching. We had Emily with us for a while. Hayden Tucker is in the next class. Thank you for letting us know. We will keep an eye out for that. So again, huge congratulations to BRC, one of our sponsors. And you know what? When people sponsor us, we bring them good luck. Just saying. What do you think? We'll just say we're bringing them good luck.
That's correct.
I agree. The cattle are getting cranky. And I think the cattle are getting cranky because it's getting late. I'm just saying. Cranky cattle because it's getting late.
10 p.m. is not earlier.
Whoa. Oh, it's not 10 yet. It's 8:30.
Almost 8:30.
It's 8:30.
Should we start the draw on what time we're going to finish?
Okay, let's see when we're going to finish. Oh, Brenda, good. How are you, my girlfriend? Carl told me you were here yesterday and that you had just left. And I love you. And I'm so glad you're here. I want to give you a big hug. And I'm in this little hole so you can come find me easily. I'm not moving for the whole day. All right, guys. So we're going to ask people to let us know when they think the show will be over. This isn't class. Is this class 29 really? Did you mess up, or is this really class 29?
We ended with 26, then division.
Okay, all right. But remember
It
last
should
time
be
we got
29.
confused. We hope it's 29. So big congratulations to White Landry. Yep, TBJ brings very good luck. I agree. Hey, Carrie Clay, you've been knocking it out of the park. The heifer Nathan shows is the Landry heifer of Louisiana, owned with BRC. Yeah, I knew that, Glenn, but here's where I got confused. I was like what? Because I saw Harley up above, and I'm like, wait, I know Nate showed with Harley. But Harley just is a showing dude. Okay, you're saying 9:30. Casey Villarreal says 9:30. Casey, I don't think so. I wish it was true. It might take some coffee to make it to the end of the show tonight. Robin, I've got the coffee maker back there. I do think I need some coffee. We need to make a call to the booth. I need some coffee, just saying.
I will make the call.
Yeah, Ron's going to make... Okay, Charles, I think, is a little bit closer. He's saying 10 o'clock. Yeah, I think it's going to be 10 o'clock. Maybe 12 o'clock. Actually, I was thinking more along the lines of 12 o'clock, though he has started speeding up just a tick. Okay, guys, so you know what, Glenn, too? The gussied up female, I mean, we've done some reels on her. We've done some videos on her. I love her. She is so... And Wyatt, when he shows her, he is the man. He says such a good job. You know, I thought he did great, but Nate did an amazing job. He is the super stick. And so he did a great job being that reserve champion in the junior division. That was very, very cool. Does this mean wait, what division? That was intermediate? No, wait. That was junior division of the, are we in the senior division? Oh, yeah, we might get out of here at 10. Your tires are forgiven. Thank you, Glenn. I greatly appreciate it because I am a little on the tired side. You come try sitting down here and talking cattle and looking up pedigrees and trying to come up with information that's interesting and stuff. Alrighty. Ooh, we know that one. That's the Bailey heifer. That's Bailey showing. And hey, Brad Gauntz is talking to you, Glenn, so y'all have a little conversation. Brad Gauntz is the only judge. You know what? They are a good family, and Wyatt is the bomb. And look at this. Did Bailey just win? 16:02. You know who that is? That's a Sting daughter. Let's listen.
With, I think, a pretty high-quality class winner that comes to the forefront pretty quickly. Again, I think just balance and freshness are the things that really hold true in this one as well. I like her depth of center body. Maybe lay that shoulder back just a nickel in terms of length of stride. We could improve her up front, but I still think her joint works good. She stays together and collected in motion. Very, very nice way to start off this particular class. Love the top line, the levelness of hip, the boldness of upper rib in the second heifer in this class. She's not as soft through the center portion of her body, but she hooks up maybe just a little nicer. And I don't know if she's any sounder. She's just a little more coordinated, perhaps, in the way she steps down off of the hind leg versus our third heifer. Third heifer's got a big top in her. She's dropping us some udder development. I appreciate that. Hopefully that continues to balance out a little bit better as she continues to drop that udder. But biggest thing for me is when we set her in motion, because of that lack of coordination, if you will, off her hind leg, she wants to roll out of her hip just a little more than ideal. The next heifer is big, stout, powerful, a lot of the same story in the way that she's made out of her hip. She's not giving us the best look here today, but I think there's good in that female. Just need to square her up from hooks to pins. Next heifer needs to move a little nicer out of her front end. Boy, she's big, long, she's pretty. She doesn't have quite as much substance, and she's just a little straighter in the angle of that shoulder. Big rugged heifer that comes next, that's a little coarser in her features. A big bodied heifer there that follows her, that has some fundamental good in her, but a little plainer in her look. Then we run into a trio of heifers that I think are very similar. They're big, ribbed, high volume, lots of performance in those cattle. And in all three cases, I'd like to shore them up a little different in terms of their structure, get their feet and legs moving a little more correctly. A big light-colored heifer here that's got a lot of volume to her, but a female that comes off just a little plainer and deeper up through her front end. Especially like to clean that navel up in the way it's coming into her forudder. Then we wrap things up with a heifer that just needs a shot more width and volume all the way through, strengthen that rear pastern, and maybe give her more flex to her hock. Again, an excellent class, top to bottom, and a really, really nice female that leads it off again.
All right, here we go. Here are your results out of Class 29. First went to entry number 1602, BKB Miss Versace Sting, 374. Watch Ranch exhibiting for Lacey Bailey out of Wortham. Second went to entry number 1591 with Miss LPC, 237. Again, Watch Ranch exhibiting Presley Dodd is your owner. Third in that class went to entry 2515, Watkins Cattle Company, your exhibitor and owner out of Austin, Texas. Fourth went to entry number 775.
All right, guys, that was actually Bailey K. Bailey showing for herself, basically. She was the AJBA All-American Bred Known Reserve Junior Champion with BKB Miss Versace Sting 374. That is going to be a KF Mr. Need a Sting 61. Now, let's talk about who is a full sister to a full sibling. So a sister, though, to KF Mr. Need a Sting 61. Do you know the answer to that question, Mr. Iran? Do you know the answer? Ah, thank you. Ooh, can I have cream? Oh, that's special. Okay, gotcha. Thank you. Okay. All right, very excited. So they brought me coffee. Thank you. That was a very good idea. I don't know whose idea that was, but that was a great idea. Okay, BKB Miss Versace Sting is sired by KF Mr. Need a Sting 61. Miss Carolyn Falgo is around here someplace. She owns that bull. She's very excited. But you know who the bull is a full sibling to? Iran's shaking his head no. Y'all can't hear it, but I'm going to tell you, shaking his head no. Repeat Rita, the female that was world champion, like of the world. Yeah, get with it, Iran. Come on, know your genetics. Anyway, and it is out of Walters Dulce Rojo. That was Bailey K. Bailey on the stick. Then in second place, we had Miss LPC 237. That is going to be a Mr. V8 754/8 daughter out of Lady L. Fiona Rojo. And so congratulations to that second place. We're now in this next class. Looks like we have Roxanne here. You know, the LPC 237 was the 2023 LJBA State Show Grand and Calf Champion as a baby. So that is pretty cool. Absolutely. So she has been a winner before. We have Miss Roxanne sitting here, which is pretty exciting, I think. This is class number 30. Yes, we have Miss Moreno's Miss Ladies Roxanne, Diamond D Cattle, Brooklyn Logan on the stick. We have Gossa Ranch. We have Kel Rhino. These cattle are tired, guys. They're getting a little cranky because they're a little on the tired side. So we are in class number 30. Class number 30, guys. We have class number 31, and then we will be going into the senior championship drive. Senior champion, 30 and 31. We are in class 30. We have class 30, then we have class 31. We have in class 30. We have Jana Wall with Miss CCC Moonshine Carolina up here at the top. We also have Nate Forche on the stick with his CT Miss Kell Rhino. We have Ryan Mack Simpson with his Miss WCC Lady Dior 545. I can't see further back than that. I think Brooklyn's back there too. Yep, Brooklyn with her Miss Roxanne. We still have a lot of cattle in this class that he's evaluating. So thank you guys for watching. We're thinking, somebody told us 9:30, somebody told us 10. What are you, Ron's shaking his head. 11?
I'm thinking 11, 11:20.
Okay, here's the question. What time we walk out of the arena, because it takes us an hour, or what time we're finished, like we get the last grand champion slap.
Last Grand Champions Lap.
11?
11, 11:20.
Okay.
Para los que hablan español que nos están siguiendo en Facebook y en YouTube, díganos a qué hora creen que va a terminar este juzgamiento. Estamos haciendo una pequeña encuesta para saber.
Whoa. Okay, we have Jana Wall, we have Ryan Mack Simpson, and we have Roxanne with Brooklyn. We're walking again. We have the CC Moonshine Carolina, JW Fitting, that's Jana Wall. We have Ryan Mack Simpson with his Miss WCC Lady Dior. And we have the beautiful Logan, Brooklyn Logan, with her Moreno Miss Lady Roxanne, who you know she owns part of now with Kelsey at Breathe Easy. That's so cool. Midnight, thanks a lot. 10 p.m. is the latest. So, yeah, Casey, does that mean that's the latest you'll stay up to watch with us? Like you're going to bed then? Because I don't think we're going to be done at 10. 11, Luis Roberto, and he should know. Okay, Ryan Mack Simpson, then Jana, then Brooklyn. Ryan Mack, boy, he's had a good show.
Well, guys, this red division continues to impress me, and once again, we've got a leadoff heifer that I think is really, really strong here, and going to again make for what's going to be a great division and a player in that regard. Just like we've seen in those top end ones to this point, I think that one is dead on the money condition-wise. She's so beautiful in her rib and body shape, and yet she maintains a level of elegance and soundness of structure. Dominant winner in this particular class. To me, 2 and 3 was the closest decision here. A little more length of hip and levelness of hip in our second place female. She's got a little more navel there, but I like her body shape and type to fit our class winner just a little better. She's got a little bit of chest in her. I'd like to neaten that up, secure that up into her body just a little better to give her a little neater look. But a heifer that I think's got a lot of good in her, just ran against a really, really strong one. The next heifer is just a little round in the way she drops her pins and curls that hind leg up under her body as she gets out in motion. If she was just a little more stable there, I probably would have considered a switch. But with it, that spine goes up and she just doesn't stay together quite as nice. She's smooth, she's long, she's feminine featured. I think a lot of good there as well. Man, if you like bone, you're going to like number 4, because that is one big-legged, stout-boned, big-footed heifer right there. And yet she handles it pretty sound. I don't know if we need that much bone in one, but if you're trying to make that improvement, she's sure going to do it. She's got a lot of substance in her. You know, a heifer that with that, probably a little coarser and bigger in her joints in general. You know, not overboard. Usually when you get that much, it gets really bad. But in general, she's still got just a little bit of coarseness to her. Again, a little like that heifer in front of her, rounds in her hip just a touch. But there's some unique breeding pieces in that heifer, no doubt about it. Nice, interesting female there. I love that we're in production. I don't know if you were hoping for twins in that process, but at least she's in production and she's doing her job. Again, a heifer, a little bit of coarseness to this hock and a little off in her hip, but she's fresh, she's attractive, she's got some mammary system going there that's got longevity to it. I think it's held tight to the body wall, a little coarser in her teeth structure, but it's still, they're out on the corners where they need to be. I think there's some longevity built into that udder because of its youthfulness and the attachments it's got. The next heifer is big and deep. She's just a little too cumbersome on the move. She doesn't want to get out and go, especially out of her front end, as comfortable as she needs to. I'd like to lean her up in her condition. The next heifer is deep as well, a little bit heavier conditioned in her own right as well, but underneath of that, I don't see quite the natural dimension. Both of those heifers, though, are big-bodied, as is the next big-footed, stout-structured one. She's a little coarse for my taste and a little round-hipped. As we get to the next heifer, not quite enough body, but I like her femininity and balance. And then we get into a trio of heifers that just are a little too far along condition, in my opinion, and it hurts them when we get them out in motion. All three cattle need to be out and get out and move just a little more comfortable. Round things out with a heifer that's a little leaner, but she gets a little too straight in her angles and doesn't move with enough length of stride. Again, really a good class, and that is one excellent female, once again, that leads off for us.
Well, we have loved the Miss WCC Lady Dior for a very long time. She was such an exciting female. She's been grand champion so many different places. World Brahman Congress Junior Show Reserve Grand Junior Champion. Back in the day, 2023 Bluebonnet Kickoff Classic Junior Owned Show Calf Champion, Kickoff Classic Grand and Junior Champion in 2024. I'm just saying we have followed her since 2023 all the way. State Fair of Texas Junior Show Grand Champion, Rio Grande Valley Reserve Grand, All-American Junior Champion, Sugar Classic Grand Champion, San Antonio Stock Show Reserve Grand Champion. Loved that when she won there. I took that photo there and I just loved seeing it. We're so excited. They had so much fun there. Sugar Classic Junior Champion, State Fair of Texas Junior Champion, World Brahman Congress Junior Show Champion. I mean, just on and on. So again, big congratulations with Ryan Mack on that one. We're moving on into the next class. Of course, our second in class went to Jana Wall on the stick. That is, of course, the Miss CC Moonshine Carolina. She has had a tremendous career also, starting out with Drake Melancon as a senior yearling champion red female at the EBBA Bonanza show. She's gone to Florida with Jana Wall. She's gone all over the place. Miss CCC Moonshine Carolina, she's a JDH Astro Manso daughter out of Miss JS Rouge 677/7. Of course, Bob Rich and John Coleman Locke owned the JDH Astro Manso bull together. So big congratulations there. She has won so many championships. She was grand champion at the Tennessee, at the Delta Fair in Memphis, and I mean, just on and on. So again, big congratulations to both of those. That were two really super nice females. We are now into class 31. This is our last class before we go into the championship drive in the seniors. Now, we've had a couple questions. Somebody's saying 12:30 or 1 a.m. East Coast. That would be 11:30 here. Somebody asked how many more classes. So, Casey, we have the age senior division in the red. You're going to go, Cox is saying that he's going to go, Glenn Cox is saying he'll go with Iran's time guess. What was your guess time? 11? 11:30, okay. We'll give you a little wiggle room there. So, up at the top of this class, we are going to have one of my faves, because I learned how to say her name, DC Miss Maya Mia. Mia Maya? Mia Maya. Mia Maya? Maya Mia. Maya Mia? Your microphone's not on. Try again. You're going to have to work on some batteries, maybe. Did you turn it off? Turn it on. Maybe new batteries. I think you must have turned it off. Oh, he did. Is it back on? Oh, need batteries. Oh. I think these are the old batteries. Where'd the batteries go? Miss Kembley.
A good way to end. This young man's done a really nice job presenting this heifer to us. This top trio, they're certainly my three favorites, but it's not because they're exactly the same, and their mature size is quite different. Here's probably the one that kind of fits in the middle in terms of body and rib and muscle shape. She's really, really impressive, and I still think she's got a nice enough look to her. I like her joints, maybe a nickel better than the heifer in second. I'd like to square out of her hip just a touch when we get her out in motion, but I think a nice way to start. Big, stout heifer that comes next, just substance of bone, is massive in that one as well. She probably is a little longer and just a touch square out of her hip, but not perfect there in her own right. A heifer that's a little bigger in terms of her size probably than my, or mature size for my taste, but definitely good in that female that needs to keep her up here in the top pair. I like the moderation, I like the depth, I like some female quality pieces in our third place heifer. If she was just a nickel sounder, then we'd go ahead and consider her a contender to be higher. I just need her to be laid back in her shoulder. I need more length of stride, especially up front. Here's a heifer that's bagging down. I really appreciate that. And that female, a heifer that's got length and she's really extended up front. Just gets a little piecey, a little harder right there in her fore rib and a little too round out of her hip. The next heifer, she's moderate and she's deep, but she's a little too frail and flat. I need more muscle shape. The next heifer is really muscular, but she gets a little bit shallow and tight in her center rib and body. We get to a heifer next that's got a little more condition on her, struggling just a little in terms of motion, but I like her depth of body and her fleshing ease. We finish things up with a heifer that's a little bigger in her frame, probably needs more body to go with that frame. In terms of structure, she's still free and easy in terms of movement, got enough flex in that hock. I just think a little more extreme and potentially a little harder keeping down the road. Again, an excellent class. Congratulations, those exhibitors. It's going to be a really good final division.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here are your results in Class 31. First is going to go to entry 25-28 with Triple E, Miss Maria 120, Baxter Whitworth, exhibiting owned by Baxter Whitworth and Top Notch Cattle Company of Henderson, Texas. Second goes to entry 1874 with DC Miss Mia 11/2, Fortier Cattle Company, Nathan Fortier of Crowley, Louisiana is your owner. Third went to entry 1717. That's owned and exhibited by Rancho Las Huastecas of Grandview, Texas. Fourth went to entry 1605, Watts Ranch exhibiting owned by Scanlon Cattle Company.
Okay, guys, so we have in here for the championship drive, we have the BKB, the Versace female, who is a very special female that I know Carolyn Falgo is super excited about. We have Ryan Max Simpson. So we have the BKB Miss Versace Sting 374. That's going to be a KF Mr. Nita Sting daughter out of the Walters Dulce Rojo. Then we have the Miss WCC Lady Dior. Lady Dior is a Maximus daughter out of Miss WCC 355/9. That, of course, is a female that has won so very, very much for Ryan Max Simpson. And then we have Baxter showing his Triple E, Miss Maria.
All right, let's set your lineup here for this senior division
That is going to be the
championship
Triple
drive.
E, Miss Maria.
Class 29, you have entry number 1602. Female
He has
BKB
been
Miss
multiple
Versace
times class champion and class reserve champion.
And the judges having a piece of pizza and Coke.
Piece of pizza and Coke.
Normal Coke.
Real Coke. Okay, so this is number 6 on the Cokes. Okay, number 6 on the Coke. And some pizza.
Class 31, you had entry number 2328.
He has a napkin. He's good to go.
Baxter Whitworth and Top Notch Cattle Company.
We love you, Maciel. We're so sorry we have not appreciated you enough. You are the goddess. You've listened to us this long. I don't. I hope you're drinking a tea or something. I'm having a coffee, so whew. I can make it a little bit longer.
Was 1874, Nathan Force Day, Raleigh, Louisiana.
We're still playing the game. If you want to take how long? Let's listen.
Cattle. This has been awesome, and there is 2 heifers in this group that are going to fit right in with all those divisional champions we've seen. I know we've got a age division yet to go, but the quality is awesome in this division as well. I'm not going to talk them anymore. I think the 2 heifers up front are the obvious 2 heifers in this division. One of them's just a little more correct in the angle of her shoulder and also has the edge in power. I think they're both incredibly good-looking young men out of Class 2. We'll have your champion. Young lady up front will be reserved.
And your champion's going to entry 2365, Miss WSCC Lady Dior 54502, Ryan Simpson, Rio Hondo, Texas, and following up reserve was entry 1602, BKB Miss Versace Sting 374, Lacey Bailey's entry out of Wortham, Texas.
Folks, as we move back over here to the gray side of the arena, this will be class number 29. These are gray late senior heifers, calved November 1st, 2022 through the last day of 2022. Exhibitors, we will remind you that we are making all these calls and posting as a courtesy. It remains the sole responsibility of the exhibitor to be on time for their class. We will head into some shorter classes. It appears the pace is quickening. Please be on time for your class.
There are three more. There are three left. They are going to walk. And meanwhile, we want to thank our sponsors: ST Genetics Brahman, the MCC, la Asociación Mexicana de Criadores de Cebú, Casaray Ranch, and Herd Bar Ranch. ST Genetics is going to have a sale, a field day, and a party this Sunday. You don't want to miss it. And I'm hearing something. You don't want to miss it.
Well, nice set of top-end cattle once again here as we get into this division of grays. And I don't think there's any secret. These two fit together a little nicer as a pair versus the big overwhelming heifer in third. I think what their difference is freshness, attractiveness, and balance. That's what makes them a pair. And then you can get into some of the more subtle differences. I like the strength and the stability with which our class winner goes to the ground, and it starts with a much better front foot shape. I like her stoutness. I like the set of her hind leg. Maybe a tick soft on that rear pastern, could strengthen her up there, but I still think she maintains her top line, her hip, and her coordination as well as anything when we get them out on the lead. I think a really nice individual to lead off. Glad this young guy showed up because I think he pairs up nicely. I like the length and the female quality that heifer presents. A heifer that will surprise you with the kind of top shape she's got in her, as we've alluded to. Just a nickel frailer in her bone work, but the front feet is where I'd really like to modify and square up those toes. Here's a big, overwhelming, huge-bodied heifer that's got probably as much condition as she needs on her, and probably, as a result, just not quite as attractive in her look as that top pair. But there's a lot of good and a lot of cow power, maybe a little longer in that front teat than ideal, but the shape of her teats is still good. I think she's going to have certainly a quality enough udder as she bags down. Here's a good heifer that comes next, a little cleaner condition, but one that gets just a little awkward in the set and travel of that hind leg and doesn't have that same body volume as the cattle that are out there in front of her. Again, a little like that last one, a little longer in her front teat structure, but a nice female that comes together good when that young lady gets her parked and gets her loin just enough. Here's a big performance heifer that's just a little coarser made than I prefer. You see that hock joint. She's got a little swelling on it, a little puffiness. I'd like to clean her up there as well. But big, stout, high-performing heifer there. The next heifer is moderate and deep-bodied. She's a little off in her front end structure, and the set to that knee needs to plant just a little better in her skeleton versus the final heifer that's got a little extra set to that hind leg and rolls out of her hip a little more than I would prefer, a little soft on that rear pastern. Again, a long-bodied, deep-ribbed, easy-doing heifer even that rounds out that class. Depth and quality is certainly comes to mind when you think of that lineup. Congratulations to those breeders.
Thank you, Coach. Let's do our placings in Class 29. First place entry, 1060, CJ Barr, Miss Corda, 58 with a 2. Claire Jalufka, Sulphur Springs, Texas. Second in class to 580, Miss Circle F Peaches, 956 with a 2. Reese Alexander, Ranger, Georgia. Third in class to 934, Miss FC, 248 with a 2. Ferguson Cattle LLC, Roanoke, Louisiana. Fourth place to 1515, Miss US Betty, 910 with a 2. Ada Lee Wainwright from Stark, Florida. Fifth place to 961, Lady Bardee Skeeter Yo, shown by Avery Kalachi from Anna, Texas. Sixth in class to 1161, CT, Ms. Blanso Manso, I like that. Meg Boudreau from Welsh, Louisiana, aboard. 7th place to 11-17, Lady M.N. Ellie Manso 233, Callie Kreft from Aransas Pass, Texas. Turn the page now to class number 30. These are gray cows born in September and October of 2022.
Mr. V8 195/8, known as Red Man around the world, had a successful show career and now is bringing his championship genetics to herds in the USA and around the world. And with sexed semen available worldwide, he's ready to go to work for you today. Let's look at just a few of Red Man's champion progeny. Sexed semen available worldwide, contact Carrie Clay or Manuel Amperon. Remember, Heart BC Brahmins. All right, guys, I'm back. Sorry, got distracted. Actually, I was trying to fix some batteries. All right, so congratulations, huge congratulations to Baxter Whitworth Charity. I know you are so excited. That, of course, is a Triple E, Miss Maria. Very big congratulations. We're going back to that. Oops, sorry. We're going back to that red. So again, congratulations, guys, to everyone. We had our senior champion, of course, was the Miss WCC Lady Dior 545/2. That's the Maximus out of Miss WCC 355/9. We had the reserve senior champion was Miss Versace Sting, KF Mr. Nita Sting, Walters Dulce Rojo. Then we moved into class number 29. We are currently in class number 30. Currently in class 30. Our class number 29 winner was none other than Claire Jalufka with that high-end Burma cattle, CJ Miss Bar Miss Corta 58/2. That is a Mr. Ako? Somebody needs to tell me how to say that. Help me out here a little bit. Samantha, they were there for Cotton and JTK with JK Livestock. Anyway, and the dam is CJ Bar Miss Jimena. That, of course, was Claire Jalufka. And then gray female class 29 second was Miss Circle F Peaches. That's going to be a JDH Giancarlo Manso 887. Oh, man. 885/7 out of Miss V8 154/8. That is Reese Alexander. Paul Canick. We love you, Paul. It was good seeing you the other day, Paul. I asked Carl if you had texted him, and he told me no. And Katie Knox, let's go. JK Livestock with Adele in New Caney, Texas. So again, we are in the class number 30, guys. Class number 30 of the senior females. Right now, up at the top. What is the number of this very first one? Okay. We have Quinn. All right, let's see. We're going to walk right now. We have 4 left. We have 3 left. We have our Quinn. We have 706. Okay, I'm so confused. I'm in the reds. It helps to be in the grays. Okay. I'm like, what the heck? These are red names. Okay. We have Quinn with her Miss V8 773 over 9. We have 706. That is going to be the BRC, feeling good again. BRC range. Who is with the 47 at the end? 1547. That is going to be Miss MK Dream 10. What do you think? What? Get on the mic.
The energy is close. We just heard the announcement.
Okay. I think we have some excited people. Some excitement is going on.
Well, guys, here in this great, really deep and strong class. And this heifer, the dark pigmented heifer up front here, I think the longer they're out here, the more and more she separates herself. And I think right here from the side is where she does it. Just balance and correctness aligns. The way she hooks up right there behind her hump, all the way out of her hip, I think just draws a tremendous silhouette. You know, I think she's interesting. That's a heifer that's got plenty of condition on her. They're all older, mature heifers that have been on the show road for a long time, I'm guessing. So there's not necessarily a real lean one in here. She holds her condition quite well, though. I think it's a product of how truly feminine she is underneath of that and how good balanced she is. But she's still got plenty of volume and dimension and power. She does come out just a little bit on those front feet, like to square them up just a little bit as she comes at you. I think she's certainly adequate in terms of udder structure, but I wouldn't mind spreading those teats just a little wider here as you start to study that. Again, nitpicky pieces, but I think a really good female, one that finds her way to the front for me pretty handily. From there, you've got a decision in the next several heifers, and 2 and 3 just remained enough sounder than the next trio of heifers that they found their way into the second and third hole. There's obviously more mass, more body volume, just more overall dimension in the second place female. With that, she's a little coarser featured as well. So you've got some give and take in that regard. There's one that's certainly got the look of one that could be a bull maker down the line because of the amount of dimension that she's got. She just comes off not quite as female-like as that heifer that's in front of her. You know, an interesting heifer that comes next, and I considered her a spot higher. She's a bit uncoordinated off that hind leg. If we could strengthen that rear pastern and set her down a little bit stronger and more stable off that hind leg, I probably would have switched that pair because I like her moderation and I like her femininity. I just need more strength off that hind leg. You know, here's a heifer that at the stand, I'd probably run her second. I like her quality and her balance and her look probably as closely mirrors our class winner as anything. Unfortunately, that hock's just a little too straight and tight in her, and she just isn't getting out and moving the way she needs to for me to get her around those 2 in front of her, but a good female. Another heifer that I love coming next, and she has such a beautiful body shape. She is huge rib, tremendous depth of body and boldness and shape to her rib, and yet not over over conditioned. I think she's in a nice condition for this stage and age and development. Again, a little like that heifer in front of her. When we get her out in motion, she just needs to be a little better in the way she travels, especially off of her hind leg. But a female, then we get her parked right there. There is uniqueness in terms of mass and power with still length and extension and some elegance up through her head and neck. The next heifer is one, again, change her front feet and up from there, and then we could maybe be talking about her several slots higher, because the back 2/3 of that heifer I think are really, really good. She's strong in her top, she's bold up high, she's got width and mass, you know, not as soggy middled, but plenty of depth of rib. As we said, just modify her a little bit in that front end structure, and we'd have her several slots higher. The next heifer just comes off a little too shallow for me. I like her skeleton. I think she moves good. I think she's fundamentally a sound female. I just need more body in a senior heifer like this, and maybe even though showing a little bit of udder formation, a little coarser in her teat structure. The next heifer is one that, again, as we set her into motion, probably some little tweaks off of both ends keep her from being quite as attractive and put together when she's out at the lead. I'd like to lay that shoulder back in her just a notch, just give her more balance as we get to the side, but she is big and deep ribbed and performance driven as well. Dark pigmented heifer here that comes next, a one that needs to be modified in her front end structure, but certainly a bold bodied heifer that's got some muscle. The next heifer is too deep in her brisket to balance out quite right, but from her fore rib back, I love a lot about that female. Moderate, deep, good do and look to that heifer. The next heifer is too round in her hip, but she's bold bodied and moderate. Big framed heifer that's got good body volume and performance. She's sound enough, a little bigger in her frame for my taste. We wrap things up with a trio of heifers, all still really good cattle guys that are going to go back and do good things in each case, maybe give up just a little bit in terms of dimension and or balance to get them any higher. Excellent, excellent class. Again, a heifer I like quite well that leads it off.
Thank you, Mr. Mullinex. Here in Class 30, here goes. First place to 1397, Miss JSCLF Polled Marvelous, Adeline Smith from Maringouin, Louisiana. Second in class to 1201, Miss V8 773 with a 9, Quinn Paget, Grand Chenier, Louisiana. Third place to 706, BRC Feeling Good Again, 323, owned by Jackson Crew and Brandon and Rachel Cottrell, Wharton and Friendswood, Texas. Fourth place to 888, CJ Barr, Miss 56 with a 2, Denver Driver from Winnsboro, Texas. Fifth in class to 800, FL Lovely Lady Scar, Jefferson, Angleton, Texas. Sixth place to 1255, BRC 7 More, 408. Exhibited by Ross Turner, but that's supposed to be B-E-R, something more, 408.
Oh, right.
Exhibited by Ross Turner.
There we go. I am back. So we have a champion in that last class. That is Miss JSCLF Polled Marvelous. I think you guys will remember her. They put a lot of smiles on the faces when she was our 2024 ABBA National Brahman Show class champion out of class 26. She was also our junior champion at the 2024 ABBA National Show, but she's had a long career. 2023 Louisiana State Fair Junior Show champion, Grand Champion female, and Open Brahman Show Junior Yearling champion. So from the very beginning, she has been a champion. Sugar Classic Junior Show Grand Champion. Again, she is a she is a M2 BRC captain daughter out of the England Cattle Company. ECC polled Jessica 429/0. And of course, Jessica had a wonderful smile on her face, Jessica Smith Fairchild, when she showed in the 2024 World Brahman Congress and won Class 22. She was second in Class 22 at the World Brahman Congress with that beautiful female. Of course, Adeline Smith took her to the Junior Championship in the All-American Bred and Owned. And again,
But I
Let's
think
listen.
a leadoff entry that is certainly going to bring some neat things to the table in this champion drive in this division. She's long, she's fresh, she's really, really shaped well. You know, on both ends, maybe gets down just a little bit in her pastern, but I think still very comfortable, long strided, just an excellent female that I think wins and wins pretty handily in this particular group. From there, the one in production suits me best to be second, primarily because I still think she's so nice in terms of her hip and hind leg structure. Obviously, she's in production. I appreciate that. She's moderate in her kind. She's leaning up as she's went into lactation. I think she's acceptable in her udder. Might like to tidy up the attachments and give you the look that udder's maybe got just a nickel more longevity and milkiness built into it. But I think feet and legs and structure and balance still make her the second place heifer. This heifer in third, I think, has got a lot of good too. And I just wish we could soften her up in her middle. If we make her a nickel deeper sided, then we're talking about her in second, no question. I think versus that heifer behind her, or excuse me, in front of her, she's a little stronger behind her shoulder and she's got a notch more muscle shape, but she is just a little harder in her center body. And I'd like to flex that hock just a little different. This heifer that's right behind her is very similar, maybe even more muscular as you study her up high. The thickness and the dimension she's got is really good. We can go ahead and lead her on out. She's also a little more tubular in her center rib, showing us a little more udder development, but like to refine those teats just the slightest little bit. Then we wrap things up with a deep, high volume heifer. Appreciate that in her. Lots of performance. She's got more condition on her than I would prefer and needs to be a little more correct in the way she travels out of her front end.
Your class.
Okay.
695
was first in that class. BRC Guccion. 285 BRC Ranch. Annie was the winner. And then we had the DMC Lady Polled Nova 10/2. We're getting ready to go into that senior championship drive, guys. Senior championship drive. And we are getting excited. It is 9:30 here. 9:30 here, so Maciel, we are very excited that you're staying with us.
Those who say 9, you lose.
Yeah, those who said 9 o'clock, you're so wrong. It's 9:30.
Those who say 10, I don't think so.
You should only see Ron's face of disgust that you even said 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock. Come on, guys. Okay, I was saying midnight, hoping it would be 11. What do you think? 10:30? What do you think? 10:30? We'll get out of here at 11? Brandon just is like shrugging her shoulders.
I still say 11, 11:20.
11:20. Camera went dead. Nope, there's a person in front of a camera. Person in front of a camera. Can we ask them to move? All right, guys, we're in this championship drive. Reminiscent of our trip to Medellin in November, AJ is with us. AJ, we live streamed for 18 hours. 18 hours that day. 18. That was crazy. Y'all left. Y'all went back to the show, back to the hotel. Okay, Maciel says midnight.
At 6 p.m., we run the 12 hours, so we are...
Where are we at right now? We're at 9:30?
9 hours, 3 hours more. That's
12,
15.
15. I'm having trouble. My brain's not working good. Okay, guys, in this championship drive, Maciel, I love you. You're a goddess. Do not leave. We love you, Maciel. Please. Everybody loves Maciel. She is a goddess. Okay, guys. In this division drive, we're going to have I'm looking for the grade senior classes. I don't know why I'm having trouble finding them. There they are. Okay. We have CJ Bar Miss Quarta, 58/2. That is going to be Claire with her high-end Burma cattle. Then we have the Miss JS CLF Polled Marvelous. And that, of course, is Adeline Smith. And we also have the BRC Guccion 285. Let's listen.
Again, phenomenal set of cattle in the senior division in your grays. All three of these class winners, I think, are really, really nice in their own right. And yet I think even if you listen to me describe the trio of classes, I think you probably know which two it comes down to. I think a pair of heifers that complement each other, but are different in ways also. This heifer out of class number 1, I think very useful in her kind. Maybe strengthen her just a little off of that hind foot, but I know bells and whistles perhaps, but just good and solid. It really boils down to the other two heifers, and take nothing away from the seconds. I like both of those, but these are the two elite heifers in this particular group, and I like both of them very, very well. Here's what I see. The heifer out of class 2, a little more softness and depth through the center portion of her body, and with that still so feminine and maternal in her look. A heifer out of class 3 that is a little stouter in her bone work, a little more genuine in terms of muscle, and probably just a little leaner in her composition. Give and take in terms of structure. I think both of them, their front feet could be touched up just a little bit, but both of them still sound and comfortable in the way that they get out and move. Again, I think as you really analyze things, I've taken a look close too. She's a little awkward in the way she wants to hold that jaw and that nose, but I think the lineup is just fine if you really study it. Excellent, excellent pair. For me, your champion comes out of class number 2, your reserve out of class 3.
Senior champion gray cow is entry 1397, Miss JSCLF Polled Marvelous, Adeline Smith from Maringouin, Louisiana. And the reserve came to us out of class number 31. That's 1106.95 rather. BRC Guccion 280.
Well, big congratulations, of course, to our good friends, the Smith family. Adeline Smith taking that big win. She is getting that senior championship on the green shavings, looking beautiful. I know that her entire family is very excited. That was a big day all the way around. She still gets to show again on the green shavings. And again, that was our senior champion with the beautiful Miss JSCLF Polled Marvelous. And that is a M2 BRC captain daughter out of the ECC Polled Jessica. That does have an E in there in front of the CC. That's ECC Polled Jessica 429/0. Adeline Smith. She is our senior champion, so big congratulations. And Chad Phillip is saying, congrats, Smith family, love that heifer. We do too. That is an absolutely beautiful heifer. And again, in our reserve champion, went to the BRC Get Your Gucci On. BRC Guccion 285. That again is going to be a V8 160/8 out of Miss V8 636. And Catherine Gritraire is the owner. We're now moving to the gray book. Look at this, Iran. I am like, oh, red book, sorry. Well, at least I was changing books. I had the wrong color, but I was changing books. You know, I caught the book change. I just was looking at them and they're red, and I'm like, yeah, okay. Oh my goodness, what a great photo. That is so awesome. Little Savannah is taking some good ones. Look at that face. Ron went and stuck a microphone in her face, and she's like, no, I'm not talking. Was that a good photo, Ron?
It was a good photo, and I found my entertainment tonight.
He's like, he's going to run around after Savannah with a microphone. Yep, that's how he's going to do it. Okay, guys, we are in we are in the last division of the Reds. We are in the last division.
Is this
of the
class
Reds.
34?
I'm going to tell you. It is. It's class 34.
Yes.
Yes. JDA, Miss Smokin' Isabel. BL Elena 35/2, Lady L Vidalia, Rojo 552, Moreno Miss Lady Rockabilly, and Miss HC Lauren. are supposedly in this class. Looks like we're going to walk Lady L. Vidalia Rojo. This is going to be a Grayson Hensey entry, but we have Jeremy Lowen and his beautiful daughter on the stick, then followed up by the Herzog female. The Herzog female, which is Miss H.C. Lauren. And we're going to go with the Herzog female first, and we're going to go with the Lady L. Vidalia Rojo 552 second. Let's listen to the judge.
This final age division, what a great way to start things off, and a really good pair here at the top end, and I think both of them extraordinarily good. And what they have in common in this particular group, udder quality certainly favors these two young females versus the pair we'll talk about in third and fourth. We get them out in motion. I think the cow that leads off for us is just enough sounder in the way she comes out of her front end and moves in that regard that she gets the nod here. I think the body shape, the natural dimension she's got is really impressive, and she pieces it together with a nickel advantage in terms of structure. Doing a good job. Obviously, like to clean that navel up on this calf at side. Hopefully that cleans up over time, but I think her udder structure is unique in the fact that it's so tight to the body wall. The length and the strength in her fore-udder attachment, I think, bodes well for tremendous longevity. Those teats strut out just a little bit, but they're probably a little more refined and shorter in terms of length even than the second cow, so some give and take there. This is really a nice female in second, too, though. She's so attractive and neat up through her head and neck. At the stand, her top line stays so good. She balances good and doing a nice job with that young bull calf at side. As we have already alluded to, in motion is where she's just not quite as comfortable as that class winner up front. A heifer that comes next that I like her body type and her substance, a little coarser in the shape of those teats. I don't see quite the longevity in her mammary system as those cattle that are in front of her, but still love her body shape, her correctness of feet and legs. We wrap things up with a cow that's not quite as balanced in her udder development, a little off as you study her in terms of the quarters on this side versus her non-show side. A heifer that needs to be a little more correct when we set her in motion as well, but she's got body and length and performance that you really appreciate, and translating that over to that calf at side. Great class, super way to start off our age division.
And here are your results out of class 34. First is going to entry 1959 with Miss H.C. Lauren, 169 over 2, Herzog Cattle Company out of Chilton, Texas. Second went to entry 1982 with Lady I. Vidalia Rojo, 552, Hensey Cattle and Grayson Hensey, your owner, out of Brenham, Texas. Third went to entry 2389, the Southern Comfort Ranch out of Arcadia, Florida. And fourth went to entry 2336, Santa Elena Ranch in Madisonville, Texas. All right, next up, we're leading in class 35, our age senior cows. It's March and April of 2022. This is class 35.
All right, guys, we had in the senior division, we had in class 34, first place went to Miss H.C. Lauren, 169 over 2. And that is a Cutter daughter out of Miss CBR Monique, 613 over 6. And then in second place, we had the Lady L. Vidalia Rojo, 552. The Cutter daughter, that is Miss H.C. Lauren. She was a twin, and she has been winning since she was a very young calf. Senior yearling champion at the 2023 Bluebonnet Kickoff Classic. I mean, so many times that she's just been champion. We're going to be walking now. Cattle are getting a little cranky. They're just tired.
I feel them.
Yeah, you feel their pain. And then in second place, guys, we had the Lady El Vidalia Rojo. And Miss Vicky, thank you for all you do. When I could not hear the show, I always knew I could find info on the TVJ page. Thank you so much, Ashley, for saying that. We sure do try, and we do the best we can. And I am so glad that we are going to be in the arena today and tomorrow. Being here at Houston is such an honor. The fact that they allow us to be in the arena is a huge honor. So we really do appreciate it. The fact that people around the globe are watching, it's so much fun. The fact that they appreciate it and that they want us in different places is great too. We're gonna go sound off for a second. Mandy, what are you doing up so late? What the heck? I mean, I'm just saying. And Linda Hensey is saying Grayson because she owns the beautiful Lady El Vidalia Rojo 552 that was just second in that last class. That is out of Lady El Mia Rojo and by Mr. V8 183/7. She has been winning since she was a reserve calf champion in 2023 in January at the ABBA Winter Classic. Of course, she was also reserve senior champion at the ABBA National Brahman Show and just recently reserve aged at San Antonio. And hello from Thailand. How are you, YZ Santi Farm? We are so glad that you're watching. And go Lonnie, says Brandy. And nobody does a show better than the Brahman Journal. You know, the cattle and the people. Thank you, Robin. I greatly appreciate it. And that was a good suggestion, Robin, for me to get some coffee because it certainly did help. I needed a little coffee. So we are in the arena. And thank you. Greetings from Ocala, Florida. I love Ocala, Florida. Ooh. Ocala, Florida is absolutely beautiful. We have Dietering Red Brahman in the arena. We also have Kay Hart with Sister Bean. That leaves, right now, we have Stella left on the green shavings. And we also have Lonnie Pearl.
Well, guys, a bit more challenging class to fit together, and so much give and take in here when you think of just strength and power as it relates to some of these cows, udder quality as it relates to a handful of them, and that calf at side and what they're accomplishing. It's a lot to add up, and as a result, you can get a lot of different opinions out here. Ultimately, this pair that come up to the forefront, we could talk a little bit about some udder structure differences on down the line, but I think this is two of the better uddered heifers that are in this particular group. I think they're still sound in their feet and legs. There's certainly more length, more power in our winner here in this particular decision. I like her length of body. I like her substance of bone. I think she's got a little more natural dimension out of her hip. I think this is a pretty good calf at side. I think he's built to just continue to get better and better with time. This is an interesting pair that's second, and she's probably got as much true milkiness to her udder as anything that's in here. A little longer teat, but the teat shape is still acceptable. A cow that's not real big in her kind, but has some doability. And then a calf at side that's probably going to be a polar opposite of her, a little big in her frame, a little harder in terms of her kind. So it'll be interesting to see how she continues to mature. If that's a product of a planned mating that maybe looks a little more like daddy, or if she's going to slow down growing and moderate like mama. So again, a nice couple of entries there to start it off. This is an interesting cow in terms of power and substance. I like her as well as anything. That's a calf calf at side that probably has as much quality as anything that's in the group and is performing very, very well. Again, a cow that's got a little extra condition on her, and the biggest issue to me is the quality of that udder. She's too coarse and long in her teeth. She's gathered in the formation of that udder. I just don't see as much udder longevity in that female as the top pair. In fact, it made it close here. This cow's a little unbalanced in her udder. She's got a lot of that milk thrown into that fore udder, so the udder floor doesn't balance out quite as nicely as some of those cows in front of her. I still think she's got an advantage in that regard versus our final two cows because that udder's held tight to the body wall and her teeth structure's right. A good cow in terms of body and volume just like to balance out that udder a fair amount to get her above some of those in front of her. And certainly a calf at side that just needs time to see what she's capable of doing. Again, a big stout power cow that comes next, too gathered and long in those teats. I don't see the strength of attachments in that udder of some of those in front of her, but I love her substance. And again, a really muscular, shapely kind of cow with a big old heifer calf starting to grow its side. The coarseness of those teats and the formation of that udder, as well as just a movement of that hind leg and pastern is what slides her to round out this class. Again, excellent set. Very, very different kinds of cows, but a good class top to bottom.
Right, guys, we had SCC, Miss Seven Stella. That, of course, is Scanlon Cattle Company. I don't think she needs any introduction. She was our World Brahman Congress champion. So, again, Stella, everybody knows Stella. And then we went to Miss WCC Phoebe, 507/2, of course, with Lonnie Pearl on the stick. We are coming into our final class of the red show of the females. Final class, red females. We have 3 Morenos, a Casseret HG Kate, another Moreno, another Casseret, and a CT Miss 315 with Mackenzie Willard on the stick. So, the Moreno Miss Lady Rolla Sprinkles. This is Diamond E Cattle with Gracie Soul on the stick. We have a Moreno Ranches, Moreno Miss Lady Rise and Shine. Another Moreno Ranches, Moreno Miss Lady Ready to Rock. We have a Gassa Ranch, Miss Casseret HG Kate.
That brings us to our last class in this.
We have a Moreno Miss Lady Rockabye, that is Moreno Ranches. We have another Miss Casseret Yara, 26/12, and a CT Miss 315/1, Garner Ranch, Mackenzie Willard, the owner. So again, congratulations, guys. We're down to our very final class of the Red Female Show. Okay.
And of course, we want to thank our sponsors, ST Genetics Brahmans, AMCC, Asociación Mexicana de Criadores de Cebú, Casseret Ranch, and Herbie Brahmans. Of course, ST Genetics has their field day party and sale this coming Sunday, and everyone is invited to go and participate of those 3 events in the same day. It's going to be a pretty good day on Sunday. We are going to have fun with all the friends and breeders from ST Genetics that are going to go to the facilities to enjoy a very good time and see how the sale closes. Also, the Asociación Mexicana de Criadores de Cebú has this year the Com Cebu and next year the World Brahman Congress in Mexico. This year, the Com Cebu is going to be in Veracruz, and you don't want to miss it. There is going to be a lot of action and a lot of things that they are planning for you. So, if you are here in Houston, at the second floor, there is a booth with them, and you can ask for more information. Or visit BrahmanEvent.com, where we are uploading the information often. Let's hear the judge.
Again, a really nice lineup here. Congratulations, these exhibitors, once again. As we line this trio that are left out here, I think you get, once again, you've got a little give and take, but I'm really pretty comfortable with the place we're going to start, and a cow and a calf at side that match up really, really well. I think in terms of balance and quality, those two suit me the best. There are some pieces relative to that udder formation that I wouldn't mind changing. First of all, that navel flap comes plenty far back into her udder, and I'd like to just strengthen up that rear udder attachment just a touch. But she's doing a whale of a job with a heifer calf that I think has got as much quality and future in front of her as anything that's in this particular lineup. The heifer here in second, if I were to give just a best udder in this particular group, that's where it would go. I think the uniformity of and balance of her udder, the levelness of her udder floor, I think are things that really separate her in that regard. And I really like her body volume, her dimension. She's a little stronger in that rear udder attachment than is the cow that leads off the class. Probably give a slight edge to the calf up front and the calf behind if we're just looking at that coupon alongside. But I think still a bull calf that's got some future on that cow. I think all three of them are doing a nice job, and I do like that udder structure to give her an edge over the next cow. Certainly, just in terms of performance of calf and doing that job, you gotta like what you see in this pair that comes next. She's a little coarser and more gathered in her udder structure, and maybe just starting to dry just a little more than those cows in front of her, so not showing quite the bloom to that udder. But I really do like the muscle shape that cow's got, and she matches it with a calf at side that's doing a tremendous job. Lots and lots of growth in her. So a nice trio of cows there at the top end. Just like to change some udder things in that one and give her just a little more comfort in the way she gets out and moves off of both ends of her structure. Big high volume heifer that comes next, that to me, as we go ahead and lead them on out, guys, I think you'll see from an udder standpoint, not quite the milkiness in that female that we see in some of those cattle in front of her, or the bloom to that udder. She needs to be changed in her front end structure as well. You know, I think if you just walk this one in, you'd wonder if she had a calf at side right now. Just not seeing enough milk flow in that speckled up cow for me to get her any higher. It's a shame because I like her structure, I like her body type. I just need to see more milk flow in that one to feel comfortable about the future for that calf. Then we round things out. I told the young lady, I don't know if that heifer got injured. You can see she never plants off that right hind leg, and she's kind of limping as she goes out here. It's a shame. There's power and stoutness in that female that I think are really nice and probably would get her a slot higher if she was getting out and traveling for us here tonight.
Thank you very much. And here are your results in Class 36. First goes to entry 21-27 with Moreno Miss Lady Ready to Rock, 562/3. Moreno Ranches of Riesel, Texas, owner and exhibitor. Second went to entry 1907, Miss Casseret HG Kate, 116/2. Gossa Ranch of Bastrop, Texas, your owner and exhibitor. Third went to entry 1700, Casseret Ranch of Groveton, Texas, your owner and exhibitor. Fourth went to entry 2094, Moreno Ranches of Riesel, Texas. Fifth went to entry 1824, Diamond Cattle, Gracie Soul, your owner, at Laneville, Texas. And sixth went to entry 1894, Garner Ranch, exhibiting for owner Mackenzie Willard of Anna, Texas. Let's set your lineup here for this age senior championship and reserve champion. Class 34, your winner was entry 1959. Miss H.C. Lauren, 169 over 2, Herzog Cattle's entry. Class 35, your winner was entry 1608 with SCC Miss 7 Stella V 2 over 2, owned by Scanlon Cattle Company. Class 36, your winner was entry 2127, Moreno Miss Lady Ready to Rock 562 over 3, and that's the Moreno Ranch's entry. Up for reserve consideration in Class 34, entry number 1982 was second Lady I Vidalia Rojo 552. Grayson Hensley's your owner. Class 35, your second was entry 765 with Miss WCC Phoebe 507 over 2. Lonnie Pearl Calendar of Tucson, Louisiana. And in Class 36, second place was entry 1907, Miss Casseray H.G. Kate 116 over 2. Gossamer Ranch of Bastrop, Texas, your owner.
Well, final division, and once again, we're going to have a pair of entries that fit right in with what will be an absolutely phenomenal red lineup. This has been really good. These senior cows have been exceptional, and yet there's a pair of entries that I think fit together really, really well. I'd call them probably the two best uddered cows that we've seen in the entire division, and they back it up with balance and quality, doing a nice job with young calves at side that got a lot of future in front of them. This pair of entries that came out of Class 1, I think they're the obvious pair to go to. She'll be your champion. Second place will be reserved.
Here's your senior champion, ladies and gentlemen, coming out of Class 34. Entry 1959, Miss H.C. Lauren, 169 over 2, Herzog Cattle. And reserve was followed up in that same class. Entry 1982, Lady I Vidalia Rojo 552, Grayson Hensley of Brenham, Texas, your owner.
Folks, we're going to roll into the last competitive division of the day. These will be our aged senior cows on the gray side. This is Class 34. Class 34. These are cows born May and June 2022.
Well, in first class in this final grade division, starting point in a cow that balances out just enough nicer with the right kind of dimension. You know, there's some give and take, and certainly she's even one that you could balance her udder slightly different, but I think she's got as high quality a calf at side as anything that's in this lineup, and I think she's by some margin the cow that I like in terms of conformation and structure and balance the best. Pretty easy place to start. Again, another set of twins here. We've had a couple of them tonight. I think a little more uniqueness to the cow that is going to be second. She's got more muscle shape, more width. She's got more bloom to her udder, but the balance of that udder needs to be changed. That's for sure. She's too light in her forequarters there, but again, I just see a little more breeding value, uniqueness built into that cow. Don't take anything away from the yellow cow that's going to finish things out. I still think she's very sound in her structure. I'd like to see just a little more volume and bloom to that udder as you analyze her today. Maybe a little more balanced in her udder floor, but I just don't see quite the milk flow in her as those cattle in front of her. So again, an interesting class, lots of give and take there. Congratulations, those exhibitors.
Thank you, sir. Your placings in class number 34 as follows. 1419 was first. Miss T.B. Aura 65, Adrian Thibodeau from Iowa, Louisiana. Second in class to 585, A.T. Miss Marigold, 20 with a 2, Anna Kate Thomas from Honey Grove, Texas. Third place to 785, Miss C.B. Aura Bubbles, 799 with a 2, Collins Brahman Ranch, Jennifer Parker, Chilton, Texas. Moving now to class 35. These are aged senior gray cows, born March and April of 2022. Class 35.
We certainly stepped it up here, and that's a beautiful cow that wins this first, gets first in this particular class. Kind of in a league of her own, to be honest, in terms of balance and look. And what I love is, get a mature cow to this stage and be able to keep her in a kind of condition that makes her still look like a show heifer ready to be out and compete at the highest level, and yet you haven't taken the maternal quality and look out of her in that process. A big strapping bull calf there behind her, but it's the cow that makes that pair. She is so well balanced, so moderate and good in her body type. I think an extraordinary female that leads it off. Again, had this one just walked in without that one, you'd be singing a lot of the same praises, because that's an awfully good pair here that stands second. She's not as correct in the way she's built in that hip as is our class winner. If you really study, I probably like her teat shape as well as about any cow that we've seen out here. I really admire that about her. And again, a unique kind of heifer calf there at side that's got the same kind of muscle shape as her mama. a little extra chest that sits awkward down in that cow and not quite as nice in the way all those pieces kind of blend together, but extraordinarily good in her own right. You know, this cow that's third actually walked in before those two, and I said, wow, that's a dang good pair. And I still say, wow, that's a dang good pair. It's unfortunate those two walked in the same class with you, but this is a cow that's starting to, nurse down, and she's fresh and good in terms of her condition. Again, refined in quality in terms of teat size. Not as much milk flow, perhaps, as a cow like the one behind her, but I think a more youthful udder that's held tighter to her body wall and bodes well for longevity. And again, this is an awfully good calf at side. I think you've made a good mating decision. I think it's fun when you look and say, I think that calf could be better than its mother someday, and that's what you've done here. So very, very nice job. Again, an interesting cow that comes next, and you study milk flow, and the four quarters have all got it. I don't know if she's completely blind in this right rear quarter, but it sure looks like it when you study the balance of that udder. At the moment, still giving enough milk flow for a heifer calf that has grown and done incredibly well. I like her body shape, a cow that just needs to be changed in that udder structure for me and square her up a little bit in the way she's made out of her hip. We round things out with a cow that's a little harder in terms of her rib and body type, and not quite sure if she's got the lasting milk flow built in that udder to nourish that calf quite at the level those in front of her do. That's a shame, though, because that one's long and she's sound, and there's a lot of good in that cow. Just need to see more milk flow. Again, an excellent class top to bottom, but certainly a whale of a cow that wins it for us.
Entry 740, BRC. Me again, Margaret. 254. Molly Jo Cottrell, Wharton, Texas. Thank you to Ray Stevens for the name for that cow. Second place to 696, BRC Rock Me Mama 250, jointly owned by Brandon and Rachel Cottrell and the Finley Brothers Cattle Company, based out of Wharton, Texas. Third in class goes to 928, BRC Annie Banani 269, Providence Ezel from Breckenridge, Texas. Fourth place to 759, Lockhart Miss Effie D with 1 over a 2. Emma Bush, Tunica, Louisiana, and fifth in class to 1215, Miss 4T Bossy 298, Laney.
Alrighty, guys.
Sealy, Texas.
All right, guys.
Then down to the last competitive class
We're trying
of
again.
the day.
Yes.
Class 36, early age senior cows, January, February of 2022.
Okie doke.
We
got it? Yeah, we're on. Okay. All right, guys. So we have a first in class in that class number 34. That was the Miss TBR 65. That is a captain daughter out of Miss JS DJF 590 over 6. That, of course, was Adrian Thibodeau. I have loved that female forever. She's been showing for a long time. AT Miss Marigold 20 over 2. That is an SNS Moho daughter out of CT Lisa Manso, Anna Kate Thomas. She was second. In our class 35, it is BRC, me again, Margaret, with Molly Jo Cottrell on the stick. That is a Noble daughter out of Miss V8 103 over 8. And now we are in class number 36. I don't know where my books went. They're here. Okay, we are in class number 36. And you know what? We are not in the reds. We are in the grays. I got to stay organized here, Mr. Iran. Yeah, he's shaking his head, yes. Okie dokie. Okay, we are in class number 36, but in class number 35, we had BRC, me again.
Great way to end things up, and two really nice pairs here. The cow we're going to start with, I think, in terms of substance, bone, foot, mass in that regard, has the upper hand in this particular pair. And for the kind of substance she's got, she gets out and handles it really good when we set her in motion. Big-bodied cow that's got the dimension to match that bone. Perhaps the bigger advantage to me today, though, is, while you could modify some little balance things, I see a little more doability in that calf side of her, and I appreciate just that blend that cow is transferring onto that calf in that regard. If it's just cow for cow, it's a flip of a coin to me, and that's why the calf kind of comes into play here, in my opinion, maybe a little bit more, because this cow in second, man, she is so neat to look at. She's up-headed. She's a little stronger there directly behind her hump than is the one that wins. She's not as heavy and stout to the ground. I probably like some balance to her udder, a tick nicer than the class winner, but I think they're both very acceptable. It's a calf that at least appears to be in a bit of a growing stage maybe right now. A little bigger framed, a little hollower and shallower bodied, and a little tight in terms of that rear structure. So I don't know if she's got quite the doability long term. But again, two really nice entries there at the top end. Some give and take. When we get them in motion, probably that cow that leads off stays a little more relaxed in her top line than our second place cow as well. This is an interesting pair here that's next, because to just look at the bull calf, you'd say, oh man, he's growing good and he's got some body and performing pretty decent. Then you look to the udder of the cow, and I just don't know that I see enough milk flow to justify get her in any higher. Just need to see more bloom, more shape, more milk flow in that cow, because I love the cow. She'd be a contender. She could play to win this class if it was just about body type and structure of that cow with some balance. I've got to, at this stage in development and in production, I got to see more udder there to get her into the top pair. We wrap things up with a cow that has a little more of that, but unfortunately a little too coarse in the shape of those teats and the formation of that udder, and I'd like to secure her at the ground. She's pretty timid in movement. I like her body, I like her volume, I like her muscle shape, and she's doing a good job with that heifer calf at side, just not getting out and moving quite as comfortable as she needs to here tonight.
Class 36, first place to 688. BRC Big Mamu 242, owned by Case Bacha from Wharton, Texas. Second in class to 1459, Miss V8 615 with a 9. Tate Barnes from Bowling, Texas. Third place, 960. CT Miss 55 with a 1. Rafter F Ranch from Scott, Louisiana. Fourth in class to 1089, JDH Lady Leia Manso 523, JD Hudgens Incorporated, Hungerford, Texas. Let's set your drive for you here in the aged senior champion gray cows. Let's go back to class 34. These were your summer 2-year-olds or late spring 2-year-olds. Coming threes. Your champion is Miss TBR 65. That's his first cow and calf around the corner. Adrian Thibodeau from Iowa, Louisiana, the owner. Reserve class champion was AT Miss Marigold 20 with a 2, owned by Anna Kate Thomas from Honey Grove, Texas. Go to the March and April cows. First place was BRC Me Again Margaret 254, owned by Molly Jo Cottrell, Wharton, Texas. Second in class was BRC Rock Me Mama 250, owned by Brandon and Rachel Cottrell and the Finley Brothers Cattle Company. They're based out of Wharton, Texas. And the January, February, now 3-year-old cows, first place to 688, BRC Big Mamu 242, Case Bacha from Wharton, Texas aboard. Second in that class was Miss V8 615 with a 9. Tate Barnes, Bowling, Texas. This is your aged senior champion Gray Cow Drive.
Well, guys, I know it's been a long day, but we reached this final division, and now I'm juiced because we're getting ready to get to that grand drive and see the collection of what we put together all day. And once again, this senior division is going to put a couple of entries out there that are going to match right up. I think an extraordinary champion here in this division that kind of walks away with things. But had she not been here, again, we would have been talking so highly of 2 or 3 other entries that I think are all extraordinary. Great job in this senior division. We don't need to talk about it. There's your winner right there out of class number 2. Congratulations to that young lady. And we're going to keep them together. That second place pair right behind will be reserved.
Your aged senior champion gray cow, BRC Me Again, Margaret, 254. Entry 740, owned by one Molly Jo Cotrere from Wharton, Texas. Your reserve aged senior gray cow came out of the second place in that same class. BRC Rock Me Mama 250, owned by Brandon and Rachel Cotrere, and the Finley Brothers Cattle Company, based out of Wharton, Texas. Congratulations. It'll take us just a second to get these big 14 entry drives put together. Mr. Cooper will tell you about the red side.
All right, well, thank you very much, Jimmy, and we're ready to set our lineup here for your 2025 International Red Brahman Show Grand Champion.
Okay, guys, we're getting ready for that Grand Champion drive. We're going to be seeing some great ones here. We're going for the reds first. This is going to be our red Grand Champion drive, everybody. We're going in the arena with the gimbal. Miss Kembley is going to go in with the gimbal as they come in, and she is ready to rock and roll. Yep. So, calf champion, red female. This is Miss HC Venus 236/4. This is going to be sired by Mr. WCC 296/8. We've seen quite a few of these 296/8, and that is going to be out of Miss HC Vera 110/9. Peyton Neal Herzog is the owner. We have Natalie on the stick there. In our junior yearling champion, guys, with Nate Forche on the stick, that is going to be the JW Miss Camille 511. That is a Moreno Mr. Rockstar 625 daughter out of the Miss G5 Enchanted Dun 007/7, Wyatt James Duhan as the owner. In our senior yearling red female, went to Moreno Miss Lady Roxy 376/4. That is going to be a Moreno Mr. Rockstar daughter, 625, of course, as we have said, and that is going to be Moreno Miss Lady Romantic Act, owner Moreno Ranches. We see Kelvin Moreno on the stick. He needs to keep moving on up there, Mr. Moreno. Move along, because we got a lot to line up. There you go. Our intermediate champion female, Lady L. Zuliki Rojo 609. We have Callie Welty on the stick. This is going to be her very first time in the green shavings, first time she's been a division champion, and first time she's been in the championship, grand championship drive on the green shavings. Of course, she's been on grand champion drive many a time in other shows. That is going to be a CT Mr. Elmo Rhino 1/7 out of Lady Romadella Rojo. Henry Lowen, the young Henry Lowen, is the owner. And then in the junior championship, we see Miss WCC Rosalita. That is going to be another Mr. WCC 296/8. Again, of course, we said that you can buy semen on that bull and create your own champion there at ST Genetics. Miss WCC Rosie 336/9 is the dam, and Rhett Owen Fontenot is the owner. We have in the senior championship Ryan Max Simpson. Ryan Max Simpson with his beautiful Miss WCC Lady Dior 545/2. That is a Mr. WCC Maximus Rojo daughter out of Miss WCC 355/9. And that is a Ryan Max Simpson on the stick. And then in that aged senior championship, red female, Miss HCC Lauren 169/2. That is a cutter daughter out of Miss CBR Monique 613/6. Right now he is walking up to Ryan Max Simpson. I'm not sure what we're seeing on the screen here. Okay, we're up by the calf right now. Now we're walking down to that junior yearling champion. You're going to be seeing that on the screen. Then we go to Kelvin Moreno with his senior yearling championship. We have Callie Welty repositioning herself for the intermediate champion female. Again, that is the 4L. Then it looks like we move to the Nate Forche entry. I'm sorry, Nate Forche is sticking for the junior championship. That is, I'm sorry, I'm so wrong. I got myself confused. Yep, then we have Rhett. I'm so sorry. We have Nate up at the top. He's in that second. So we have Rhett, Owen Fontenot. Then we're looking right now at our senior champions. We're going to go back down that way, over by where the judge is. Kind of go follow the judge. Never mind. We're good. Okay. Kimberly. We have Kelvin Moreno walking with his senior yearling. Now we have, right here, we have Callie Welty with the we have Ryan Max Simpson with his senior division, and then we move to the aged, going to go down by the judge. The judge just told him to fix his female. That, of course, is Brett Fontenot with the junior champion. Looking at the senior and the aged senior champion at this time. Going down, we have the judge looking towards that intermediate champion. And now he's asking for the microphone. Let's listen to the judge.
Well, what a day, guys. This has been nothing short of amazing. And I'm so pleased with the group of cattle that are out here. But, I just want to say a quick thanks, I guess, before we get any further. My thank you to you as breeders, as an association, to the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, all of which had the faith in me to come out here and give you my opinion. And I am absolutely amazed, and yet I don't know why I am, because I should have fully expected to be amazed. You do amazing things as breeders. I have such an appreciation for what your breed is and it's about. They've read my bio a couple of times. I certainly didn't grow up in a part of the country that exposed me to Brahman cattle. But over the years, I don't know that I have come to appreciate any one breed any more than yours. And what I love the most is I believe that show cattle should have functional real-world value. And in too many of the other breeds, it seems we've lost a little track of that. It's very, very refreshing to come into a ring and find cattle of the quality that we've had, at the show ring presence they have, and yet to clearly look at them and say, provided they've got the genetics behind them to do it, then these cattle can make commercial bulls and F1 females and whatever you would ever want to do in this industry. And I think that is such a credit to your leadership and to you as breeders, and makes it so fun for me to evaluate. So give yourselves a big round of applause. You have absolutely earned it. It's been a long day. When I take my boots off and lay down tonight, my puppies are going to feel better. But I'm so thankful we had great ring help. Guys, it's been a long day. Could we have went faster? Maybe. But I'm not going to apologize for that. I'm going to tell you, this is the International. It is the Mecca. And you guys have put decades of effort and generations of effort into getting these cattle to this point. And for me to just shuffle them in and out of the ring without sharing every one of my thoughts, I think would be a disservice to you. And while it's making for a late night and an early morning for many of you tomorrow, I feel like I owed you that. And I am so excited to share my thoughts. And I'm not saying you agree with every decision. I just hope you can see what I have in the cattle, and I try to justify it to the best of my ability. And I hope at the end of the day, you can also walk away and say, I know what kind Chris Mullenix likes, and you're going to see her here in a minute because I think there's an outstanding champion. I like to give credit where it's due. I think it is important in this lineup to mention 4 heifers. She's got a lot of time to see how she develops. But to not look at this baby heifer calf down here would be foolish. I think she is so high quality. I think her structure is built to stay together and have a tremendous future. I have never, ever held age against any animal. If the best one's the youngest one, then it's going to win. But in this particular case, I think it makes sense to give the benefit of the doubt if you think it's close. And as we get down the line up here, there are some other older cattle that are going to get a piece of things today. But look out for that one. She's got future in front of her. It really boils down to 3 heifers for me. Those heifers come out of Division 3, Division 5, and Division 6. Those are the cattle that are the real heavy contenders for me. When we got to Division 3, it set such a great trend for us, and we kept following it up. And guys, I will tell you, absolutely amazing red show. When we get out here between those 3 heifers, I'll share my thoughts. As good as all 3 of them are, now it's my job to pick apart some of the itty-bitty differences. I think your champion and reserve are just a nickel sounder in the way they travel out of their front end. And my champion today epitomizes what I think female looks like in terms of refinement, smoothness, balance, freshness. I think she is every bit my kind. So I'm going to put the mic up. I want you to put your hands together one last time. Congratulations to all these red exhibitors. We'll find you a couple champions.
Entry 2516, Miss WCC Rosalita, 560/3. Nose. entry. Congratulations, Red, for leading in the Katy Cattle Company entry 1804 reserve consideration. Congratulations, Ryan. Ladies and gentlemen, please give all those entries another big round of applause for a fantastic job today. Congratulations, y'all.
All right, guys, we're going to go start shutting down. They're going to keep taking photos. We're going to say congratulations to some of our favorite red females, of course. And I think Stuart Watkins got very emotional because those were both WCCs. So, again, congratulations. We're going to just shut down as far as the red goes. We're going to give it a little bit of time, and we're getting ready to go into the gray show here in just a little bit. We'll be back for the gray show. So Iran will run through some commercials and thank some of our sponsors while we get the photos.
Este es un país de cultura milenaria y modernidad, donde convive lo tradicional con lo sofisticado. Un país diverso, mágico. Un país de gente trabajadora, cálida, amable. Así es México. Y toda esta cultura y pasión viene de nuestro campo, donde cada día desde hace 100 años, hombres y mujeres trabajan por parejo, con dedicación y compromiso para hacer del cebú mexicano animales altamente productores de carne y leche. Brahman gris, Brahman rojo, Gucerat, Gir, Nelor, Indu Brasil, Cindy. Esa dedicación, pasión y amor por el cebú nos ha llevado a crear una raza emblema, orgullo de México, sardo negro. Una raza de animales de doble aptitud, hecha en México. Ideal para la producción de carne y leche. Sardo negro, con 46 años de registro oficial por la Asociación Mexicana de Criadores de Cebú, es garantía de calidad genética, que ha cruzado las fronteras con ejemplares en Panamá, Costa Rica, Colombia, El Salvador, Honduras, Guatemala y Estados Unidos. Por nuestra gran historia con el cebú, México será sede del tercer Congreso Mundial de Criadores de Cebú, CONCEBU. Y te esperamos en Veracruz, México, del 21 al 26 de octubre de 2025. Nuevas tendencias de producción, alta genética, cebú, clave en la alimentación mundial, productores de 5 continentes, servicios y productos de clase mundial. Sin duda, será un gran encuentro. con intercambios de experiencias y lazos fraternos que nos unen a países de todo el mundo por una sola pasión. La Asociación Mexicana de Criadores de Cebú y FICEBU te esperan en Veracruz, México, del 21 al 26 de octubre de 2025. Tercer Congreso Mundial de Criadores de Cebú, con Cebú, unidos por el Cebú.
23, exhibited, owned by Brandon and Rachel Cottrell, Wharton, Texas. Junior yearling. That division was won by entry 1470, Miss V8 961 with a 9. GKB Cattle Company from Desdemona, Texas. Second place, or reserve rather, junior yearling was 872, Miss DSC 32 with a 4, shown by Teal Cronky over in Chambers County, Texas. Senior yearling champion was entry 1200, Miss V8 948 with a 9, Quinn Paget, Grand Chenier, Louisiana. The reserve senior yearling champion was entry 657, Red Smith Elodie Manso, shown by Trenton Garrett from Orange Grove, Texas. Intermediate champion was 1225, BRC Walking on Sunshine 399, shown by Eddie Wilson from Franklin, Texas. The reserve division champion intermediate was 710, BRC Sparks Fly 430, Brandon and Rachel Cottrell, Wharton, Texas. Junior champion 703, BRC Wicked Felina 390, shown by Case Bacha from Bowling, Texas. Reserve junior champion was 693, BRC Gussied Up 372, shown by Mr. Wyatt Landry. Senior champion was 1397, Miss JSCLF Polled Marvelous, shown by Adeline Smith from Maringouin, Louisiana. Reserve senior champion was BRC Gucci On 285, Annie Cottrell, Wharton, Texas. And our age senior champion was 740, BRC Me Again Margaret 254, shown by Molly Jo Cottrell from Wharton, Texas. Reserve age senior cow, BRC Rock Me Mama, owned jointly by Brandon and Rachel Cottrell and the Finley Brothers Cattle Company out of Wharton County, Texas. Folks, this is your international champion final drive here in the Gray Cow Show.
All right, we have the cattle walking one more time. This is going to be your calf champion. We're going to get up close and personal with some of these. Here we go with V8 Ranch with the junior yearling. Coming around the corner is Little Miss Quinn with her senior yearling champion. We have our intermediate, Walking on Sunshine, BRC, followed up by another BRC. That is going to be our junior champion, our senior champion coming to us from Smith Brahmans, our age senior champion, mother-daughter duo. Love seeing this. It is the best. This is Me Again Margaret, Molly Cottrell on the stick with Mom Rachel with the baby. Again, we are here in the Grand Champion Drive of the International Show. This is our final part of the show, and as our judge Chris Molinek said, he is not apologizing for the fact that it took some time, but he wanted to give everyone his opinion. And I know that there's some great cattle here, some breeders that are very excited to be on these green shavings. I know there's some young people that this is their very first time. to have been on the green shavings. So he's walking through by the Smith entry. That's the senior female. That, of course, beautiful female there. She's been champion. All of these have been champion at different events. Going to the BRC Junior, looking at the BRC Intermediate with Eddie Payne Wilson, whose mama was crying. Little Quinn with her beautiful V8 heifer. Going up to the other V8.
Folks, as Mr. Mullinex is walking down the deal, you go back to 1932, the original Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. The only event that we've held at every single one of the 93 Houston stock shows has been, we have had a steer show and we have had an open Brahman show. And all that time, since 1982, when Houston became designated the International Brahman Show, there is only one person who has ever judged the two original shows in Houston here in this ring, and that is Chris Mullinex, the only person to ever judge the International Brahman Show, which he's now done on 2 occasions, and judged the Houston Steer Show. If y'all don't understand how much this means to this cat down there in that purple jacket, it means every bit as much to those of us who've gotten to know him and come to appreciate him as a friend over the years. If you put your hands together for 14 plus hours right now, that's a good dude down there. And when he says he appreciates these cattle, he's not telling you a story to make you smile. Thank you, Chris.
He is studying and asking for the microphone. Let's see which direction he goes.
Well, we all learned a little something new right there. I didn't know that, and what an honor it is anytime to be invited to a show of this magnitude, but it was a pleasure to be out here a year ago, and it's a different event, you know, with, you know, a different pomp and circumstance, if you will, but so amazing in both regards. And this is such, again, such an amazing showcase of your breed. And, you know, I was sharing out here, you know, with a couple of my ringmen that were asking me if, as a K-Stater, if my entire wardrobe would be purple this, and I said, you better believe it. But I did share with them that this jacket's something special, and I think you guys around ringside, I think we can all agree as to why. And you know, I'm probably too sweaty underneath it to take it off right now and show you. But one thing that I've always loved about your breed is the fellowship. The competitiveness is amazing. And what you each do as breeders is unbelievable. And I love the fact that there's a competitive drive and a spirit, both in the young people and the breeders, that keeps them coming back for more. But what I also like is you walk back there and you kind of party together too, and you're brethren. You understand that it's more than just one breeding program that makes a breed. It is about friendships. It is about developing, you know, those relationships. And, you know, I mention that as it ties to this jacket because I've had the good fortune to develop friendships in lots and lots of different breeds, but also with lots of different people from all walks of life, all parts of the world. And most importantly, I love being an educator. And Chase Runyon that's out here with me, one of my former students, I said, you want to know what's special about this jacket? And I had him rub his hand down the back. He said, wow, what is that? I said, the inside lining of this jacket. This was given to me by my last judging team, and it is embroidered with every judging team's member and judging team member's name on the inside of it. That's my family. It's been my family for a long time. My blood family means everything to me, but that's an extension of who I am, is all of those people that I've had the good fortune to spend time with and mentor over the years that now are some of my very, very best friends. That's what the Brahman breed's about too, and I love it. I congratulate you. I'm not gonna break these down. I think this is really, really close. I'm gonna study 4 or 5 heifers over and over again here just to finalize my decision, because I think it's amazing, and it is very, very challenging because the quality is so off the charts. Give our gray exhibitors a huge, huge round of applause. I will take a little of the suspense out. It is challenging. It is really, really close for reserve. Congratulations, that's your grand champion female out of the division.
Your senior cow is the international.
Right, our senior, age senior, that is me again, Margaret, with Molly and her mama. Very exciting.
Reserve age senior champion for reserve.
Now he's going to pick a reserve. Looks like he's going up. Looks like he's studying the intermediate, the junior, and the senior. Now he's looking at the aged senior. Another BRC entry here. A female that Brandon Contreras tell him to behave. Walking around. To the BRC, back to the intermediate, up to Quinn, asking Quinn to pull her heifer forward. Eddie Payne Wilson helping her. Looking back at these two, going to Quinn, I do believe. And yes, Quinn is going to start getting excited.
Your senior yearling champion is the reserve international champion, Brahman female on the gray side.
Congratulations, guys. We are done. Thank you so much. We'll keep going with the photo.
Congratulations.
Again, we'll get that championship photo.
Standing on top of the great Brahman world on the cow side. Folks, we'll remind you, you get almost a Brahman safe.
Thanks, everybody, for watching. We're going to go get that grand champion photo and start shutting it down.
The show starts at 9 a.m.
Quinn is getting very emotional. I think she's 9 years old. And so, congratulations. And we'll see you guys soon. And we have some very excited family members here. Everyone's getting emotional. I mean, you know, for Rachel and Molly and then Quinn. I mean, just some young people winning. It's just amazing. We're going to go get some photos. We'll be right back.
Este es un país de cultura milenaria y modernidad, donde convive lo tradicional con lo sofisticado. Un país diverso, mágico. Un país de gente trabajadora, cálida, amable. Así es México. Y toda esta cultura y pasión viene de nuestro campo, donde cada día desde hace 100 años, hombres y mujeres trabajan por parejo, con dedicación y compromiso para hacer del cebú mexicano animales altamente productores de carne y leche. Brahman gris, Brahman rojo, Gucerat, Gir, Nelor, Indo Brasil, Sindhi. Esa dedicación, pasión y amor por el cebú nos ha llevado a crear una raza emblema, orgullo de México, sardo negro. Una raza de animales de doble aptitud, hecha en México. Ideal para la producción de carne y leche. Sardo negro, con 46 años de registro oficial por la Asociación Mexicana de Criadores de Cebú, es garantía de calidad genética que ha cruzado las fronteras con ejemplares en Panamá, Costa Rica, Colombia, El Salvador, Honduras, Guatemala y Estados Unidos. Por nuestra gran historia con el cebú, México será sede del tercer Congreso Mundial de Criadores de Cebú, CONCEBú, y te esperamos en Veracruz, México, del 21 al 26 de octubre de 2025. Nuevas tendencias de producción, alta genética, cebú, clave en la alimentación mundial, productores de 5 continentes, servicios y productos de clase mundial. Sin duda, será un gran encuentro, con intercambios de experiencias y lazos fraternos que nos unen a países de todo el mundo por una sola pasión. La Asociación Mexicana de Criadores de Cebú y FICEBU te esperan en Veracruz, México, del 21 al 26 de octubre de 2025. Tercer Congreso Mundial de Criadores de Cebú, CONCEBU, unidos por el cebú.